Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be having another compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. This may not be the scariest story, but it sure did put fear into us at the time. Years ago, a friend and I decided to go raccoon hunting on a large wooded piece of land that my family owns on a lake. We met at his house at about 11 p.m. and set off walking the half-mile down the dirt road into the woods. We talked in low voices, catching up on things, and then we quieted down when we reached the fence where the property line was. We loaded our .22s and started looking for signs of our prey. The woods weren't totally quiet. They were full of country sounds. Frogs singing on the lake, owls hooting back and forth in the trees, even mice running over the leaves that had fallen the previous fall. I was amazed by how much a tiny little rodent can make so much noise. This whole time we weren't really talking, just steadily walking through the dead leaves and pausing to listen to the sounds around us. Suddenly, completely out of the blue, the woods went dead silent. No frogs, no mice, no owls, nothing at all. My friend and I stopped in our tracks at the exact same time. The frogs stopped. What the heck? We stood there for a minute or so in dead silence, listening for a larger animal. We're not in bear country, so it couldn't be that. Branches breaking, something. Nothing but the sound of our breathing. I think we should leave. Yep. We clicked the safeties off on our rifles and got out of there as hastily and at the same time as cautiously as we could manage, feeling a surge of adrenaline as we went. We didn't think to unload our rifles until we were a little more than halfway back to his house. Later, we both admitted that the silence dropping like that triggered something akin to an anxiety attack. I've been back to those woods several times since then, both in the daytime and at night, and I never experienced anything close to that feeling. Never saw a coon that night either. I was hunting for black bear one day, back in the early 2000s. The area that I was hunting was in northern Clinton County. My ex-brother-in-law and I enjoyed the area and spent many a season scouting and hunting these lands in central Pennsylvania. This part of the county is filled with log hollows, steep inclines, and hard-to-access trails. We both like to do our own thing and hunt separate terrains. I would often drive down into the hollows while he scoured the ridge lines, hoping to get a shot at whatever I pushed over the tops. We both carried pretty bumped up two-way radios to keep a general idea of where we were, although often the terrain made it difficult for good reception. This day was a typical Pennsylvania bear season day. It was on the Wednesday of the season, third and last day of the brief season it was back then. The woods were quiet, with no distant whooping and yodeling of various opening day camps, pushing drives through the woods. The weather was cold, gray, and windy when we separated to begin our hunt and continued on throughout the day. I spent the day still hunting down this long hollow south of a little town in northern central Clinton County, with the idea of meeting my brother-in-law at the top of a ridge at the agreed time of 4 p.m., giving us both plenty of time to hike together the few miles back to his truck. After hunting all day, I found an old game trail that appeared to meander its way back up the ridge line towards where I knew he would be waiting for me. After close to an hour, maybe around 3:30, I made my way 2/3 of the way to the top, stopping often, scouring the slope for that jet black fur of a roaming bear. Along the trail, I came upon a long ago used fire ring It was very rudimentary in its build and appeared to be used only once. The ring's rocks were covered in lichen and only had the faintest traces of black from a long ago fire. I found it odd that a fire ring would be here, considering the steepness of the slope, but it was a very small, somewhat leveled ledge. There I figured I would set and eat the rest of my packed food and sit still, hoping to catch a final chance to see a bear. All the while it felt odd, somewhat unwelcoming, like I shouldn't be there. Almost like I was a forbidden interloper on someone's valued spot. I sat for maybe 20 minutes and thought that it was time to continue the trek upward to my friend. As I stood, I slung my backpack on and reached down to sling my rifle over my left shoulder. As I stood up, I heard my name called loudly. It didn't really sound like it was behind me, rather all around in my head. Just as I was going to turn around, my rifle was slapped off of my shoulder. I felt the force, heard the sound of something slap against the wood of the stock, and crouched quickly to save my gun from dashing onto the rocks at my feet. I grabbed it just in the nick of time, and quickly turned around with a mouthful of words for whom I thought was going to be my brother-in-law jacking with me. There was nobody at all there. Absolutely no way could anyone had rushed off without me either seeing or hearing them. I felt a sick feeling in my churning stomach, chills throughout my body. I muttered a few Hail Marys and sped up to the top of the bridge, met my bud, and quietly we hiked our way out of the woods to his truck in the spreading dark of evening. This has bothered me for years, and I have not been back in those particular woods since. But someday, I do hope to. My family has been hunting for years. It's a tradition with us. This is a story about the second time I went elk hunting. We live in Wyoming, and there are tons of places to hunt elk around here. We were on Battle Mountain, right on the Wyoming/Colorado border. We were hiking down a small ravine. It was a long hike, and we had already hiked a few miles. The point is, we were already a bit worn out. There are mountain lions, bears, wolves, and coyotes in that area. The only two that are dangerous are the first two. The one that's scarier is the first. I had heard of stories of people being stalked by mountain lions, but never imagined that I would be on the receiving end of one of those situations. Anyway, we were hiking when I heard a sound. This sound, I had heard nothing like it before. At first, I thought it was an idiot with a chainsaw or dirt bike. The sound rose in pitch and transformed into a snarl. Right then, my dad, brother, and I froze. There's something about that sound that makes your legs stop moving without you realizing it. It makes the hairs on your neck stand up, and you become hyper-aware. We stood like that for around 30 seconds, but let me tell you, it felt a lot longer than that. We all gave each other looks as if to say, "Am I going crazy? Did you hear that?" Arguably, the scariest part was we never saw him. In the ravine, it echoed like crazy. An unseen fear is the worst one that I can think of. Needless to say, we were on edge for the rest of the hike. I never went back there. The area is beautiful and as serene as anything you could ever imagine. But you had better watch your back. This event occurred with a friend from out of town, whom I had invited for an afternoon hunting trip. The location was in South Louisiana, an area characterized by thick woods and tall palmetto up to 6 feet high in some places. The water that we had to traverse to reach my deer stands was at times up to our waist, making the mile-long journey to our deer stand slow-moving. My friend, unaccustomed to this challenging terrain, managed to keep up. Upon reaching the first stand, positioned 15 feet above the ground with a ladder for access, I informed him that I would return to pick him up about a half an hour after dark, as my stand was a half mile past his. We had a full moon that illuminated the water, allowing us to extend our hunting time. When darkness finally set in, I descended from my deer stand with my rifle on my shoulder and began walking slowly towards my friend's stand. As I approached, I shone my light upward, only to find that he wasn't in the stand. Focusing the light on the ground beneath the stand, I discovered him leaning against the tree that it was affixed to. Oddly, he wouldn't meet my gaze, even after calling his name. Closing the distance, I asked if he was ready to leave. When he finally turned to look at me, the sight was unsettling. His eyes were rolled back, and his mouth was wide open as he stood there, unresponsive to my questions. Fearing the unknown, I positioned my rifle between us. He remained in this eerie state, not uttering a word or responding to my questions. Stranded a mile or so in the deep woods, surrounded by thick palmettos and waist-deep water, I was unnerved by the bizarre behavior of my once familiar friend. Desperation prompted me to slap his face, bringing him back to reality. I asked if he was okay, to which he replied with urgency, "Let's get out of here now." Shocked, I had him walk ahead of me on the way back to the truck, maintaining a vigilant watch. Once inside the truck, we departed without exchanging a word. Confused and concerned, I pressed him for explanation. Tearfully, he recounted an encounter in the woods. While sitting in the stand, he heard something approaching through the water and rustling palmettos. When the mysterious figure came into view, he described it as a man who appeared to be skinned alive, devoid of any skin. Terrified, he climbed down and hid under the stand against the tree, hoping that this person wouldn't spot him if it returned. His state of shock and distress, when I found him, was a result of this harrowing experience. A week later, during a conversation with my cousin, who had visited a nearby Indian memorial, I learned about a tribe that historically skinned individuals alive as punishment for serious crimes. My friend, unfamiliar with the area, had no prior knowledge of this tribal practice. The unsettling question lingers. Did he witness the ghost of one of these skinned individuals from years past? I can't say for certain, but the haunting image of my friend that night in the woods is etched into my memory. When I was a kid, my dad had a membership in a hunting club. The old guys used to tell me all kinds of scary stories, and I was scared of the dark, and the woods in the dark in particular. The scariest story was about the old one-eyed man that lived down in the swamp. I don't remember any particulars of why it was scary, but a one-eyed man in the swamp was scary enough for me when I was 10. Of course, the first time I sat by myself and killed my first deer was in said swamp, at the very end of a long logging road. When I shot the doe, I expected my dad and his friends to show up immediately to load the deer up like they said they would. Did they? No. I sat waiting for what felt like an eternity. I knew if it got dark, I was a goner when the old one-eyed man showed up and dragged me into the swamp. I ended up hightailing it up that old logging road about 2 miles to the camp to find my dad and his buddies drinking and cooking supper while I waited for my fate with old One-Eye. I know it sounds silly, but man, was I scared at the time. I hunt a very rural area of land in Michigan. One year, a buddy and I heard some very faint screams while out in the blind. We couldn't make it out, but it sounded like it could have been someone calling for help. We just looked at each other and kind of chuckled, thinking it was one of the dudes in the camper down the road drunk. Fast forward a couple of days, and we heard that there was a report of a missing man and female in our area of the woods. Snow got too deep, and the search was called off. Once springtime thawed everything out, they ended up finding them both frozen to death. Makes me think about what I could have done to help in that situation. This was one of my first outings as a kid by myself in the woods, and I had decided to go out for an afternoon set. I sat past sundown as I was familiar with the trail and knew that I'd have no problem finding my way back. As I was gathering my stuff together and about to climb down from the tree stand, I heard these god-awful screams that, in my young mind, was convinced was a woman getting murdered or some kind of monster. I jumped off of the stand and ran back to the cabin as fast as I could, and I told my father and grandfather about it, who both looked at each other with frightened looks on their faces, and proceeded to tell me about a local legend of a witch that lived in the woods that we were hunting in. I was scared to death to ever go hunting in those woods again, by myself, so I would always insist that my dad or grandfather would go with me. It wasn't until a few years later, when my grandfather had passed, that my dad told me the truth, that it was probably just a fox. They make a horrible screaming sound during mating season. He said that they both knew what it was right away, but my grandfather and him thought that it was funny, and my grandfather didn't want to tell me the truth because he really enjoyed the fact that I would ask him to go out hunting with me every time after that, and he didn't want that to change. During bow season, a roommate of mine killed a large doe around 9 p.m., then waited for me to get home at 12 a.m. to go track it a few miles in the woods. Thick forest made seeing without a good flashlight impossible. We had 4 headlamps, tracked the blood for an hour, then found the doe dead in a stream. We gutted it, then had to pull it a few miles back to the car. 3/4 of the way back, we heard a loud howl, then another one, and another one just 100 yards away. All of our headlamps except for one died. We pulled the doe to the edge of a field about 200 yards away from our car, and in the tree line right next to us, we see a pair of eyes. Then another walk out behind it. Then 2 more pairs of eyes. For about a mile, we had been tracked and followed by a pack of 4 large canine-sized coyotes. As we pulled the doe across the field, the coyotes completely circled us, and we had to hop up on hay bales for a few minutes, because one coyote got within 10 yards of us. Mind you, all we could see was eyes and a silhouette of them. We had no weapons beside a single gutting knife. Finally, the one coyote backed away a little, and we grabbed the doe and just ran as fast as we could back to the car. We shined a light back, and 2 more coyotes joined the pack, equaling 6 total, and they were about 20 yards away by the time we made it to the car. There's nothing like being tracked by a pack of coyotes for a mile in a pitch-black dense forest, then being surrounded and only seeing their eyes and silhouette. After that, forget going into a forest without a firearm. When I was a kid, my dad and I were deer hunting in the Book Cliffs. We found a tanker bunk and started closing the gap. The buck went over a ridge and started working down. We got to the top of the ridge and could see the rack from above. It was a very steep hill, heading down to a Forest Service road. We got down and started crawling. After what felt like an eternity, we see an old truck hauling up this road. Mind you, we are wearing blaze orange. We get to within a couple of 100 yards of this deer, in a south-facing slope with 0 cover. This deer makes a move up towards us, and my dad and I lay down behind the stump of a bush. The guys in the truck jumped out of the truck and started shooting right in our direction. I heard one bullet sizzle up and to my right. Bullet 2 hits a stump to my dad's left. My dad jumped on top of me, and I heard shot 3 and 4, but did not see where they went. This whole time, my dad is yelling and waving his orange hat. I looked up and saw my dad sim his rifle, at these guys I assume, and then heard truck doors slam and the truck leave out towards town. We end up calling the sheriff in town. This was before cell phones, and have a description of these guys in the truck. The sheriff knew exactly whose truck it was and went to their house and confronted the guy. They couldn't get him for shooting at us, but they did get him on a DUI and a person in possession of a firearm that was not allowed to have one. I was out scouting deer earlier this year. I was deep into some public lands in rural North Carolina, which can get pretty deliverance pretty quickly, so I was already on edge. I started seeing a bunch of bear sign, scats, prints, etc. So I added that stress on top of whatever I already had. I stumble on a huge mess of bear prints and torn up earth that looks like it just happened, and I immediately start thinking, what the heck? Now I'm going to get eaten by a bear. This is how it ends. I start making some noise, like lots of noise, hoping to scare it off if it's near. Thinking it's late summer in North Carolina. That bear can't be that hungry. 30 seconds later, I hear grunting and snuffling off to the side. Heavy breathing punctuated by snorts and the occasional grunt or twig breaking, as whatever it is lumbers along. And whatever it is big. Like, huge. And it's moving right towards me. I dropped my backpack and pulled out my hatchet that I brought along, just in case I needed to clear out a shooting lane, or clear any fallen trees in the road. My heart is pounding, and I'm thinking that if I survive, I'll probably need some new shirts. I'm waving my arms. Hey bear. Hey bearing at the top of my lungs. But it just keeps getting closer. I'm ready. I'm gonna fight a bear. This is it. My Leonardo DiCaprio moment from The Revenant. At least I'll go out fighting. And then, a horse pops its head out of the trees. What the heck? Where did this horse come from? I stand there staring at it. It staring at me, calm as can be. Each other just wondering what the other's plan is. And then he just dips his head and walks off the other way. I took a moment and then kept on scouting. I still have no idea where that horse came from. I was told that you guys might like this. This happened when I was growing up, around 2004 or 2005, when I was about 13 years old. It took place in a rural area, a good ways outside of Uvalde, Texas. The town itself was really small back then and not much to look at. It's just one of those towns that really isn't on the way to anywhere important. My father knew someone who owned a deer lease that was about 1,000 acres, I think, down outside that area, and was complaining about a ton of hogs that were tearing up their land. Being open season on hogs in the south, my dad thought that he would surprise me that summer and take me down for a week to go hunting for them. Not only did that help him with networking for his job, but also gave us some quality father-son time. I remember the drive down there from Dallas was torture. It was about 7 hours in my dad's hardtop Jeep Wrangler. That car was so uncomfy. I hated it. All I had to do was either stare out the window or try and beat Super Mario Land 2 on my Game Boy Pocket, something that I was never able to accomplish in my youth. The drive obviously took most of the day, so we got there early in the evening. The owner of the land had told my dad that he hadn't had anyone lease it that year yet, and the cabin and the property might be a little rough and dusty. I didn't really care. At this point in my life, I had been in scouts for a couple of years, and spent a lot of my free time in the woods or fishing with friends. Needless to say, I was pretty comfortable roughing it. So after unlocking the gate and driving to the cabin on the land, we settled in. The cabin was pretty rough. Dust and dirt everywhere. Flies. I remember that it looked like some raccoons had gotten into the cabin and messed on the floor. After cleaning up a bit and getting the sleeping bags out, then setting up the cots, we decided to sleep. Something about that night was weird. I never was able to get comfortable enough to fall asleep for any restful amount. I couldn't put my finger on why, but I had that feeling of being watched. I was finally able to drift off for what I guessed was an hour maybe. When I woke up, it was early, about 7 a.m. We decided to scout around the land for tracks and signs of hogs and find a good place to set up a blind. It was the summer and horribly hot in the afternoons, so morning was the best time to be out and about. After walking for an hour or so, we came to an area of trees, lightly dense, and luckily found some signs of hogs. Typical torn up ground where they had been rooting, so we followed them into the trees. I was looking for more signs when my dad stopped me with his arm. I remember looking up and seeing someone standing about 50 yards away. Some of their body was blocked by trees. This was private land, so they definitely weren't supposed to be there. We also had confirmation from the owner before we got to the lease that nobody was there. Not to mention the gate was locked up when we first arrived. The person was wearing some bright-colored red jacket. We slowly walked towards them. My dad called out something like, "Hey, we're hunters. This is private land." The person didn't move at all. Dead still. We were about 30 yards away and could see that he was turned away from us with his hands in his pockets. Weird thing was that the person was in a ski jacket and what looked to be ski pants. Now this is Texas in the summer. It was about 98 degrees outside by then. My dad called out again. No reaction. He told me to stay behind him and unsnap the clip to his pistol holster. That's all we had at the time since we were only scouting the area. The rifles were back at the cabin. We approached the person's right side, and then my dad told me to stay put about 20 yards away. I stayed and crouched down, watched him circle around from the man, all the while talking to him asking if he was okay. He finally passed around to the front of the man, and my dad stood straight up with a confused look on his face. I called out and said, "What's wrong?" And he called back saying, "It's a mannequin." I walked over to it while my dad stood there staring, and as I got closer, one thing stood out the most. The clothes it was wearing were brand new. No dust, sap, bird droppings, or signs of being outside for more than a day at most. At that moment, I looked at my dad and I could see him getting worried. Almost immediately after, I felt that feeling again, like we were being watched, and I knew that my dad had felt it too. I wanted to start crying. I remember feeling suddenly so scared. My dad whispered, "We're leaving right now." He grabbed my hand and drew his pistol. He scanned the area the whole way back while I was trying to hold back panicked tears. We got back as fast as we could. I was terrified, so it felt like an eternity, but in reality was only about 45 minutes max. After returning, we packed up and beat feet. We drove back home that day and didn't talk much on the way back. I remember right after we left, my dad called his buddy, the owner of the land, and he was confused. He said that he would go check it out next week when he was in the area. He also said that he had never had an issue with people because his property was highly fenced. My dad normally isn't a paranoid person, but me being young and the least possibly having someone there that we didn't know about, he decided to just be cautious and just get out of there. After we got back home, we talked, and my dad wasn't able to sleep the night before as well. He had the same feeling, but didn't want to wake me up because he thought that I was sleeping too. Turns out that next week, he got a call from his buddy, and he checked the whole property and never found a trace of anyone. No mannequin or anything. That story still makes my hair stand on end. No idea what was happening. but the paranoid man in me thinks that it was some kind of trap or something. Not the creepiest thing that happened to me in the woods, but definitely in the top 3. I was hog hunting deep in the palmettos. I was all by myself this time. The sun was setting and I started to see some hog movement about 200 yards away from me. I started to move that way very quietly with the wind in my face. As I got deeper into the palmettos, I could hear the hogs grunting. I stopped and listened to gauge how far away they were. Then I got my knees taken out by a big fat sow. This was probably the hardest I've ever been knocked on my butt. It was like a car hit me. I could see another hog running towards me, so I took out my .40 and domed it near point blank. My buddy and I are both police officers, so we were allowed to carry a firearm into public land where the general public is not allowed to. We are from Texas. We went hunting one morning to a new place where we saw a lot of deer activity, about a 2-hour walk from the truck. We both bow hunt in tripods and wear full-body ghillie suits. The location where we hunt only allows bow hunting. About 1 hour after the sun comes up, some random guy started walking around towards our direction, carrying a bolt-action rifle while smoking a cigarette. He makes it about 40 yards from me and I took my headgear off, and I told him some stuff. Probably not in the nicest manner. The gentleman walks in closer and decides to point his rifle at me. The rifle was a .30-06 and had 1 round in the chamber. At this point, I decided to laugh and told him to think twice about his decision. My buddy to my left, which he did not see, was a full draw with his bow with a very heavy arrow and very sharp broadhead. I told him to look, and you could see the fear in his eyes. He lowered the rifle, and we both in an instant had him at gunpoint with our handguns. We tied him up using zip ties and called the game warden. The entire walk back, he did not say a word. They met us at our trucks. They took him into custody for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. When they ran his name, he had 2 murder warrants out, one out of Louisiana and one out of Kentucky. He was sentenced to life in prison a year later. We did go back to our tripods, and we both got a deer that day, and a good story. About 4 years ago, me and some of my friends were driving down a rural road in the Maine wilderness. I was driving pretty slow, and we were talking about college. All of a sudden, out of the woods on the left side of the road, a woman walked out in front of the car. She was our age, early 20s, kinda short, 5'3" maybe, and she had blonde hair. She was wearing a flannel shirt over a white shirt and jeans, but there was some blood on her shirt and hands. Not a lot, but a noticeable amount. She stopped on the right side of the road and turned to look at us. My friend rolled down his window and asked if she needed help. She said that she could use a ride to the nearby gas station, and we agreed to drive her there. She got in the back with 2 of my friends and we went on our way. She was quiet until my friend asked if she was hurt because of the blood. She said no, that she had been hunting something big. We assumed that she meant deer, and friend number 2 said that he hunted deer too. She said that was cool, but not what she had been hunting. We arrived at the gas station and she got out and went in. We waited for her to come out, but she didn't, so we left. Now we wonder what exactly she had been hunting, if not deer. Also, I'll add a couple more things. This was at night, around 10 or 11 p.m. Only friend 2 had been drinking, and only a little bit. And we all remember this clearly, and we have all brought it up since. My family deer camp is still a tent camp in northwestern Michigan. We have a 16-foot by 16-foot Korean War era canvas tent for sleeping and a Boy Scout wall tent for cooking. Anyway, we used to camp in a small clearing on public property that's about 50 yards from the road. One night, I was woken up at around 3 to 4 a.m. by the sound of the scariest, loudest scream I've ever heard. It was just one long, single scream, but it sounded like a woman was being murdered about 100 yards away from me. Nobody else in the tent heard it, or was woken up by it. To this day, I still don't know what it was, but I have to guess something like an owl or a fox. Another time, I was walking to my ground blind, I think on an opening morning of firearm deer season. I walked up a 2-track road about a quarter mile to my trail, which I have marked with a reflective pen, but I almost never walk in with a light on, as I can see pretty well in the dark. As I was walking, it just felt like I had passed my trail, so I turned my headlamp on to find the reflective pen. After I found it, I was turning around as I shut it off, and there was about 6 to 8 pairs of red glowing eyes, about 1 to 2 feet off the ground, staring at me. I tried shining my light directly at them, but I was never able to see what they were, and they never moved or blinked. I was a bit freaked out, so I just drew my sidearm and continued up the trail to my blind. Now, even 10 years later, every time I walk that 2-track trail, I look at that spot, but I've never seen those eyes again. My family has a hunting property in the mountains where there's no cell phone service, internet, or even a landline. I go there by myself often, and in the event of an emergency, have no way to call for help unless I can get to my vehicle and drive far enough away to get cell service. So I'm very safety conscious. Anyway, one night I was leaving the property after dark. When I approached the gate in my vehicle, there was a loud explosion. My hunting partner and I was not alone this time, had to get out, unlock and relock the gate thinking someone might be genuinely trying to kill us. Later, through asking around, we discovered that some local men who live in that area thought it was funny to set out some tannerite nearby and shoot it when we exited our property. One of them in particular is a severe alcoholic, known for brandishing loaded weapons at people. I'm always concerned that he'll come around whenever I'm there, and since I'm a woman, I worry that he might try to harass me, even worse than he has my male relatives. I was duck hunting with my dad and his friend while I was a young kid on the backwaters of the Mississippi River. It was a late season, and ice was starting to form, and only one other hunter was out that day. The blind was in open water, but ice was slowly building from the shoreline. The water was fairly deep. My dad and his buddy could walk in it, but as a kid, it was just over my chest waders deep, so I stepped out of the boat directly into the duck blind. After a while, someone wounds a duck, and my dad takes the boat out to try to retrieve the downed bird. At the same time, the only other hunter decides he is done for the day and starts heading to the boat ramp. Instead of cutting out the open water in front of us, he breaks ice all the way back, loosening a giant chunk of ice. The wind happens to be blowing from this direction, so now a giant chunk of ice is bearing down on the blind. The ice is not thick enough to walk on, but it's heavy enough to start to cave in the duck blind. Dad's friend gets out and is trying to break it piece by piece to keep it from completely collapsing the blind while I'm in it. And I'm shooting up all my rounds trying to get my dad's attention to come back to the blind. He finally comes back and I get in the boat. A few minutes after, we get all the decoys picked up. The ice completely collapses the duck blind. We move to another location and keep hunting. I ended up shooting a ruddy duck that day. It was my second ever duck, and still the only ruddy duck I have ever gotten. A buddy and I went hunting over a long weekend a few years ago. We hiked into our hunting terrain and stayed in a tent. This was in the middle of nowhere in the Norwegian wilderness, and we had exclusive hunting rights to that area, so we didn't really expect any other people to be there. No cell service within something like a 5 to 6 kilometer radius, and something like 10 kilometers to our cars. We were camped next to a small lake, and didn't see any other people there for the first couple of days. On our last night there, we were eating dinner next to our campfire pretty late at night, so everything outside our immediate surroundings was pitch black. Suddenly, we heard someone take a shot on the other side of the lake with what sounded like a rifle. We thought it was a bit strange, since there shouldn't have been any other hunters anywhere close by, but we just figured that someone was messing around further away than it sounded like. We forgot about it and settled back in to eat. After another 5 to 10 minutes, someone took a second shot, which sounded like it came from much closer to us. This time, the bullet hit some rocks right next to us, like 5 meters or so. We both sort of froze for like a few seconds while looking at each other, and then just ran to our tent to pick up our shotguns. We then ran quite a ways into the woods and just hunkered down. After a few minutes, we heard another shot, and we were pretty sure that it hit our tent, which later turned out to be correct. We obviously had no idea of what to do. We couldn't call the cops since there was no cell service, and it was completely dark, so we couldn't really hike out of there without using flashlights, which seemed like a terrible idea. We ended up finding a downed tree with a little cave-like thing under the roots, and just sat there until morning. We then packed up as quickly as possible, and basically ran back to our cars where we called the cops. The cops took it pretty seriously, it seemed like, but nothing ever came out of the investigation. We still have no idea what happened or who could have possibly done it. There was absolutely no reason for anyone to be out there with a gun, unless they were poachers, which is almost unheard of in Norway. I've never been so scared in my life, and it definitely took a few years before we went back. I've always been super creeped out by this experience, and I've thought a long time about posting it, but it wasn't until I told one of my friends this story that they pointed out that this might be a Men in Black type story. Anyway, here we go. It was my middle brother's 10th birthday party, so this was 2006, and the woods I grew up as my backyard was Seneca Creek Park, which is also where Blair Witch supposedly took place. My brother's birthday party was pirate themed, and I guess my mom had given us chocolate coins for treasure. I don't really remember why, but all the boys at my party, myself and my mom, walked through the woods before having cake. My youngest brother Jesse, 6 at the time, told me when we got back to the house that he left his coins by the bridge in the woods. That part of the woods was where a fork came in the path. Left was the bridge leading to a walking trail, and right was deeper on the path headed near the creek. So I decided I would go and find his coins, and told him to come with me. Oddly enough, my mom warned us not to go, but we still did, and for some reason she let us. The bridge was about a 5-minute walk from the bottom of our hill that was our backyard. We walked into the woods and everything was normal, just like it was when we were there with the group. We finally made it to the bridge, and I found Jesse's coins right away. I was bent down, and Jesse was behind me, and I looked up while grabbing the coin, and there's a man in all white with a white-brimmed hat. I thought it was a cowboy hat, and then a man behind him wearing all white too, but no hat. They appeared out of nowhere, and I started backing up right away when I saw the first man because I felt pure fear. He saw me scared and backing off, and he said, "I don't bite." That's when I told Jesse to run, and I was screaming run, and we ran home. I didn't even check to see if they were following us, but we ran all the way out of the woods and up the hill screaming, because the group plus my mom were on the back deck. And I knew that if the men knew people were listening for us, maybe they wouldn't chase us. We told the boys and my mom what had happened, and my mom said, "See, I told you so." And that was it. It was so scary, and they truly came out of nowhere. They just appeared. My brother remembers this just as vividly as I do. Has anyone ever encountered men in all white in the woods? I never really knew what all this meant, but it was so creepy, and this is probably the best place to try and figure it out. Thank you for reading this far. I'll try to answer any questions. I live in the countryside of France. My village is settled at the top of a hill and surrounded by forests and crops with no stores nor a bakery. My parents' house is near 2 farms, and behind the garden there are large crops. These are essential elements to the story. The bathroom's window overlooks the garden. Before my parents built a veranda, there were curtains, so every time I closed it when I was going to the bathroom, which made my family laugh. "Why are you closing it? No one's watching you." I was like, "We don't know that. It's just in case." Then the veranda was built, and my dad got rid of the curtains and put strips on the window. I got worried, because I love to know that I have intimacy when going to the bathroom. And I even showed my parents that when we were standing at the end of the garden, we can see us in the bathroom. Of course, they laughed. "You're just being paranoid." Weeks passed, and then I noticed a tractor being parked just at the end of the garden. Every night the tractor was there. My parents also noticed it and thought it was weird. We have lived there for 20 years, and it has never happened before. Sometimes we felt like we were being watched, but we shrugged it off, thinking that we were just being paranoid. My dad came to talk to the farmer to get rid of the tractor, and then it disappeared for a while. Today, I was smoking outside, and my mom came up to me and told me, "I think you're right. We are being watched." Yesterday night, I was going to the bathroom, and the tractor was parked in front of the garden with its headlights illuminating the bathroom's window. I turned the light off and went to the veranda and took a picture. Then he left. I'm glad that I was right, but worried because I don't know how long he or she has been stalking us in the bathroom. What are your thoughts on this? Thanks for reading. I was in Blue Ridge, Georgia and young. Must have been 8 or 9. My parents went for a walk, and I decided to stay home due to the neighbor's dog scaring me so much. I no longer remember what it was that caused me to go outside on the porch, but I did. There, a good 50 feet away from the house, was a young buck, velvety antlers starting to grow. As I stared at it, I had the most bizarre vision. It was like someone suddenly switched my eyes to X-ray, and I panicked that lightning had struck the deer, because it was suddenly inverted and I could see its bones through it. Like an actual X-ray, some coloration, you could see the outline of its entire body, and then its bones as if they were painted over its body. An instant later, my vision corrected. The deer was back to normal, and I had a panic attack in the crawl space. I was scared to be near windows in case it was lightning and I would be struck. This has never happened to me again. Before I start, I want to acknowledge that it's likely that this was just a mountain lion. Either way, it's one of the scariest things that has happened to me in the woods. In early March of 2021, I was just barely recovering from a significant concussion, enough to where I could drive again. I still couldn't work for another few weeks and couldn't look at screens or even read. so I was spending plenty of my time just going on short walks and such to pass the time in ways that didn't aggravate my head. I went to a small trailhead that I hadn't been to before. If it weren't for the trees, I think houses about 1/2 mile away or less would have been visible from the parking lot, so I wasn't exactly deep into the wilderness. I had a weird feeling that I shouldn't go. I was alone, but as always, I was armed with my CCW and figured I was just being goofy because it was a dreary, cloudy day with some chill and a slight breeze. I approached the trailhead feeling very strange, like I shouldn't be there. I saw a single car in the parking area and figured that maybe since a previous car of mine had been broken into at a trailhead a few years previous, I was worried that it would happen again with my car now, being the only other one up there. I backed in and hung out for a few minutes. 2 dudes with fishing poles came from the left, where I couldn't see, but could clearly hear a rushing river. They got in their car and left, and my "I shouldn't be here" sense persisted. Being an idiot, I still got out and headed up the trail. I had no idea how long it was or where it went, but I didn't really intend on going the full way unless it was short. I just wanted to walk for a little while outdoors. The trees hadn't gotten their leaves back, and it was a dreary day as I mentioned earlier, but that usually doesn't put me on edge. As I walked, the strong feeling to turn back got more and more obvious. I felt myself glancing all over literally constantly. It wasn't even fun anymore to be up there. It's only been a couple of minutes too. I mean, the feeling of dread was so immediately strong that I could still see my car in the parking lot when I finally decided that it was time to go, because it has gotten that strong so quickly. I turned around, hand on my pistol in its holster, and stopped to listen. A few seconds after I turned around, I heard a big footstep off to my right. It was a big snap of a branch that had been on the ground already, maybe 25 to 30 yards away. I'm not sure if it matters that the branch was already on the ground, other than I know that it wasn't deadfall. I've been working in audio for way too long and can tell you a lot about an event simply by how it sounds. That might sound silly, but it's important to know that I could 100% tell that it was a footstep that had, likely accidentally, stepped on a branch that was already present on the forest floor. I waited a second or two after this big snap to head out. I looked over at the place that it had come from, able to see what felt like a decent amount because of the lack of leaves on the trees, but I couldn't see anything that looked alive. Not wanting to trigger a pursuit instinct in whatever it was, I started walking down the trail. I had my sidearm in hand, drawn at that point. My car wasn't far, and I'm a naturally fast walker, so this seemed like the best course of action. I got back to my car in a minute or two, and heard nothing at all besides the nearby river rushing by. Having backed into my spot, I started my car and put it in drive, but had my foot on the brakes. I wanted to see if anything came into sight, and then peel out of there if so. Nothing ever showed itself. Not that I could see anyways. As I left the area, the dreadful feeling went away, and I had a normal rest of my day, but shaken up a little. I don't know what it was, and don't make any claims. As I mentioned at the very beginning, it was probably a mountain lion as this occurred near the Box Elder area of Utah, and they're often seen coming down into the cities. So, one still in the mountains, but only half a mile from some fancy houses, probably isn't too strange. Either way, a few things still strike me to this day. 1. Whatever it was, clearly knew that it had revealed itself when it stepped on the branch, and was smart enough to recognize that I immediately looked in its general direction as a result. The fact that something saw me notice its mistake, and that I still saw absolutely nothing in turn during the middle of the day, still freaks me out. Mountain lions are notorious for their natural camouflage, so this still tracks. The sense of dread, number 2, before I even got to the trailhead. I felt this a few times, as you might see in my other post in r/the truth is here. But even then, I didn't feel the same dread like I did here on this little trail. I knew that I was going to be in danger, then ignored that, and then knew there were eyes on me by something that I couldn't see myself. Then that instinctual knowledge was confirmed when there was very clearly a large step taken among the trees to my right. I've had a handful of stories similar to this one that are also 100% real things that have happened to me that I think I'll try to post someday. I keep running into similar situations because I keep going out when I have the sense that I should not. Maybe someday I'll learn. I live in the heart of the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world. This makes for a beautiful, albeit rugged wilderness that can shift from pleasant to dangerous, empty to heavily populated in the blink of an eye. Phoenix and Flagstaff are separated by roughly 100 or so miles of pretty isolated backwoods driving. There is one stretch between communities where there aren't homes or residential areas at all for about 50 of those miles. This is national forest for outdoor recreation. The only buildings are ranger stations and one space observatory that is pretty far back into the forest. The observatory has many weird legends about it, like being privately owned by the Vatican, which there is some evidence for. My mom was driving between townships in this very isolated span of woodland when she came upon a boy walking down the roadway. He looked to be maybe 15 years old. My mom doesn't stop for people as a general rule, but she turned around and decided to help the kid out. Only when she circled back around did she realize her mistake. The pedestrian wasn't a boy, but a small man close to her age. He had boyish characteristics, but was dirty and strange. Even his clothes were weird, almost too plain, as if handmade. He tried to get in the car, but my mom kept it locked. She questioned him for a bit and learned that he was an android, trying to make his way back to the colony. He explained that there was a camp of homeless people, what he called vagrants, that were being reconfigured into androids. These androids weren't allowed to drive or interact with humans as a whole. That was not unless they became separated from the rest of the colony. This wouldn't stand out as strange if not for all the other stories that I've heard about this place. A ramshackle place with plywood buildings and other roadside trash coaxed into shelter. Cult and commune are the usual labels. And word is, they all dress exactly the same. In late summer of 2019, I'd say maybe a couple of miles away from Montello, I was walking down in the woods in Marquette County, Wisconsin. I decided to go in the night after dark because there would be no heat, and I didn't want to get heat stroke out there. I was taking a walk on a foot trail some people used and made, but it's not an actual trail on any maps. Anyways, moments before the experience happened, I checked my phone and it was 1:42 a.m. A couple of minutes later I hear, "Hey bro, can you help me?" from a direction I was facing, and I said, "With what?" They said come closer, which made me choose to run back down the way that I came. And yes, I got chased down and heard, "I need some help, bro." Funnily enough, a deputy was driving by as I floored it out of there, as the dude hit my car with a knife, scratched my truck a bit, and dented it. This happened in September. No, the deputy did not do anything, as I don't think that they really cared. I was camping with my kids when I woke up to the sound of blood-curdling screaming. It was my own kids screaming. They were pointing at the tent door. The zipper was unzipping, and a tiny hand came in and was trying to pull my backpack out. I forgot that there were raisins in it. Raccoons. My kids were terrified of raccoons before this happened, so their screaming was intense. They calmed down after a couple of minutes, and I expected to hear someone shout, "Everything okay over there?" or for a park ranger to walk up, because there were lots of campers in sites nearby, and my kids were screaming bloody murder, like straight from a horror movie. But no one checked on us. I imagine maybe they were all laying there too scared to move, in case they were the next ones to be murdered, and that maybe they are still wondering about the screaming ghosts or unreported murder to this day. This all happened back in 2020. I'm a 21-year-old female from Australia, and the legal drinking age here is 18. This happened in October, probably a couple of days after my birthday. I had just turned 18, and my family and friends wanted to celebrate by taking me to every pub and club in my hometown. I live in a relatively small town with only 3 nightclubs and probably 10 popular pubs. The entire night was a blast. The last place we went to was a nightclub, and we ended up making friends with some backpackers that were out. They invited us back to a hostel nearby where we could continue to party. I obviously didn't know any of these people until that night, but I could see who was a part of the group and who wasn't, and even in my drunken state, I had this weird gut feeling about one of the guys who was hanging around our group. I just noticed that he didn't seem to be talking to anyone, and no one had said a word to him while we were still at the club. After we left the club and started heading up the road to the hostel, I noticed that man that I had a bad feeling about was following us. I guess I had just explained this away by telling myself that perhaps the people that we were with did know this guy, or maybe he was staying at the same hostel. Every time I made eye contact with this man, he gave me a very creepy smile. Once we arrived at the hostel, we walked up a long flight of stairs and walked down a pretty dirty and run-down hallway. We entered the community kitchen/lounging area where everyone was dancing and talking. Half the group was on one side of the room, sitting around a table smoking weed and chatting, and the other half was closer to the doorway, singing and dancing to very loud music. I guess it must have been an hour or so of this, and I had not noticed the creepy man, but it wasn't long until I did. I saw that he started standing near the doorway, and I became immediately aware of this, as I could sense that he was eyeing me down while I was dancing with one of the girls that I had made friends with. At some point, she walked away, and for no longer than 5 minutes, and immediately the creepy guy approached me and tried to start dancing with me. I was naive and extremely wasted, so I wasn't aware of how stupid my decisions were at the time. So I just smiled and continued to dance, leaving a little distance between us. Now, this is where it starts to get scary. And the creepy man quickly came right up to me and grabbed my arm. It took me a minute to realize what was happening, but once I did, I saw that he was pulling me towards the doorway. I tried to yank my arm back away from him, but his grip was very tight. This man must have been in his late 30s or more. I quickly realized what his intentions were because of how tightly he was holding me so that I could not pull away. In the last few seconds of this encounter, I started to panic as the music was very loud, so no one would hear me if I screamed, and I did not know my way around this building. As I was realizing the gravity of the situation, the girl I had been dancing with earlier had noticed what was going on and ran over. She grabbed me and pulled me away from the creep. I suppose because of the alcohol, we did not tell anyone what had happened, and I did not mention this to any of my family at the time. I guess I never really acknowledged how close I came that night to being in danger, until recently. But I will forever be grateful to the girl that saved me from the creep that night. Thank you for reading. Some friends and I took a trip to Cincinnati to play in an SCG. For all people who do this, it's not all about how fancy the room is, since you're going to be playing all day. So I booked us this cheap room super close to the event. We pulled up around 6 a.m. so we could settle in and then register. This place was really creepy. One, it's kind of away from things. We pull into the parking lot, and there was a room on the bottom floor with its door wide open. As we're parking, a man was standing and appeared in the door frame with a camcorder. This guy's room at a glance looked like he was living there, not staying the weekend. As we were walking in to register, he definitely was watching us, as he's following us with his camera as we were walking. That was the first creepy incident. Later that night, we come back to sleep, and there he is again. But this time, he makes it known that he acknowledges us by giving us a head nod. This time, you can hear other people. Later on, we went to grab some ice, and the guy and what could appear to be his family was hanging out in the parking lot drinking beers and smoking with that same camera. So we head to bed, and a couple of friends decide to draft a couple of packs that they bought with some beer, and a friend decides to go grab a Coke from the machine. He uses the elevator. The door opens, and there stands a boy, only wearing a diaper. Please understand that this was about 2 a.m. with no adults in sight. The boy follows him out, and as he's picking his drink, the little boy is trying to hit the button as well. So he gave him a little hand check. The boy went his way, and my friend went to bed to wake the next day to tell us about this crazy stuff. I feel like this could have went sideways real quick. This happened not too long ago. Although it's not too crazy, it definitely had me freaking out after it occurred. It probably didn't help that I frequent this subreddit very often. I had just moved to a new apartment building, and it was my first time living alone. It was actually my first day, and I had moved my stuff in and headed to school and was coming home for the evening. My parking is in an underground basement, which was scary, as is for the first few days. So I would always leave my car and book it to the elevator so that I could get out of there. As I stood waiting, it was taking quite a while for the elevator to come down, and I could hear it beeping on the different floors that it was stopping at. Once it finally arrived, the doors opened and there was a tall guy that was clearly disheveled and on something. The minute I made eye contact with him, my senses went off, and I get the most uneasy feeling. I hesitated, as I was on the last floor, so whenever someone was in the elevator, they were always getting out, and I waited for him to do the same. Instead, he just stood there staring at me, and I managed to blurt out, "Are you going up?" He mumbled some sort of yeah. Alarm bells were going off, but I thought maybe I was overthinking, so I awkwardly walked in and stood against the wall as far as I could from him. I asked him what floor, as there was no floor selected, and he stuttered between numbers, and happened to say the same floor that I was getting off on, which scared me even more. I tried not to panic, but as soon as I entered, I tried to keep my gaze down, but he was just facing and staring at me with the most uncomfortable look in his eyes. The minute the elevator started going up, he started to shuffle and was moving towards me when it ended up stopping on the first floor in the lobby. I was in the left corner near the doors, and he was basically right in front of the door, stepping towards me when the doors opened. I was honestly freaking out, and as soon as the door slid open, I scooched out and went straight out the doors onto the main street. I stood there for a few minutes with my heart pounding because of how scared I was, and I remember him staring at me confused for a minute, and then he stayed back in the elevator as the doors closed. I remember that there were two guys standing in the lobby who witnessed the whole thing, and I nervously laughed that I was just creeped out by the guy in the elevator. I believe that they were just door dashers, so they stared at me and they were like, "Okay." I ended up taking the stairs up and was scared out of my mind. I was praying that he was just someone's guest, hence why he was so confused and weird. My dad came to visit me the very next day, and I was telling him how badly the guy freaked me out, and that same night we ran into him again. He was waiting for the elevator, and the minute I saw him, I told my dad and made him take the stairs with me again. Thank God I haven't seen him again, so I'm really hoping that he was just a guest. But if I ever see an elevator with just one dude in it, I do not take the risk. May have just been me overthinking, but something was definitely not right with him. Tonight, I was out riding a little motorcycle that I was doing some work on, up and down my street, making sure the chain stayed tight. My engine shut off. I tried to start it a few times, out of gas. So I start walking it back to my house, and I see a man with no shirt covered in tattoos walking straight towards me. Immediately, I had a terrible feeling. This guy isn't just crossing the street. He's approaching me, saying absolutely nothing. He had this look on his face, not friendly, like he wanted to eat me. I realized I had no weapons, not even my phone. I keep walking. He gets about 4 feet from me and throws his hands up and says, "What's up?" I don't say anything back and keep walking. I look towards my house to see if my brother, who was helping me work on the bike, was standing on the corner, but I didn't see him. Oh boy. The guy asked something along the lines of, "I've got a question," to which I responded, "Nah, man, I'm not. I can't." I just kept walking, mind racing. He says something else that I couldn't quite hear over my own adrenaline. He's following. What do? Do I throw the bike down and run for my life? My ACL is completely torn in my left knee. I could collapse. Do I yell for my brother? That could escalate things. So I went with instinct. Get the heck out of there. My fear was definitely noticeable. My pace was now a speed walk. I check my back every few seconds and he's still following me from a distance. Whatever I'm doing, it's working. Or maybe it's not, and this guy is holding back. He's still following me, but I'm moving much faster. I make it to the corner of my little townhouse street, and my brother comes around it at the same time. I tell him we're in danger and to run to the garage. We ran as fast as we could and made it into the garage where I dropped the bike and hit the garage door button. Had my brother lock the doors while I grabbed a firearm. I called the non-emergency police number and warned them about him. My main concern was that I felt lucky to be alive, but the next person they encounter might not have that on their side. Before I go to bed, I will have to secure the perimeter Steven Seagal style. I live with a Great Dane, which makes me feel safer, but I'd hate for him to get hurt. Wish me luck. Short backstory. This happened almost a year ago. I'm a 19-year-old female and I live in a small town in Australia. I always take my 13-year-old Jack Russell mix for a short 20-ish minute walk down the road at about 7 to 7:30 p.m. On this night, I had to take him at about 8 to 8:30 p.m. as I had to work late, and the sun was just setting to the point where I can see, but not very well. That could have just been my poor eyesight, but it was enough to manage without needing a flashlight. Although I did have one on me, I just didn't want to use it. We had just made our loop around a small community garden. As I was leaving the gate, I looked to my right and saw a person in all black heading towards me. I was also wearing all black, so we both looked pretty suspicious. But out of panic, I crossed the road and headed left. They did the same not 1 second later. I'm a naturally fast walker, but I made myself go faster. All I had to do was cross the road one more time and turn right, go down a few houses, and then I'm home. So, walking faster, but not enough to where it was obvious, I crossed the road and turned right. This person didn't cross the road, but turned right and stayed on the other side of the road. We were about parallel to each other on the street. I knew that if I crossed, I could run, and I wasn't too far from home. When I got into my yard, the person stopped across the road. At this point, I realized the door was locked and I didn't have a key. The person stayed across the road, so I rang the bell and was pounding on the door. My older brother answered, and the person had just made it into our yard. My brother told the person to leave and walked back the way we came. My brother asked who it was, and I explained all of this to him. From this day, I take my dog for a walk before work, early morning rather than after work at night. I do enjoy sunset walks, but for my safety, I have stopped, even a year later. I was on a long drive and decided to spend the night at a crappy motel in Chattanooga. I had the lights on and didn't draw the blinds all the way, and was laying on the bed with a window above the headboard. I sat up briefly to plug in my phone and noticed what looked like the figure of a man through the blinds. I immediately got up and opened the blinds, and lo and behold, there was this guy with his hands in his coat pockets and hat pulled over his face staring at me. I could tell that he wasn't homeless. I yelled at him through the window, "What the heck? Get out of here." And he quickly turned away and walked away nervously. Probably a voyeurist hoping that a woman was going to walk naked out of the shower. In any case, it was creepy, especially given how little there was around. This happened pretty recently. I, a 23-year-old female, work in property management. I was not supposed to be working alone that day, but my manager and coworker called in sick, and my other coworker had requested time off that we all forgot about. I voiced my concerns because the property is in a crime-ridden area, and I've had some bad experiences in the past. I actually transitioned to a different role because I no longer felt safe. But they offered me a lot of money to come back, so I did. The front doors stay unlocked during business hours, so literally anybody could just walk in. Also, it's a large and busy property. I needed someone with me just to help me with all the tours and residents. Nobody was able to do anything, so I called one of our sister properties and begged for their leaser to help me. They agreed, but the leaser was going to have to leave early. I agreed and was just happy to have someone helping me. Flash forward to an hour before closing, and the leaser had to go. Literally as she walked out, this disgruntled man walked in holding a duffel bag. I hate to profile him, but he was clearly homeless and not all there mentally. He walked up to me and handed me his ID. I asked how I could help him, and all he could say was, "You don't respect veterans." I again asked how I could help him, and he couldn't give me a straight answer. I was getting fed up when the coworker who had requested the day off happened to come in just to say hi. My coworker instantly knew something was off, so he came over to investigate. The homeless guy didn't like my coworker asking him all these questions, so he opened up his duffel bag and started sorting through it. He pulled out a piece of woman's lingerie and threw it on my desk. Then he pulled out a box, and in that box was an SD card. He was trying to put it into my computer, and I told him not to do that. He listened to me, but proceeded to rummage through his bag. He seemed very irritated because we kept telling him, "If you can't tell us how we can help you, then you need to leave." At this point, I'm getting scared that he's going to pull out a gun and just light us up. Instead of a gun, he pulled out a knife. Instantly, both me and my coworker start screaming at him to put the knife away and leave. He eventually did put the knife away, but he refused to leave. I messaged my manager who was out sick, but lived on site to please call the cops, and told him that there was a guy with a knife in the office. My coworker who was with me didn't physically force him out, but he guided him out by walking towards him and making himself look threatening. Finally, the dude leaves, and we immediately lock the doors. He kept trying to come back in and was cussing up a storm outside. Eventually, he made his way to the convenience store that is attached to the building. Within 30 seconds of him going in, about 4 squad cars pulled up. We pointed at the store and they ran in there. The guy got aggressive with the police, so they beat him and ended up detaining him. I told the police to look in his bag for the knife and they found it. I identified the weapon and answered some of the police questions. I didn't press charges because this was clearly a mental health crisis, and jail isn't going to reform that. He needs serious professional help. The DA pressed charges on my behalf, and the courts granted me a protection order. They also let him go without bail. The last update that I got was that he didn't show up to his court hearing, and now there's a warrant out for his arrest. I wonder why. I've not seen him since the event took place, and that is all that I really care about. This happened when I was about 14 or 15 years old. I'm 18 years old now, and for a little bit of context, I hated anyone touching my hair. And my mom would sometimes touch my hair and talk about how much she loves it because it was curly and thick. And I'd always be like, "Ooh, Mom, don't do that." And it was a mutual understanding that I disliked it when people touch my hair, even family. So we were in Dollar Tree, buying some snacks and stuff, standing in the checkout line, and I'm behind my mom just zoning out. And I feel someone behind me toss my hair up and just started touching it and was like, "I love your hair." This was really creepy. Actually, she just came behind me and started touching my hair with no warning and complimenting me, like about how it was so thick and pretty. And like, "Thank you, but come on." My mom kind of brushed it off and was like, "Yeah, I know you don't like it when people touch your hair," but I was mortified. Thankfully, I've had no more hair touchers. But don't just sneak up on a teenage girl and touch their hair with no warning. That's freaky. I saw a post on Let's Not Meet about a hair sniffer at the pharmacy, and it reminded me of this encounter. Edit. Just to clarify, since I see some people talking about it and don't want to give off the wrong impression, I'm not a person of color, and I don't have 4C hair. Also, the more I think about it, the more I realize that at the time my hair was very damaged because I was bleaching it a lot. It was not pretty, nor very well taken care of. This one's short, but considerably creepy. For context, I was about 10 or 11 when this happened. I live fairly close to a mental health facility for middle-aged to elderly patients who require psychiatric care. You can see it from one of my friend's gardens. One day, me and all my friends are outside playing, chilling, hanging out, the usual. One of the workers from said facility approaches us and asked if we've seen X person with Y and Z clothing and characteristics. Nope. Thinking nothing of it, we just kick about as normal. A couple of days pass, and one of my friends, who's been staying out late and having sleepovers with other friends, tells us that things have went missing from his house, specifically his bedroom. We are all of the opinion that he's just being silly and trying to get a laugh out of us. Either that or his mom moved him. Again, we forget about it. We are all out the next day. Friend is nowhere to be seen. There's a police car outside his house, and again, a bit of commotion and hassle in the immediate area. Confused and curious kids, we check it out. My friend appears and tells us the most spine-chilling story. That morning, he's walking upstairs in his home, and from his point of view, you can see into his room, and specifically under his bed. To his horror, there's a grown adult hiding under his bed, asleep. Long story short, it's the missing patient, and he'd been in the house for the last 2 days, whilst the man posed no significant danger and didn't have any malicious intent. This still creeps me out to this day. Normally, I wouldn't have believed him, but his mom confirmed it, and it was the talk of the neighborhood for a while. Safe to say, I never stayed at his house again, or even stepped foot inside of his house. So this happened to me about a year ago. I had just shifted to a new city for work. I was a 23-year-old female at that time and living alone. On that particular day, I was working from home and I heard a knock on the door. I was preoccupied with something and opened the door without checking the keyhole. There was a Sikh man at the door. Sikhism is a religion in India, and people who belong to this religion wear a turban. He told me that he was collecting a donation for Langar. Langar is a community kitchen of a Gurudwara, a place of worship of Sikhs, where people are fed irrespective of their caste, economic status, religion, etc. I decided to donate some money, and as I was reaching for my purse, he told me that he has something to say. He went on to guess my parents' name, the exam that I was preparing for, and many such information that was not available on social media, and only someone who was close to me would know. At this point, I started to freak out and wanted to get rid of him, and he could sense that I was freaking out, and kept telling me to not be scared and to maintain eye contact. This went on for a good 10 to 15 minutes, and then he told me to donate 7,000 rupees, and I will be blessed with good fortune. I told him I cannot pay that amount, but he was insistent, but I was firm with my decision. Then he asked me to give at least 500 rupees. I gave him the money because I wanted to get rid of him. This incident really creeped me out. I still don't know how he got all the information. I was new to the city, so nobody from the city knew of any of this information. I later found out from a friend that in Sikhism, they do not go door to door to collect money, and if people want to donate money, they have to directly donate it to the Gurudwara. So basically, this guy was a con artist dressed as a Sikh person, but how he knew so much about me is still beyond me. So, at the time of this story, I was a 6-year-old female, and I was coming home from the movies. I was with my little brother, who was 3, so we were pretty small. First, we had to drop off my aunt, so my mom headed that way, and I was just playing on my tablet, and we got to my aunt's house. My mom went inside with my aunt. 3 to 5 minutes pass. I see a man walking by the car, and he opens the car door. I was in the back and quickly turned off my tablet, ducking a little. I glanced at my brother. I wanted to say something, but I didn't. I think he was asleep. It was pretty late, 9 to 11 p.m. I heard him rummaging through my mom's cup holders. Then he closed the door and walked off with his hands in his pockets. Right after, my mom came in and she didn't see her phone. She took me and my brother inside my aunt's house and they had the cops called. I described the man and went home not thinking anything of it. I still wonder what or if he had any other motives. What if he did see me or my little brother? It's not too scary, but I just think, what would have happened? About 3 years ago, when I was 18, I was working as a waiter in a restaurant in the mall. I'm very introverted, but it never affected my relationship with customers. But speaking to people I wasn't serving gave me major butterflies. I had just finished my shift around 1700 and was walking out, when I noticed a woman who looked in pain holding her stomach was looking at me. I had to walk past her to get to the exit, and I was trying to avoid her because I was not looking for conversation, and I hated when people asked me for money. I know it's selfish, but I worked really hard for the little money that the customers tipped me that day. I maneuvered my way around the people, but she called out to me, I acted like I didn't hear her and moved faster. Eventually, she ran to me and grabbed my arm, crying, "Please, please, brother. I got children, and I got cancer of the tummy." She lifted up her dirty shirt and showed me a large surgery wound across her stomach. I told her that I didn't have anything, but she continued to badger me. Eventually, I just ran to the stairs and went upstairs, and I saw her chasing me, but I was way faster than she was. She slowed down at the second case to catch her breath, and I turned in to get off at the third floor where she could not see me. I took the elevator next to the stairs back to the first floor so that I could get to the exit. Eventually, I got to the bus stop and was on my way home. When I got off at my stop, I went to the corner shop to get bread. At the end of the road, I saw the woman from the mall and her boyfriend. They must have definitely seen me, even though I made a solid effort to take a way longer way home so that they wouldn't have seen me. Around 1900, I get a knock at my gate. I live in a house that has 2 slide gates in front of the main entrance. I looked out of the window, and to my horror, I saw the woman and her boyfriend. I stayed quiet and hoped that they would just go away, but they stayed outside my house for 2 hours until my parents arrived. They begged my parents for money or food to feed their kids. My father found it weird that they were there at 2100, so he told them that we didn't have anything and to get away from the house before they called the police. Surprisingly, they left without any hassle. I told my parents that these people were begging me for money at the mall and that they followed me home and stayed outside the house for 2 hours. Thankfully, we never saw them again after that day. I used to be an assistant martial arts teacher at a school that taught kids aged 5 to 18. It was located on a military base, so we had a variety of students who had traveled around the world and had experienced more than most kids their age. Different personalities, open minds, and a willingness to explore were common traits among the children. There was this one little girl who possessed a completely different trait. I was 20 years old at the time, and this girl, let's call her Olivia, was around 10 years old. She had black hair, a fair complexion, and was always smiling. She became quite attached to me and always found ways to get my attention. Sometimes she would run up to me, playfully hit me, and then run away giggling. Other times she would misbehave in class out of spite just to gain my attention. Overall, she seemed like a normal young girl, discovering herself and the world around her. That's what anyone would assume. However, one day, I noticed that Olivia began acting strangely, unlike her usual self. She appeared heartbroken about something, looking tired, yet antsy and nervous. I asked her if she was okay, but she simply replied with a yes and didn't elaborate. I would have raised my concerns with her parents, but they were never present. As the days went by, Olivia continued to appear downcast and sad. Then, one afternoon after class, she ran up to me with her familiar smile on her face, the one that always made me smile too. She handed me a folded piece of paper. "What's this?" I asked, starting to unfold it. "I drew it for you," Olivia said with a smile, giggling. As soon as I saw what she had drawn, shock instantly coursed through me, leaving me at a loss for words. A chill ran up my spine and my hands trembled. It was a crude drawing of me dressed in my martial arts uniform, with Olivia depicted stabbing me with a kitchen knife. Multiple stab wounds on my body were oozing blood, which also covered Olivia and the knife that she held. Strangely, both of us were smiling in the drawing. "It's me killing you," Olivia exclaimed, laughing. I quickly folded up the drawing and returned it to her. "Thank you, Olivia, but you can keep it," I said, my voice still flat, still in a state of shock. I didn't see her that afternoon. She had quit the class. Deep down, I felt relieved that she had decided to quit. Even though Olivia had left, her impact remained. I was left grappling with unease that refused to subside. The image of her drawing was etched into my mind. an eerie reminder of the complex emotions that children can harbor. I don't know where Olivia may be in life now. She would be the age that I was at the time that she handed me that drawing. I hope she's a healthy young woman, mentally sound and living a good life. I only hope that the drawing was a single occurrence with Olivia, and no one else had to experience such a disturbing situation like I did that afternoon. I'm not much of a storyteller, so I'm going to jump right into it. I'm a 23-year-old female, and I attended a Halloween costume party this past weekend. I had gone with a couple of my friends to a mutual friend's house. There was a big bonfire, booze, and some of that green stuff going around, so there was a big crowd. To make matters a little creepier, the friend's house is far off the main road, no neighbors for miles, surrounded by sugarcane fields, and the nearest paved road was about 2 miles up the dirt road that you had to drive down to actually reach the house. Given the natural spooky season vibe, there was a natural chill factor. I was getting food from the food table when a guy walked up and stood across from me. He was wearing a burlap scarecrow-looking mask. I've seen it before at part stores. It's creepy, yet very commercial-looking. Halloween is just a night for girls to dress up like skanks. Nice to meet you too. Now, get away from the mac and cheese, please. I can't believe you actually left the house like that. What did I do to you? I'm just trying to get my mac and cheese and buffalo chicken dip. I ignored this guy because I could immediately tell that he was hoping for some kind of attention. It's a little tight around the top, isn't it? Okay, Scarecrow. I don't know how Dorothy did things in Oz, but I can't necessarily control how manufacturers make costumes. And it's a Ghostbuster costume. I know, skanky as you would put it. Have fun doing whatever it is that you're doing, I said, as I got my food and walked back towards my friends. Something about the Scarecrow seemed off, aside from his abrasive personality. I tried my best to avoid looking in his direction, but when I did, he was either sitting alone or attempting to talk to some girl that managed to find herself briefly alone. I had lost my friends for a short time, and my good pal the Scarecrow came over and had a seat next to me. He just sat cross-legged and let his arms drape over a surface behind him. "Where do you stay at?" he asked. I got up and walked away. I don't know what world he lives in where he thinks that I would answer that question. At least, no one that I live on. I knew probably about 60% of the party, but I couldn't place his voice. It didn't sound familiar from voice alone. Nerd moment, but he kind of sounded like the Bretons from Skyrim. I hope someone knows what that means. I told my friend whose party we were at that the Scarecrow was being a little creepy for my taste. I asked if she knew who it was, but she claims that she hadn't seen anyone in that costume. I pointed him out to her, but she didn't know who he was. It was getting late, and I was attempting to leave. I was only one of maybe a dozen people left standing. The rest had either gone home or were dealing with alcohol-related roadblocks in their journey home. There hadn't been any sign of the Scarecrow for about an hour. As I'm about to get in my car, look what the cat dragged in. A 6-foot-tall Scarecrow man who thought that it was a great idea to pop out from behind a vehicle. What's your problem? I've been trying to talk to you all night and you won't give me any of your time. That's the problem. You all look like people, like me, like we're not good enough. Geez, this was uncomfortable. I wasn't talking to him because he was being disrespectful. He was mean and a jerk. And this was just another step towards being uncomfortable. I wouldn't give somebody like that my time. I told him that I wasn't interested and that I needed him to leave me alone. He kept rambling on, and I finally asked who he was. His response was simple and unsettling. He chuckled and said, "I wouldn't dare show you what's underneath, Carly Beth." That's a line from Goosebumps, to those of you that don't know. I had to look it up because it sounded familiar. Suddenly, my friends and boyfriend ran over towards me and stopped when he was between me and the Scarecrow guy, out of breath. "Sorry," my friend's name, "told me to walk you to your car," he said. He looked at the scarecrow and waved him off and told him to fly away, little canary. The scarecrow guy turned away and left. Not sure where he went, but it wasn't near me. I was finally able to leave in peace, but I kept checking my rearview mirrors for anyone that might be following me, because I'm also really cautious. I checked under my car for tracking devices. Maybe a bit of an overreaction, but I've never been kidnapped. I texted my friend and asked about the guy. She still doesn't know who he was, but she theorizes that it was a party crasher who showed up with the intention of scaring people. Regardless, it was creepy, and I hope that me and this scarecrow never meet again. So this happened about 11 years ago when I was about 16. Those days, after school let out, my grandparents would drop me off at a local youth center. It was a very small, old building on a rundown street. Right next to the youth center, there was a bar. I had been told time and time again to never play around outside. Since the area was rough, anything could happen. Now, for a little bit of extra context, the youth center receptionist/guide sat at a desk and watched over everyone. They also had a camera system mounted on a wall inside to ensure visitors in the front area were safe. One day, there was 4 of us at the center. We were all doing our own thing, working on homework, reading, playing games, etc. Kyle, a friend that I had made at the center, stopped by. Now, Kyle was a grade above me. Nice enough too, but he was a little bossy. Anyway, he grew bored sitting with us and said that he wanted some air, pressuring me. Come on, are you really scared? At this time, it was getting dark out. I could see the sky going black from the front window. For some reason, we still followed him outside. I remember trailing him across the street to a big dirt lot full of debris. As we huddled all together, laughing and dancing and just goofing. That is, until we saw a strange man waddling down the empty street towards us. He was about 30, had tousled neck-length brown hair. He was skinny, pale, dressed in a dirty hoodie and jeans. He was smiling a lot, like creeper-level smile. Hey, he rasped. You kids having fun? Kyle was unfazed, cheerfully answered with a duh. The rest of us were quiet, put off by the man's arrival. Want to come hang with me? This moment stays with me, because I remember getting a bad feeling in my stomach, like I knew that he could hurt us. And then the man tucked a hand into his hoodie, slowly, deliberately. Kyle and I started making a bunch of noise, and we all booked it back across the street. I heard the man's hyena shriek laughter as we ran into the center. I'm forever grateful that we got out of that situation safely. After that scare, I continued to visit the center. Never mentioned the incident to my family, but I was much more careful staying indoors. Always trust your gut, folks. Okay, so just to preface this was on Friday the 27th, and my boyfriend and I had smoked cannabis before going out to eat and catch a movie. So my friend and I are in line at BK and trying to decide if we want to split a meal or get separate meals. My friend orders her food, and when I get to order, I straight up get asked if we smoked weed. My first thought and question was, is it that noticeable? Now, I could barely hear this guy because he was speaking low, but he was asking about a certain strain that I could really care less about. But it gets to the point where he tells me how much I could get for a certain price point, which I said I would keep in mind. Now, my friend and I didn't spray any perfume or body spray. We normally do, but we completely forgot to. I get to the table. My friend picked out, and I start telling her about what just happened. Not even a minute after I sat down does this guy come over and pass me a folded up napkin of this weed to sample. Now, my friend and I are just shocked and talk about this. I ended up putting the napkin in my bra because it was the only place that I could. I had no pockets. This guy ends up coming to our table 3 to 4 more times within a span of 15 to 20 minutes. When I went up to get my food before these other encounters occurred, this guy let me know that he got off at 7:30 p.m. and asked if we wanted to hang out. I straight up said that my friend and I were going on a date and we're going to a movie straight after this. After I got my food, this guy stopped at our table to ask what movies were playing, what his name was. I don't remember what he said, just that it has something to do with California's state bird. And the other times, I can't remember why he came over. He just spoke to me and not my friend, and I could tell that this guy was trying to get some information on me. Now, I'm a very private person, and also a very cautious person. I could tell that this guy was trying something and I acted dumb, even though I knew what was going on. My friend had noticed that after the last time he came over, that this guy was staring at me anytime he passed by. I could tell that he was staring at me because of the windows that made a reflection because my back was to him. It got to a point where I told my friend that we needed to hurry because this is making me uncomfortable. So we finished quickly and left. Now, my friend and I did originally go to the movie theater, but we decided to watch the movie at home because of how busy it was. When we decided to watch the movie at my place, we tried to hurry and leave because of the time, and that guy was going to be off any minute. I don't think I'll be going to Burger King anytime soon because my hair color is blue. It's very noticeable and not many people have that color in my town. Plus, it's a smallish town. I hope to never meet this guy again, and if I do, I may have to have a backbone, especially if he acts like he did this time. Not a very interesting story, and also trying to tell things days later doesn't help, but that's my creepy encounter. I'm a 17-year-old female, and I had a creepy encounter the night that I'm writing this. My parents opened up a haunted house in my dad's shop, and we had a few actors. Names obviously changed to their role. The actors were me, my dad, my mom, my sister, Bear, Ghostface, Cheerleader, Alien, Prisoner, Doll, and Skeleton. I know it's a lot. Let me explain how the setup was. The shop has a store in the front, a gym in the middle, storage in the back. Dad would lead the patron into the front of the store and ring the bell to let us know to get ready. Then the patron would pass Bear and Ghostface. Then they would get jump scared by Cheerleader, me, and Prisoner, and then pass through the rest. Alien would follow them. Simple. So when we were near the end of our time, Dad let in a guy, like normal. He shall be known as Creepy Guy. I think now that I should mention that most of us were minors. Sister, Bear, Ghostface, and Skeleton are middle schoolers, and Cheerleader, Alien, and I are high schoolers. Creepy Guy touched Bear's shoulders and almost pulled a knife on Bear and Ghostface. After he passed them, he didn't notice Cheerleader, but grabbed Alien and scratched his arm. After that, he stared at Prisoner and ignored me. He then started speaking in a different language. It sounded like chanting, but I don't know, towards Skeleton, Doll, and Sister. Mom then ran him off. We were on edge for the rest of the night. I have 3 theories. Theory 1, he was a druggie, commonplace in my town. Theory 2, he was a really religious man praying over us. Or Theory 3, he was cursing us. I'm leaning towards 2, but it was still very creepy. I'm not entirely sure if this is the right place for this, but here it goes. For some context, I'm a 30-year-old white guy. Anyways, I decided to go to TJ Maxx on a Saturday, which was already a bad decision to begin with. I get there and I go to the guys section. As I'm hunting through some pants, this guy, 30-ish, close to me strikes up a conversation about how busy it is and blah blah blah. I entertain it and I'm polite. He proceeds to ask me more probing questions about what I do for a living, and then about my plans for the future. I'm not really in the mood to give my life story, so I find a polite way to see myself out of this conversation. I leave and make my way to a different section of the store. Long story short, 3 more guys around the same age try to strike up a conversation about the store and the deals. One guy even proceeds to mention how he loves thrifting, as he has on a Supreme shirt. No judgment thrown towards that type of stuff, and maybe he even thrifted that piece. It all just seems really convenient and strange. I've never had this happen to me before while out shopping. The only thing that I could think of is maybe some sort of secret shopper thing, or some scam that they're running. Has anyone else ever experienced this? I'm a 35-year-old female, and I used to work at a small startup that had a small warehouse in the city. I enjoyed it because it had great benefits, perks, and a pretty easy commute. I just walked a few blocks to the metro line in our city. Usually I worked the day shift, so my walk to the station wasn't too bad. I just encountered normal city life. On the occasional time that I worked into the night, I usually walked with some coworkers I knew, or my then boyfriend would pick me up. If I had to make the walk by myself, I'd wear giant headphones to deter catcalls and other annoyances. I had a doctor's appointment that morning and was allowed to make up my shift by staying after the day shift crew left. However, I finished my shift before the rest of the evening crew, which meant that I had to make the walk by myself that day. It was already dark, and the street was pretty much deserted, except for this one really tall burly dude walking just ahead of me yelling into his phone. I had my headphones on but nothing playing because I wanted to be aware of my surroundings. Big burly guy sounded angry and didn't turn back to look at me until after he yelled into the phone. I did my part, and now it's up to you to get rid of the body. I don't care what you do, just make it disappear. Then he turned around and stopped walking, looking at me surprised. I quickly stopped to not run into him and give an awkward grimace/smile, acting like I hadn't just heard him say that because I was listening to music. At the next crosswalk, I quickly crossed the street. He just stared, standing in place until I was a block away, and then turned the corner and disappeared. I don't know if this guy actually knew that I was behind him and said that to scare me because he thought that I was listening into his conversation. I hope. Or he was up to no good. But that was super creepy. I've never walked to the metro when it was dark after that by myself. I either had a ride or a buddy to walk with. When I was around 10, Thanksgiving was hosted at my house. There was already some family drama between 2 of my aunts from years before. They refused to attend the same parties and never wanted to speak of the other or about anything involving my cousins. I was much older when I finally knew why. Apparently, Aunt A thought that Aunt B was trying to sleep with her husband when Aunt B denied the accusation, claiming that they were just good friends. Aunt A refused to ever speak to Aunt B again and vice versa. Anyways, Thanksgiving at my house this particular year, a truce was set and everyone was invited for dinner. Naturally, each aunt was in their separate corner with their kids, and each generally ignored one another. But there weren't any slight glances or whispered insults, so we had dinner in peace. Now the drama begins. Aunt B decided to leave the party first. She said her farewells and grabbed her kids to load them in the car. My mom, a few more aunts, and cousins went out with her to thank her for coming and being a good sport. Her eldest son, my least favorite cousin, was approached by a little girl walking his way from across the street. She said hello and asked if so-and-so was his dad. He said yeah, and she straight up said, "He's my dad too. You're my brother." Dead silence. Everyone knew that it was true except for my aunt and her kids. The reason I didn't like this cousin was because he was just like his dad. Arrogant, stubborn, macho, etc. The apple did not fall far from the tree. Whenever her husband came to drink at parties without his wife, he'd laugh about all of his affairs and the hush money that he paid to keep the other kids fed. He mocked the man who was raising his kids as his own, and who knew his wife was openly unfaithful. I had no doubts that my cousin would be just as scummy when he grew up. He made a disgusted face and told her that she was too dirty and full of fleas to be anything special. She started crying, and Aunt B called her a little liar and that she needed to go back home instead of spreading lies. She shoved my cousin in the car and drove away. The girl ran back home. We were all shocked into silence, but my mom was angry. She immediately went to Aunt A and demanded to know if she'd been the one to orchestrate everything. She denied it, but for someone who loved gossip, she was very cool about the whole thing. Everyone knew. After everyone left, I asked my mom why no one ever told Aunt B about her unfaithful husband and the other kids, but my mom told me that she'd known for a long time. I thought they'd get a divorce for sure after that day, but everything went on like it always did. And my cousin still thinks that that girl is lower than dirt on his shoes. Not my family, but kind of connected to it. My dad and mom were invited to a friend's family Christmas get-together, but they declined so they could stay in town. My dad loaned his car to his buddy, though, and thought that that was the end of it. On the news the next day, they recognized my dad's car, filled with dead children. Turns out the buddy's dad went kind of bonkers, shot everyone in the family as they were walking into the house for the Christmas get-together, and strangled all of the children. He placed the adults' dead bodies in the living room and stuffed all of the children into my dad's car, the one that he loaned to his buddy, and the dad drove the car into a ditch. Dad and Mom really dodged a bullet, but their good friend, whom they considered their brother, who died trying to save the children, did not. This is about my estranged uncle, auntie, and cousin. We didn't have any contact for something like 20 years because of a falling out between my dad and my uncle. Fast forward to last year, auntie turns up at parents' house out of the blue without uncle or cousin. Tells us that uncle is dead after a prolonged illness. She didn't contact us to tell us at the time, citing falling out as the reason. Mutual friends who we're still in contact with didn't know about it when we spoke with them. No contact during funeral arrangements. We ask about the illness, and we're given some story about a trip to Thailand several years earlier, where Uncle is supposed to have gotten a tattoo and contracted hepatitis. Uncle developed a drinking problem, which affected his kidneys, and along with the hepatitis resulted in organ failure. Told that there was no chance of a transplant because of alcohol problem. He was brought home to die, and did after a week or so. We asked about the burial arrangements. We were told that he was cremated and kept at home in an urn. We asked about the funeral, and we were told that the attendees were cousin, auntie, and her parents, and some non-mutual friends. We speak with a friend of the family who's able to check the registration of the death. We can't find anything. We ask about this. We were told that the death was registered in a different county, so that must be the reason that our friend can't find Uncle's death on registry. So, friends and family had no idea. There is no grave. Friend who works in a position to check for the death, having been registered, isn't able to find anything, and there was no sort of contact during the illness, the point of death or the funeral. Just an unannounced visit nearly 7 months after the fact. We only have her word to go on. Cousin wasn't present at the visit and ignored the contact that we attempted. Something seems messed up here. I heard this story just last week. My great-grandpa had 4 kids pretty young and was dealing with some depression due to how hard his life was. He left my great-grandma out of nowhere when she was only 28, and years later she saw him again with his new wife and 4 new kids, with the same names. He pretty much made a whole new version of his old family once he had the money to support them. Their last name is now infamous to my family, and I've actually met a kid with that last name, and I've always wanted to ask who his great-grandpa is, just to see if he's somehow related to me. My mom's uncle lived modestly in a trailer and had no job, outside of a few manual labor jobs here and there. He would routinely get behind on bills, and often had his water and other utilities cut off or threatened to be cut off. On several occasions, he would disappear to a large city 3 hours north of his home for a few days. Every time he came back, he had tons of cash. One night, over a poker game, some people were talking trash, and he mentioned that none of them had any idea what it was like to kill a man. One of the people there was my mom's cousin, who claimed that he overheard the conversation. Of course, they probed him for more info, but he wouldn't say anything else. Everyone in the family knew that he had a knack for coming into large sums of cash, but no one ever really knew how he got it, other than maybe poker. He died about 10 years ago. I'm 37, and I just heard this story for the first time over Thanksgiving dinner last week. TLDR, my great uncle may have been a hitman. Sometimes a home can be a very unsafe place to be. My sister and I are about a year apart in age. I'm older than her. And we've been really close for as long as we can remember. Other than the typical sibling rivalry stuff. Nothing too major. However, we were both raised by a single mom. Our mom was a decent mom, but she was a bit immature and distant at times. Between my mom working 40 to 50 hours a week and my sister and me at school, we barely saw her most times. Many times on the occasion that we would be at home at the same time as her, she would have some new boyfriend with her. Most of the guys that she brought back were normal guys. One of them even helped me improve my baseball throwing and batting, but that's another story for another time. One time when I was 11 and my sister was 10, my mom brought home a guy named Ken. Not his real name. The name has been changed for reasons that will soon become obvious. My sister and I get a seriously bad vibe from Ken as soon as he enters the house. He starts eyeing my sister in a weird way as soon as he sees her. Thankfully, my sister noticed and said, "I gotta meet some friends. I'll be back later." She left the house and met up with her friends. I legit had to leave as soon as well. I had to get to baseball practice. Cut to a few weeks later. Mom says that Ken was arrested and is in jail. My sister and I are shocked, but we would get the shock of a lifetime a few days later. I'm just casually browsing through the newspaper one afternoon, and I see Ken. It's a mugshot. He was arrested in front of an elementary school after he was trying to lure girls into his car. The police had also been observing him, parked in front of the same school over about a week long, doing things. I won't say what he was doing, but I think you can guess. I show the short article and the mugshot to my sister, and she turns as white as a ghost. We confront Mom about it, and she suddenly denies that it's Ken. She then tells us to forget about it. That gave us an idea of the type of person our mom was. It was also that point where my sister and I started to watch out for each other more. We essentially had to raise ourselves on from that point. And we often stayed at friends' houses whenever mom had a boyfriend over, so that nothing like that would ever happen again. My sister and I occasionally talked to her, but now that we're both grown adults, we were all but estranged from her. Edit. I need to clear some stuff up about my mom. She was never abusive or neglectful. She was just naive and immature. She worked hard to keep myself and my sister fed, clothed, and loved. But there were plenty of times where she was more concerned with having a boyfriend than taking care of me and my sister. She also had me when she was only 18 and my sister when she was 19. She only brought home guys that she had known for a bit, but she's also not a good read of people. Most of the guys she brought home were actually really cool people. The aforementioned guy at the beginning of the story who helped me out with my baseball skills, for example. This was an experience that my sister and I look back on, and we learned to be better because of it. This story is very old. I was a kid when it happened, and I don't remember all of it. My family all lived in the same apartment complex, and we got together quite often. My great aunt and her son lived alone in their apartment, and she always complained that she felt alone, so we visited her quite often. Her son was 30 or so. I don't remember his exact age, and I haven't seen him in years. He's technically my cousin, but I've always referred to him as an uncle just to make it easier. He was always very clingy with me, and my other young cousin. My parents never let me alone with him, and my dad never trusted him. I remember that he always asked for hugs and gave sloppy kisses only to me and my cousin. I was around 10, and my cousin was 14 the last time we saw him, and he constantly asked us to sit on his lap. His mother would get angry whenever we refused to hug, kiss, or sit on his lap, saying that he was just very affectionate. I was talking with my therapist about another thing today, and she said that sometimes the brain blocks out traumatic memories. I suddenly remembered this uncle, because I know that we always saw him, but I barely remember interacting with him beyond these things. My mom says that he probably had a bad childhood and wanted to be closer to us. But my dad says that he was a creep wanting to take advantage of the kids in the family. Am I overreacting? Or was he actually really creepy? Shortly after my 18th birthday, my mom's boyfriend, with whom we had been living for about 4 years, offered to throw me a graduation party. I should mention that he also has a bio daughter my age, who has the same name as me, but she was off at college at the time. The party was sweet, but all the underage drinking and drugs landed me into some trouble by the end of it. I had my phone and laptop taken away by my mother. This annoyed me because I was a legal adult at the time, and they didn't own any of the devices that they'd taken from me. Her boyfriend was angry too, and I was banned from using the landline. Things took a dark turn when about a day or two later, her boyfriend shows up at my bedroom door. He tells me that they had paid someone to hack my phone and laptop, giving them access to my iCloud, Snapchat, photos, messages, etc. And immediately starts with, I didn't know that you looked so nice under those clothes. I became immediately uncomfortable, knowing that he had been sorting through private messages and footage of me, the majority of which were taken while I was underage. He continued shouting obscenities and cornered me in my bedroom until my mom came up to watch. She was visibly disappointed naturally, but I felt my heart break in two as she stood idly by, staring at me in disgust, as her boyfriend commanded that I get on my knees. I was in total disbelief. The man was a creep and she did nothing. While nothing actually happened and there was no violence involved, The event left me traumatized. Fast forward 4 years later, I was never able to regain access to my accounts because the passwords were changed, and I've not seen my mother since. I've been noticing for about a year up to this point that I was consistently receiving emails from Snapchat about somebody trying to log into the account that I no longer had access to. Plenty of inappropriate content on there from when I was 14 to 17 years old. I knew it was him. Finally, I emailed Snapchat, and they gave me access to the account again. I changed the password and info. Still, like clockwork, I get these emails notifying me of attempted logins. The creepiest part to me is that clearly you don't know the login, so why try again and again? Bordering on deranged behavior in my opinion. My mom has been trying to get in contact with me recently, but she's still dating and living with the guy. Her mental state has always been questionable, but knowing that she sees nothing wrong with her full-blown pedophilic creep of a boyfriend is eerie to me and unsettling. In hindsight, the red flags were always present over the years. Whenever I or his underage daughter had friends over to swim or hot tub, he always felt at liberty to comment on how we looked in our bathing suits, which resulted in major discomfort, but mostly went over our heads as we were so young. And yes, my mom was present on many of these occasions, and never did much more than laugh along or give him a playful slap on the wrist. A couple of years ago, it was midsummer night. Me, my fiance, and our two best friends. We four are the best friends gang in our own clan. We were in my parents' house spending the night. Well, back then it was my house too. We were in the room, staying up late having fun. My parents and my older brother were in some kind of party all together drinking. Suddenly, my sister comes from her room to tell us to leave. That our older brother called her and told us to leave right away. I thought it was stupid. We were just about to go to sleep. I called our brother and demanded the reason. He said that Dad had punched Mom and was coming home. He said he wasn't going to let him punch us too. We were thinking about where to go. My fiance's parents were already asleep. They had a very loud dog and there wouldn't be enough room for all of us. One of our other friends was visiting us from another city, so they didn't have any place to go. This one friend had an apartment their dad owned, but they needed permission to use it. But this was an emergency, so we went there anyway. In the middle of the night, I packed my car with pillows, clothes, toothbrushes, and drove us all to this apartment. It was like 4 a.m. or so. I was shaking and I wasn't able to sleep. I didn't know what to do. Next day, my mom had a bruise on her face, but we never talked about it again. Never. Nothing. I still don't know if that bruise was made by my dad, why Dad got angry, what he would have done to me if we wouldn't have left. And those who wonder, my sister got a ride from her boyfriend, and yes, she was safe too. Back when I was growing up, I had a lot of unsavory stuff happen to me, and I ended up being placed in a foster home. Well, technically it was basically a holding cell for kids to live until they found a real home. Because I was a hurt and untrusting kid at that point, I cycled through my fair share of families. I stayed with an obese single man who I don't remember much about, but I do remember very bad vibes while staying at his house. My case manager must have thought so too, because I went to another family shortly thereafter. This is when I met the family, more specifically, the jerk that this story is about. This wouldn't be my last home, and I didn't live there long at all, so things have gotten foggy over the years, but I was probably between 8 to 10 years old. It was a full house, 6 of us in total. My foster mother and father, 2 brothers and a sister. The only person I did not like straight out of the gate was my sister. You know that feeling where you just know when someone wants you off the earth? For me, It feels especially raw when it seems unjustified. Like, I know I was technically a foreign invader, a cancer cell in their home. But guess what? I was a mouthy brat too, and gave her the attitude right back. So it goes without saying, she and I never got along. My brothers, on the other hand, I loved them. We did everything together. They made me feel completely like a part of the family, which is what made what they did to me so confusing. So far, the only slightly unusual thing about this family was that they had an intercom system in their house. Mostly our mother would use it to tell us when to go to sleep after hours. A few months go by and summer rolls around. They had been pumping me up about swimming in the pool in the backyard for a while. The only thing was, because I don't have a lot of normalcy, I didn't even remotely know how to swim, and I was terrified of open water. On the day it happened, my brothers and I were all out by the pool. They also had a slide that they used for the pool. It went straight into the deep end. Looking back, that entire afternoon looked so set up, like the family planned this or something, I swear. They kept pressuring me to try the slide, and that they would save me if I couldn't swim to the sides. I really wanted to be like them, free to do things without worrying about consequences, and I really believed that they wouldn't let me drown. We were family, right? Okay, great. So I slide down the pool. Seconds later, I start to drown. I don't know which way is up, and I'm fighting for air. For something, anything to grab. Well, it seemed like it went on for way too long. And suddenly, my adoptive father has me barely above the water, holding me up with one hand. If, at gunpoint, I had to describe his face, I'd say it was like a mix of lust and contempt. It was really blurry and it happened fast, but faces like that are hard to forget. I could let you drown right now, boy. That's what he said to me. Those exact words. I don't recall what he referred to me as before that, but I know that it wasn't boy. I was crying and gasping for air, and he just held me there, holding me inches above the water. For what? I still don't get why. This was one of 3 or 4 times in my life that I truly believed that I was going to die. Could be worse, I guess. Anyway, eventually, he walked over to the edge of the pool and let me go. Right then, I was so terrified of him, I didn't know what to do. I just lay there and didn't want to be near anyone in that house. I remember one of the strangest things about that experience was the aftermath. We went to a Mexican restaurant that night, and though they all acted like nothing happened, I was confused, angry, and scared. Maybe it was just insignificant to them. Maybe it wasn't an abnormal thing for them. Or maybe he did it to teach me a lesson or something. Well, anyway, forget that. Forget that family. Soon after, I updated my case manager on the stuff that was happening, and I was out of that house within days. All of you people with both parents, try to make things right with them if they aren't. Always appreciate your family because I don't have any, and I suck at life. Anyway, I just wanted to share some of my life with you all. Thank you for reading. I'm a 22-year-old female. My mother is 47, and she's been divorced from my father for about 6 years. They have a fairly good relationship still, or I guess the best that can be expected under the circumstances. My mom has gone through several men in the past few years, all of whom have had their quirks, but the one that she's with now is just rubbing me the wrong way. For the sake of the story and not giving out any actual names, I'll call him John. John is only 33 or 34. I forget which. He's a bit younger than she is. I didn't know much about him. I had only seen him in pictures until last weekend. He looks nothing above average. Nobody that would throw up red flags. Average height, average build, average face. I live in the same state as my mom, but I live a few hours away, so like I said, I hadn't got a chance to meet him before. The only reason I had gone home was to see my little brother that just got home on leave from the military. John kind of gave me weird vibes from the get-go. He didn't talk much, just kind of sat there and nodded his head a lot. I took this as nerves at first. He also open carries a pistol, but that isn't really uncommon where we're from. He began making me feel a little uncomfortable when he started putting his hands on my mom in a less than appropriate way. Like, he would just grab her butt while talking to us and stuff. I know this isn't like the worst thing in the world, but have a level of respect. Also, while my mom would talk to my brother, he would either barge into the conversation or pull her away entirely, like he didn't want her not giving him attention. It got worse when I was trying to sleep, and I could hear them through the walls. It seemed to me like he was trying to make me hear them. That just isn't cool. Me, my brother, and his friend had gone out for lunch the next day. When I came back, I found that my clothes had been tampered with. Like, they were all messed up instead of neatly arranged. And when I was showering, I could swear that he was standing on the other side of the door. At dinner, he kept insulting my mom when she would talk to me or my brother, to the point where my brother had grabbed him by the collar and threatened him to stop. He stopped. The last thing that happened was my brother's friend's girlfriend said that he had tried listening to her while she was in the bathroom. My brother's friend got mad and hit him, so he left and we didn't see him again. So I don't know if he's abusive, a creep, or all of the above. He just gave me bad vibes. I get chills just thinking about him. I didn't feel safe with him around, and I don't feel safe with my mom around him. Thanks to everyone who is showing concern and making recommendations. I was fortunate enough to make friends with a PI this last year during career day at my school. She's currently recovering from a surgery, so she was able to dig up some info on him. Apparently, about 10 years ago, he had a domestic abuse charge on him. Police didn't do any investigating. Less than a week later, he was administered into an intensive care unit for being beaten pretty severely. That was investigated, but he refused to identify his attacker or give a description. The girl's father was investigated for the assault, but he was cleared. But a popular theory in the comments thread of the local news article she sent me was that her father had gotten a coworker to commit the attack. So I do have enough proof that he has had a past issue with domestic violence. This happened when I was 17 and still in my senior year of high school. Now, this isn't as creepy as some of the other stories on here, but I wanted to share my experience. My boyfriend at the time texted me, saying that he had been hanging out at his friend's house, who lived pretty close to me. He asked if I wanted to hang out with them for a bit, so I agreed. He picked me up around 8 p.m., and he drove a couple of miles away from my house to a mobile home park. He parked in front of a pretty large-sized mobile home. I felt a little uneasy because this mobile home park wasn't in the safest neighborhood. The place itself looked a little run down, just like the rest of the homes here. We entered through the right side door, up the small stairs in the carport. Directly in front of you, when you first walk in, there's a kitchen and a dining room. If you look to the left, there's the living room that's located in front of the home. If you look towards the right, there were doors to the bedrooms and bathroom. This was probably the biggest mobile home I've been in. It was a bit messy. There were a sink full of dishes, kitchen table piled up with junk, beer bottles everywhere. The living room had a coffee table full of weed, pipes, bongs, pill bottles, etc. Just a bit of backstory. My boyfriend at the time had a bit of a drug problem that later on became worse. Before you judge of me, I wasn't aware of the severity at the time. I thought that he occasionally partied and experimented, which is sadly really common in the small town that I grew up in. Little did I know, he was doing a lot more than I knew of behind my back. So this problem that he had led to me meeting a lot of his friends who were also into the same things as him. I was introduced to his friend who was sitting on the living room couch. I don't actually remember his name, but we'll call him Jake. He seemed friendly. He was also about our age. I quickly learned that he lived with his aunt and uncle, who I was also introduced to. His aunt wasn't social at all. She was in the kitchen, then left to one of the bedrooms and closed the door. There was something strange about Jake's uncle. Something just seemed off to me, but he was overly friendly to me, so I brushed it off. He was probably in his mid-50s, thin, kinda tall, like 5'10", and had blondish gray hair that was receding. Jake's uncle started packing a bowl for everyone. I'm not sure if this is allowed to say here, but he sprinkled a white substance on top of it. I sat down on the couch while they all passed the piece around. I declined. Weed was still illegal at this time, and I'd never been a social smoker. I remember his uncle asking why I'm not smoking, and I just said that I didn't want to. I really forgot how this part got brought up, but Jake's uncle overheard my boyfriend and I talking about cats. He looked over at me and said, "Oh, you like cats? Want to see mine?" Being the cat lover that I am, I got excited. "Oh, you have a cat?" He was like, "Yeah, do you want to see her?" Now, I was assuming that he was going to bring her out, so I said, "Sure." Then he got up to lead me down the hall, motioning to me to follow, saying, "Come on, this way." I looked at my boyfriend puzzled and asked if he wanted to come with me, but he didn't feel like getting up. I really didn't want to come off as being rude if I didn't follow, so I got up and followed him down the hall to the very last door located at the end of the hallway. He opened the door for me, and I walked inside the bedroom. I noticed a shotgun next to the bed leaning against the wall. I got the vibe that this was possibly Jake's uncle's room. Jake seemed too young to own a gun, and this room didn't look like his style. It looked like a guest bedroom or a room for someone older. I wondered why his aunt went inside the other room. I'm not sure what was going on in their personal life. Maybe they slept in separate beds. It could have definitely been a possibility. Anyways, to the right of the bed was a beautiful white long-haired cat on her scratching post inside the room. I went over to say hi and pet her. Jake's uncle walked in, and I heard the door close quietly behind him, almost as if he wanted to be discreet that he was doing it. I jumped up and looked over at the door and then at him. He must have noticed how scared I looked because he said, "This is so the cat won't get out." He came and kneeled down next to me and started petting the cat. My gut feeling told me that something wasn't right. I felt sick to my stomach. I went back towards the door and he yelled out, "No, the cat's gonna get out." But I didn't care. I ignored him. That's when I realized that it was actually locked and not just closed. I unlocked it and swung it open. The cat did indeed run out, so he wasn't making that up. Regardless, I just met this man, so why did he lock a 17-year-old girl alone in his room with him? Why couldn't he ask my boyfriend to come with us too? This room was located on the far end, opposite side of the living room, where no one could hear us. I went back to the living room so fast, and I asked my boyfriend if he can take me home, which I would never consider doing considering that he wasn't sober. But I was desperate. He was hesitant and asked me, "Right now?" I lied and said that my dad wanted me home right now, pretending to look at a text on my phone. When we were back in the car, I was so relieved to be out of there. I started telling my boyfriend how Jake's uncle closed us in that room together, and I felt really uncomfortable. He told me that I was just overthinking the situation and that his uncle was a good person. So I always thought that maybe I was overthinking it, but I never changed how uncomfortable I felt about it. Please, always trust your gut feelings, regardless about what anyone says about it. I never saw Jake or his uncle again. I never wanted to go back there. Over 10 years later, I still get creeped out when I think about it. Edit based on some feedback. I want to be clear that I'm not for certain whether or not this person had any bad intentions. I know that this forum is for mildly creepy encounters, which is why I wanted to post it on here. I've read other stories on here and felt that this was appropriate to share. I want to bring awareness to everyone to be careful out there and to trust your gut feeling. It's so much better to be safe than sorry. I also wanted to bring awareness to the older generation as well, that there should be boundaries, especially when you're with people who are underage. When I was 15 years old, my great uncle passed away due to a sudden heart attack. Me and my father had to clean out his house since no one else in the family wanted to. My great uncle was very much loved by us all and was, well, really one of the nicest and most loving out of us all. My father was just as broken up about losing him as everyone else, but the job had to be done, so we got there early in the morning to get it done. His house was very neat and well organized, so it would be done in a day or two tops. I remember as a kid, we would always play over at his house when my dad had to work. He would let us play anywhere in the house but the attic. He made it very clear to us that going up and down the ladder to the attic was very dangerous. Therefore, we never went up there and never thought anything of it, even though he would go up there sometimes for about 30 minutes and then come back down, never actually bringing anything down with him or taking anything up there. Well, anyway, while we were cleaning, I decided to finally go up to the attic just to see if there was anything up there. It was completely empty up there except for 2 boxes that were tucked away in a corner. Thinking nothing of it, I picked up the dusty boxes and took them downstairs. Once I got to the living room, I opened them, expecting to see some papers because the boxes were so light. Instead, I found all of these pictures. I'm talking hundreds and hundreds of pictures of what I could tell were 3 different women, all from angles where you could clearly tell that they didn't know that they were being photographed. He had pictures from daytime to night and from multiple locations. Some they were undressed in, and others were just of them doing everyday things like cleaning and cooking. With every picture I looked through, my heart started to beat faster and faster. Looking closer, I realized one of the women was his wife, who had passed several years earlier. I looked on the back of the pictures, and they were named. I didn't want to freak my family out without knowing exactly what I was looking at. So out of curiosity, I Googled the other 2 names and found one of the ladies on Facebook. So I know that this is messed up to say, but I was glad to see that she was alive and okay. Once finding that out, I showed the pictures to my dad, and he was just as shocked as I was. He took the boxes and I've never seen them again. We never spoke of it again. Still, every once in a while, I find myself wondering why he had those pictures, and if he took them himself or had someone else take them. I love my great uncle very much, and couldn't imagine him being anything less than a stand-up guy. I don't know what to think, to be honest. I know that this might not be a scary story, but it most certainly freaked me and my father out pretty bad. This is the story of how my spoiled, self-entitled jerk of a little brother laced my food and got away with it. I have lots of stories about him that I'm willing to talk about in separate posts. But of them all, this is by far the worst. None of my other situations involve anything like this, which is why it's so shocking to me. This goes back to 3 years ago. I was 12 at the time, and I was back home in Belgium visiting family for Easter. I was making soup for myself and I needed to go pee. I went to do so, but I asked my little brother Marcus, who was probably around 9 or 10, to stir it for a minute while I went to go to the restroom. He refuses, saying that I'd have to pay him. Typical Marcus. Even at 10 years old, he was still finding a way to throw money into the mix. I told him I'd be a minute and I left. I came back to find he's gone, so I was annoyed, but whatever. I had the soup and went to go practice a new song that my band was going to play. I was practicing the bass line for girls and boys around 5 minutes before I started to feel really ill. I started getting really dizzy. My head started pounding, and I got these awful pains in my stomach. A few minutes later, I made my way to the bathroom and I threw up, and I continued to throw up for the rest of the day. I got violently unwell, to the point where I was in tears and could hardly sit because of the pain coming from my stomach. I spent the entirety of the next day trying not to throw up. I have a severe garlic allergy, so I checked to see if the soup had any garlic that I was unaware of in it. There wasn't. But I needn't have bothered because Marcus came to me a few hours later and told me the truth. Turns out, while I was in the restroom, Marcus laced my soup. He slipped some garlic into it and said that he was curious to see what would happen. I thought that my parents must have made him come clean, but turns out he hadn't even told them. So through a mix of coughing, burping, and trying to keep stuff down, I told my mom, who knew what state I was in, but didn't know that Marcus was responsible, that it was Marcus who did that to me. Her response was not good at all. She told me that it was probably an accident, an innocent mistake, and that he's very young. So he got no punishment, and I was in pain for days. He never apologized, and still hasn't now. I've also made sure that he's not in the room when I'm cooking anything. So I've always been a fan of those true crime shows, and I watch a lot of Investigation Discovery. I also have an uncle that I've never met, and my mom won't talk to. I'm 26. Even now, she said even though I'm old enough to make my own decisions, that she would really rather that I not attempt to make contact or respond to any of his attempts. It seemed really important to her, so I pushed down the curiosity and never made contact. Well, about a year ago, I'm watching Investigation Discovery with my dog, and my mom's hometown was mentioned. I decided to call my grandpa when the episode ended to ask why he never told me about a full-on murder in his exceptionally small town, knowing full well that I'm interested in that stuff. Well, it's moving along when I hear a name that I recognize. I'm trying to place this name, wondering if they've commented on my grandma's Facebook or something. It didn't take long for that name to click. I'd heard it before because it's one of my uncles. Holy cow, right? Turns out they caught on to my uncle's name because he'd robbed a chain of convenience stores with this guy who'd murdered his wife. The murderer also crashed at my uncle's place afterward. After being pressed by the police, it turns out that my uncle had helped plan the murder. I texted my sister as this was playing out and agreed to never tell Mom that we knew. After 20 plus years of wondering why my mom was so adamant about me not having anything to do with the guy, it all made sense. Obviously, when all was said and done, I did some digging online, and he had an extensive record of some exceptionally shady stuff. So my uncle was a creep, at definitely the wrong moment as well. Our family was grouped together back in 2019 over the remorse of losing my nan. He started talking to me about what I was wearing and that I lost weight. I was wearing a nice black dress with a white cardigan and black leggings. I'm sitting next to my dad, who is also visibly uncomfortable. My uncle has always been close to us, but he never really spoke with me, you know? He starts talking about my hair, and that it was a shame that I cut it, and blah blah blah. I was visibly confused. I was just here for a free meal, and to feel sad about my nan's death with my mom, who was going through a rough time. He starts talking more and more to me about fishing, and how he's going to take me out fishing with him and his girlfriend. I was more set on how his girlfriend tried to murder him, and now they're back together. I noticed a bit how he looked at me. I just kept getting more and more uncomfortable, until he put his hand on my thigh. I moved seats, as in I swapped with my dad, and then on, I just comforted my mom. My dad spoke to him and he said, "I kid you not." Oh, that I was just fixing her dress. It was wrinkling. I was so confused. When my dad said this, I mean, it's meant to wrinkle. I'm sitting down after all. He reassured me that he wasn't trying to make any advances, and that it was fine, I believed, for the most part. Like, I've known this man my whole life. He was never a creep for most of it. Like, he let me sit on his lap when we drove around the complex. He let me steer the car. I was only 4 or 5 at the time. That was cool in retrospect, for me being 5 and thinking he was so cool. But he didn't tell my parents that we were going for a joyride in his new truck. so he was always a creep, and I was genuinely scared of him my whole life. He did it once more a few months after this coincidence, and me and my parents have stayed clear of him ever since. Or at least, I was never alone with him. When I was 14, my aunt and uncle hosted a family reunion. This is a yearly tradition that they do since they are very social and most of us live in different states. We took the short flight to Arizona and were first to arrive. We brought our dog and introduced my cousin's dog to her. Us kids played on our older cousin's Xbox, as our parents talked and gossiped in the kitchen as more relatives piled into the house. Eventually, most of the family had arrived, and the house had gotten significantly louder. My younger brother, who was a very loud person, was screaming on the bouncy house with my other younger siblings and younger cousins. It was somewhere around the afternoon when we were all feeling pretty hungry. My older cousin asked his mom when food would be ready. However, she said it would be another hour. We were kids, and kids don't take no for an answer, so we hatched a plan for my older cousin to secretly drive to a store, buy some chocolate, and drive home. But our younger siblings wanted to go. We decided me, my older cousin, his younger sister, and my younger sister would go, and the others would stay at home in case anyone thought it got too quiet. We made our journey to the nearest store, and my older cousin bought some chocolate. For some reason, I was standing outside the car watching the store when this woman approached me. She asked me some pretty normal questions like, "Are your parents inside the store and are you all right?" I answered with a simple yes and waited for her to leave. However, she did something I didn't expect. She grabbed my arm firmly and dragged me towards a lone black car parked on the other side of the parking lot. I froze, not knowing what to do, and just look up at her. That's when I heard my cousin scream, "Hey, what are you doing?" The woman promptly let go of me and just drove off. I jumped into the car and we floored it back home. Being dumb kids, we didn't tell our parents about this incident. And now that woman is roaming free. Okay, so this is going to be a long one about my creepy uncle who used all kinds of weird technology to spy on anyone that he could, including my family and I. So my family of 5 happily welcomed my uncle, who is my mom's brother, into our home as a roommate a little over 10 years ago, maybe even longer. We'll call him David for the purpose of this post. David was a 40-year-old male. At the time, was at first kind, hardworking, and to himself for most of the years he spent in our home. He's always been really interested in technology and spyware. If it had a camera or could listen and record, he was highly interested in it. He was pretty private about his room and computers, and we never invaded his personal space, because he never gave us a reason to. As time passed, I'd say 6 years, we noticed his behavior got a little more introverted and private. He was extremely depressed and paranoid, but refused to address these issues, so we left him alone for the most part. As far as I know, he was involved with chat rooms and listening devices. He started drinking pretty heavily, and would sometimes steal my mother's prescription pills to catch a high. Again, these things were pretty touch and go, and no one in the household really knew how to address his worsening behavior. My dad would occasionally question him and his actions. We don't allow alcohol in the home because my dad used to struggle with substance abuse himself, and has been living sober for quite some time now. Anyways, we gave him an ultimatum: stop drinking or leave. This worked for some time, but he would just hide from us when he drank, lock himself in his basement room for hours, sometimes even days. We knew he was drinking though, because at random hours of the day, you could hear anger-fueled screams coming from his room in the basement level, or loud techno music that would thump until 12 a.m. The last 2 years specifically have been really hostile and strange between him and our family. Anytime he would return home, he'd be highly intoxicated and ready for bed. None of us would interfere because it wasn't uncommon to get into an argument with him about his odd behavior and heavy drinking. He became really hostile towards myself, a 19-year-old female at the time, and father who was 45 plus years old. He would purchase a lot of strange devices designed for listening or watching, which made us all intensely uneasy and on edge. My father told me once that he came home with these new sunglasses and excitedly told my dad that they're great for watching people and that he'd spent the whole day at the park lurking on strangers. I don't believe that he had any malicious intent towards anyone, but his fascination with spying was honestly unnerving and a big red flag. We demanded that he leave and seek residence elsewhere, gave him a deadline, and even offered him help finding a new place to live. He ignored us for weeks and pretty much just refused to leave our home. My mother didn't know how to handle the situation, especially because it was her brother. She feels like we've betrayed family or forsaken him. Anyways, it wasn't uncommon to find small, strange devices around the house that were absolutely unexplainable if you've never seen them before. Things like movement tracking devices, infrared cameras or mics that would record any audio that occurred in the room it was placed in. He also had control of our Wi-Fi, and I'm positive that he had access to our browser search histories or Wi-Fi related information in general. If we confronted him about his behavior or asked him to pack up and leave, he would threaten us. "I see everything you do. I heard what you said the other night." Although, never knowing what kind of information he was trying to blackmail us with, we were all very uncomfortable with the idea of our privacy being breached. Not having anything to hide though, his threats were pretty hollow and ineffective. My dad wanted to test David and see if he was using devices at our home while he was away from the house. My dad would wait for David to leave in the morning and go to work. My dad would then shut the Wi-Fi off, sometimes even the power breaker, to see if he would react while away from the house. Sure enough, David would return to our house immediately and question him. "Why is the Wi-Fi off? Why is the power off?" My dad would ask him how he knew the Wi-Fi had been off while he was away from the home. Strange behavior, needless to say. Each time my dad did this, he would return to the house immediately to recover the Wi-Fi and his devices. If he was home and the Wi-Fi went down, this man would have an ultimate tantrum. Everyone would undergo a serious interrogation and be bombarded with accusations involving the Wi-Fi not working. He began threatening my dad specifically and would show him this weird spyware that he had purchased. David would place the device against the wall and could hear anyone speaking throughout the home. So much as faint whispers could be heard from the device. David wanted us to know what he could hear and everything that we were doing. It was his scare tactic in order for him to remain in the house with us. When he continued to refuse to leave our home after being given a proper eviction notice, we had to seek assistance from the police/court to have him legally removed from our home. We also changed all the locks in our home to prevent any unwelcome visits from David. Anyways, he's been out of our home for nearly 6 months, and we're still experiencing strange things that have us all on edge of our seats. Strange faint beeps from different areas of the house, unknown Bluetooth devices that are supposedly 10 meters or less away, and wires that run all around the house. I think we're all just paranoid from his consistent spying over the years, but sometimes I still come across strange, unidentifiable devices around the home. Most of them look inactive and not in use, but I end up smashing them regardless. David tried to insist that we keep his Wi-Fi in service after he left, but we had no interest in using his Wi-Fi and immediately removed his router from our home. I discovered that David had climbed through one of our backyard basement windows into the home at some point. I only noticed someone had been in the backyard because of a fresh snow which revealed his enormous boot-like footprints. The night that the snow fell, no one was home until later hours. My brother had moved out nearly 2 months before. My mother returned home from work at 3 a.m. My dad returned home around 12 a.m. My sister had been staying at a friend's house for the weekend, and I returned home at 7 a.m. after work. I go into the backyard every day to throw a ball for the dog, and when I came across the prints, I immediately felt scared because no one in my family wears a size 12 shoe, and after questioning everyone in the home, they all assured me that they had not been in the backyard as of last night. It was obvious that someone, most likely David, entered our home through the backyard. What for, we don't know. We haven't found any changes in our home since his unwelcome entry. We have filed a restraining order against him for safety measures, but to no avail. He's still spamming my mother with cryptic texts and threats over the phone. We're so thankful that David is no longer in our home, but somehow, he's still traumatizing us with his all-seeing eyes. This isn't my story, but my dad's. Around 40 years ago, when my dad was still in college, he moved quite a ways from Hai Chi Minh City in Vietnam to New Haven, Connecticut for college. He wanted to be as near as possible to his college, but also wanted to overlook the city skyline. He had already received the Form I-20 and went to the consular at the U.S. Embassy to try to get an M student visa. He was a first-generation immigrant, and though he had taken a fair amount of English classes in Vietnam, he wasn't fluent and knew nothing about housing in America. This is why he went the cheap route and rented out a podunk. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but I mean it was really shady-looking apartment somewhere near Pine Tree Drive in West Haven. His landlord, as he told me later, gave off some serious red flags that he sort of brushed off because the apartment was only $250 a month. Firstly, the landlord's abode was directly next door to that of my dad's, and during his first night there, while he was getting unpacked, he heard a high-pitched screeching and weird opera music. Again, he brushed it off, for the same reason as said above, and also because he was very tired. The next morning when he woke up, he noticed a chair by his bed that wasn't there before, and when he went to the bathroom, his toilet seat was up, though he recalled putting it down. Not only that, but his door was unlocked. He again just brushed it off because he didn't want to stir up anything with his landlord by asking if he had come into his room, or by asking if it had been broken into, therein referring that the apartment was insecure. He also wanted to explore West Haven, as his college year did not begin until late August. He had come 3 weeks early. As he left, he specifically remembered locking his door behind him, but when he returned after a few hours out, he noticed that not only had the door been unlocked, but it was slightly ajar. This went on for weeks until his college year began. Things slightly moved from where he had left them, articles of food missing from his fridge, and other weird happenings. Finally, my dad had had enough. One night, he decided to stay awake until very late and try to catch whoever was doing this red-handed. That night, he finished his homework and then got into bed, but he remained awake. And sure enough, around 2 a.m, he sees his door handle turning and a hand sliding through. My dad froze. His blood ran cold. He then saw the landlord creep in and take some eggs from the fridge. Not only that, but the landlord then went to the bathroom, coming out a couple of minutes afterwards. He then slipped out once again, leaving the door unlocked. This creeped my dad out like heck, which is understandable, but for some reason he still decided to stay at that apartment for a few more nights before he finally confronted the landlord. This was because of money and wanting to save it, and that does some stupid things to the brain, I guess. This was before mobile phones, and even before decent cameras that didn't cost over $100. So my dad had literally no way to get evidence to show the cops besides mere accusations. The next night, he once more heard odd screeching and weird opera music coming from his landlord's room, and he decided to take matters into his own hands. That weekend, when his landlord went out shopping, he broke into his landlord's room, and what he found there was seriously disturbing. First of all, he found some weird adult doll, but when he investigated further, he found an old Kodak camera. Under this was some extremely low quality pictures of him in bed sleeping. He noped the heck out of there, taking the pictures with him, and went to the police station. He moved out of there shortly after, and he later heard that this same landlord had scared other residents of the apartment off after hearing the odd screeching and opera music, and after seeing all of their things moved around. The building my dad lived in was since torn down, and my dad decided to just dorm at Sigma Chi. He had at first opted to stay away from fraternities because of the heavy partying. We never knew what happened to the landlord, only that he would be facing some prison time. I seriously hope that he was never allowed to be a landlord again. My boyfriend and I applied to and moved into an apartment a few months back. I originally viewed it with my dad, who checked it out before I had. My boyfriend never viewed it, just trusted my judgment. I didn't mention my boyfriend to my landlord when we looked, because it didn't cross my mind, and I figured that my dad probably noted it already. After we applied as a couple, my landlord stopped into my work and questioned why I hadn't mentioned my significant other. He was just questioning it, but didn't reject our application. That seemed to be crossing a line, as he would have only learned my work address from my application, and he could have just called. I brushed it off, thinking it may be a generational thing. He's like 80 years old. Months into my lease, my significant other had a family tragedy and needed to move back in with his mom. I started packing the apartment so that I could help advertise it to be rented to someone else. The landlord offered me half the rent for 6 months to help with the situation, mentioning that it would be helping us both out while he was away during the winter. He lives below us as we have the attic space, and no one would be there to watch the house if we couldn't find a new tenant. I met with him to go over the new lease agreement. He noted it was important that I didn't retreat the new agreement, and I would stay for the duration of the lease. The weird part of this was him being extra interested in the small possibility that I may separate from my significant other and be at the apartment by myself. He also ended up asking about my political views. It came up relatively naturally throughout some small talk, although he shouldn't have asked in my opinion. I was more than happy to be honest, thinking that he probably aligned with me. We ended up being on opposite sides, and that created some tension while he tried to express his frustration on matters that we'd obviously disagree. I backed away carefully out of the debate that he was trying to create, because I felt that it was important to maintain a respectful relationship. Despite the uncomfortable conversation, the deal seemed too good to pass up, so I accepted the offer and signed. Since then, he has on multiple occasions came into the apartment for random, unimportant reasons, without notifying me in advance. He's left messages asking me to attend a local event, mainly circulated on political issues with him. He's run out of his side door, in his robe, while I'm trying to leave to ask me menial questions, as if he's always listening for me to be home. He comes into my work to drop off the flyers for the traveling speaker I mentioned, where he also sits and stares at me. I work in a coffee shop. And just today, I noticed that he installed a motion detecting chime that notifies him when I'm on the landing leading to my door. The chime is quiet enough for me to know that it's coming from inside the house on his floor. The last time he came into my work, I all but had a panic attack and started sobbing in front of all of my coworkers. It seems reasonable for me to be upset, despite what he might think is acceptable contact. It feels like he's holding this lease term over my head, in a way. I was around 12 when this happened. It was a Saturday morning, and my parents were going out of town for the weekend. They left my older brother to babysit, but as soon as they left, he did too. Great brother, I know. So I'm sitting in the living room watching TV when the doorbell rings. Instead of looking through the peephole like a normal person, I fling the door, eager for company. I thought that it would be my neighbor, not two middle-aged men looking down at me. Are your parents home? I didn't even hesitate when I tell them no. They're actually out of town for the weekend. Man, if I could go back in time, I would go back and slap myself silly. They exchange glances, and the older man looking says, "Well, I'm your landlord, and we need to come inside to check a few things out." That's when I realize how much trouble I'm in. I know my landlord. He's a friend of the family, and he's not either of the men standing in front of me. Thank God for quick thinking, because I tell him, "Yes, but I need to grab something first." And before they could reply, I shut the door and deadbolt it. I run to the kitchen, grab the phone, and dial my mom's number. I remember thinking, please pick up, please pick up, please pick up. She does, and the second I hear her voice, I break down sobbing. There's two guys at the front door and they want to come in. One said he's the landlord, but it's not Mario, and I'm scared. Come home now. Then I hear pounding on the window. My mom hears it too, because the next thing she tells me is, "Dad is on the phone with the police, and I need you to tell them that. Shout it at the top of your lungs that the cops are on their way. They know you're home alone, and they need to know that you won't be for long. I'll be there in 20 minutes. My parents are an hour away, and how they made it home as fast as they did, I'll never know. But through my tears, I yell as loud as I can. The cops are on their way. Hey, we weren't going to hurt you. No need to cry. It's okay, we'll leave." Then silence. It seemed like a lifetime, but was no less than 10 minutes when the police arrived. I will always remember the female officer who spoke with me. She calmed me down and applauded my quick thinking on shutting the door. She told me to never open the front door again unless it was someone that I knew, and even then not to do it if I was home alone, which I wasn't for a very long time after that. My parents pulled into the driveway like a bat out of heck, and my mom hugged me tighter than she ever had before. I was crying. She was crying. I got a lecture on opening the door for strangers and how lucky I was to be alive, and my brother got yelled at and grounded. Not that he cared much, he moved out shortly thereafter. The cops took a report and surveilled the area for two men but never found them. I learned my lesson that day. I have no idea who they were or what their intentions were, and I don't care to ever find out. So my boyfriend rents a master bedroom in a couple's house. It's a pretty nice space, big, roomy, private bathroom, fairly tidy house, and he's allowed to use the kitchen anytime. His landlord is the only downside. He tends to yell at his wife, drinks too much, and falls asleep on the couch most nights after drinking and watching sports. I've barely ever seen the landlord or spoken to him. Usually when I come by after work, he's already passed out on the couch. This weekend I was at my boyfriend's, and we were making lunch in the kitchen. Landlord comes around the corner and gives me a very long, creepy stare. I look back and say hi just to be friendly. Landlord keeps staring and then says, "If you're going to be in the house, you could at least say hi." My boyfriend stops what he's doing and says, "She did just say hi. I heard her." The landlord scowls and shuffles off. An hour later, landlord sends my boyfriend a message. He says I'm not allowed to come over anymore because I give off an unfriendly vibe. The dog doesn't like me, and they don't feel comfortable with me there. For the record, the dog has bitten the landlord several times and has no problem with me. Anyway, the upshot is that we'll be hanging out at my place for a while instead. And yes, my boyfriend is looking to move out stat. Thankfully, he's on month-to-month rent there. Once upon a time, back when I was about 20, a friend of mine got into some trouble and went to jail. He needed someone to go and stay at his place and take care of his elderly dog and keep his bird fed. I immediately accepted, as I really didn't want to live with my mom and her new, younger boyfriend. Now, here is where I should probably mention that my friend was into some not so great things. That's how he ended up in jail. So naturally, that meant that some pretty shady characters were going around up there. Those characters usually waited until after I went to bed to start coming around and helping themselves to whatever they desired. That was bad enough on its own. But since my friend couldn't pay his electrical bill from jail, there was also no lights. Since the bedroom I was staying in had a deadbolt and another lock, I felt okay in there. I of course realize now how stupid and naive I was back then. After all, I'm only 5'3", and back then, I only weighed about 100 pounds. I guess my desperation for independence drove me to brave it. I would literally wake up the next day to find footprints outside the living room window, and I even found the phone line cut outside once. While all that was going on, my friend's creepy, teeth-missing, pervy landlord started randomly showing up. The landlord only lived like 3 football fields away. Apparently, my friend couldn't pay rent from jail either. He also didn't want me to tell his landlord that he was in jail, so I had to keep giving some stupid excuse about him being away at families. But that excuse only went so far, and probably knowing full well that it was crap, the landlord started showing up even more. And when he did, he started saying nasty things like, "My wife and I would be pretty excited to have you over, especially in a bikini." Soon enough, though, the landlord started being angrier and more frustrated each and every time he would show up. He would just show up at any given time, and since I didn't drive at the time, I was usually there for these unfortunate visits. Eventually, he just started straight up walking in, not even bothering to knock anymore. I told him that that was illegal, but he didn't seem to care at all. Remember earlier in the story, I mentioned that I slept in a locked room? Well, unfortunately, on that particular morning, I had already gotten up and made a trip to the kitchen for some water after the sun had already come up. Because of the daylight, I didn't even bother locking the bedroom door again. I just closed it. Not long after I had fallen back to sleep, a strange, slight noise woke me up. It was sort of a soft clicking sound. I gradually opened my eyes, but I didn't see anything, so I tried to go back to sleep. But then, I was suddenly startled back awake, as I could just feel another presence in the room with me. As I slowly focused my eyes in the light, I saw the old landlord standing over me and mouth breathing with a creepy grin on his sinister face. I instantly bolted upright, whilst grabbing the bed sheet and pulling it over my body. And then I went from 0 to 60 in less than 1 second. I jumped up out of the bed and yelled, "What the heck do you think you're doing right now?" All the while, I continued walking towards him angrily. He backed right up and practically ran out the front door. I locked it behind him screaming, "I'm calling the cops." The cops came out, but since I had no proof and he didn't hurt me, they really couldn't do much. To this day, though, I'll never forget the sound of the old landlord's mouth breathing as he leaned over my sleeping, unsuspecting body. This happened to me last year when I was looking to move house. For the record, I'm a single female. I had been looking on a room renting website and found a couple of places that fit my requirements. One being a multiple occupancy student type shared house. Not ideal, but cheap. And one being a 2-bed house with 1 other occupant. Much more expensive, but nicer living conditions for me. These 2 properties also happened to be directly next door to each other on the same street. So I arranged to see both one evening after work. Shared house first, 2-bed, place immediately after. I had messaged the landlord of both places to set up a time, and the first guy seemed perfectly normal. And in fact, he was the whole time that he was showing me around the place. He was a skinny, middle-aged, slightly balding, and unremarkable guy who worked in IT in another city, quite chatty about his personal life. obviously telling me what he did for a living, asking me questions about my hobbies, etc. Nothing too out of the ordinary. The only thing that seemed off was when I first arrived and knocked on the door, I was greeted by one of the tenants, who told me the landlord was upstairs so I should just go up. I did so, and followed the sound of voices to one of the rooms where the door was open. As I approached, I saw a man and a woman stood together on one side of the bed, and this guy on the other side. They all turned to look towards me as I walked towards the door, and it was a bit awkward as it seemed like I'd interrupted their conversation. But I guess they took it as an opportunity to wrap up as the couple said their thanks and left. The other guy introduced himself as the landlord, and I apologized for arriving early / butting in, but that the tenant had told me to come straight up. He said no problem, and that he didn't mind since he didn't want to rent to couples anyway. Fair enough. As we were roaming the house and chatting, he introduced me to the other tenants who were hanging out in the kitchen cooking, and he asked me what my interests were and if we all had anything in common. I told them that I was into the arts, movies, comic books, and a bit of a nerd. And he asked me if I watched The Big Bang Theory. I said sometimes, and made a joke that I actually tell most people the main characters are what my general friend group is like. He looked me up and down and said, "Yeah, you do kind of remind me of a weird hybrid of Penny and Leonard," then smiled a slow little smile. I was like, that's a weird comment, but okay. I guess I have a similar facial structure to Kaylee Cuoco, the short pixie hair like hers in the later seasons. But I was also dressed in baggy jeans, sneakers, and a boxy khaki military jacket with no makeup on, so I could kind of see what he was aiming at. As I was wrapping up to leave, he was asking me if I had any other questions for him, so I took the opportunity to clarify the deposit and rent amount again. He confirmed this with me, and then smiled again and said, "You seem like a really cool person, so I'm sure that we could work out something cheaper. I just advertised that price to filter up people off, but I trust you." I thanked him for the offer, but that I still had other places to see, so I would let him know. The place next door turned out to be perfect, and I decided almost immediately that it was worth paying more for the privacy and space up there, as I've lived in so many multiple shares before and was getting tired of all the problems that came with it. After a couple more days and confirming with the landlady of the 2-bedroom, I agreed to sign the contract and move in at the beginning of the next month. I sent out a generic message to the previous few people I'd seen, thanking them for their interest, but that I'd decided on another property. And I only got one unexpected response from the landlord I'd seen before saying, "Sorry to hear that. You seemed really cool. I'd love to meet up for a drink sometime." As soon as I read that, I was pretty much like, no, and just never even bothered responding. Deleted his number from my phone and forgot all about it. Fast forward about a week later, and I was with a couple of friends in the pub. As we were catching up, I mentioned the house that I'd gone to see and the random message that the landlord had sent me. One of my friends, who is really immature, a typical prankster, was desperate to see the actual messages that he had sent me. I guess, for proof and for laughs, I guess. Well, I deleted his contact, but not the message history. So I found it and pulled it up for them to look at. They had their, "Ooh, that's creepy" laugh over it. Ribbed me out about maybe he's in the pub right now crying because I rejected him. Haha, very funny. I got up to go to the toilet, and when I came back, I saw that the two of them hunched over something, giggling, and when they saw me walk over, they went silent. That was when I realized that I'd walked away and left these two clowns with my unlocked phone. You can probably guess where this is going. The prankster of the two decided that it would be hilarious to reply to the guy's message, and he took the bait. Within the 4 or 5 minutes I had been away, he had started a flirtatious dialogue posing as me. Yes, this guy is a massive idiot. I tried to get my phone back, but we all had been drinking, and they convinced me it would be fine. They were just having a bit of fun. I wasn't happy about it, but they wouldn't let me see what they were typing, so I didn't know how bad it could be. After several more minutes of immature giggling and typing back and forth, my friends' faces suddenly dropped. He put his hand over his eyes and threw the phone down at the table in disgust. I caught the image of this man filling my phone screen before snatching it up, closing the chat and deleting it. I asked the guys what on earth they had said to make it escalate so quickly, and they apparently made out that I was a transgender woman with a neck fetish of all things, and this guy was really, really into it, prompting him to send those kind of pictures. I suddenly got another message notification, and the guy had added me as a contact on WhatsApp and started sending me messages like, "You make me so excited. I want to see what your mouth can do. And I'd love to bite your neck if you'll bite mine," along with more pictures of his outstretched neck. I blocked him before it escalated any further. The other guys found this hilarious. I was not nearly so amused because I had just agreed to move next door to the house that this guy owned, and I did berate them massively for their stupidity. I almost ended my friendship with the idiotic prankster because of it on top of other things. He's taken my phone before and sent inappropriate messages to group chats that could easily have been my work or family. I'm all up for a joke, but this just went too far and made me very angry. Always keep your phone locked. I haven't heard from the guy since. Although, funnily enough, when I first moved into the house and was chatting with the landlady, I mentioned the fact that I'd viewed the house next door, and she said without provocation, "Yeah, I know the guy who owns it. He's super creepy." I always got a weird vibe from him. I just sort of laughed in agreement. Needless to say, I am 1000% glad that I chose not to move in there. A couple of weeks ago, someone had dropped groceries at my door with 2 coffees. The groceries were very odd. Lubricant, lollipops, not your normal grocery shop. I thought it was delivered to the wrong apartment, and as there was no receipt on confirmation in the bag, I left it in the lobby, but no one claimed it. A week later, a letter was slipped under my door with $200 in it. The letter was by a man talking about his recent hardship and how he'd like to talk to me and hear my voice. Again, I was a little naive, so I took the note to my building manager, thinking it was for someone else. He thought it was strange, so called the number on the letter, and it turns out it was a man in the building next door saying he wanted to be my friend. The buildings are really close together, and you can see into the apartments if the blinds are open. My building manager told him to leave me alone and to stay out of the building. I thought it was over, but today I heard someone pacing in the hallway outside my apartment for a couple of minutes. I went to leave an hour later, and there was a coin in front of my door, dead center, like it had been placed there. The only way it would get there is if it was placed, or if my neighbor had dropped it, as my neighbor should be the only other person that walks past my door. But based on where I found it, it makes me feel like it was deliberately placed. I wouldn't think twice about the coin, but with what's been happening, it's making me really anxious. 2 days later after the coin incident, I left my apartment, and a man in his 60s or 70s approached me straight away, telling me that he's selling his car and if I wanted to take a look at it. So I have a number plate, and I'm reporting it to the police. For background, I'm a 24-year-old female, and I live with my roommate, a 23-year-old female, in an apartment in the suburbs of Atlanta. As you may know, Atlanta is super dangerous and crime-ridden right now. So we have a Ring peephole camera, perfect for apartments, and a digital lock on our door for safety. Now onto the story. About 3 months ago, the sweet family from across the hall moved out, and we got a new neighbor. His name is David, and let's just say he's interesting. When we first saw him moving in, we were a bit taken aback by the sheer amount of stuff that he was trying to fit into his one-bedroom apartment. All of it was anime merch and Star Wars memorabilia. Definitely gives me hoarder vibes, but not my business. When the moving trucks left and a few days had passed, my roommate and I knocked on his door to give him a welcome to the neighborhood gift basket with some baked goods, dog treats, and poop bags for his dog, and seasonal candles. Apparently, this was not the correct thing to do. After that day, David got very creepy. It started out innocent enough. He would come to the door whenever he heard me or my roommate coming or going to give a quick chat. Or he would come over regularly to ask for salt or sugar or toilet paper. Sometimes he would ask if we could come over and watch his dog. But within the past 2 weeks, things have really escalated. 2 weekends ago, we were out pretty late partying at the bars near the Braves Stadium. We ended up going home around 3 a.m., only to find David at the top of the stairs waiting for us. He acted all upset, asked us where we had been, and requested that we tell him if we're planning to be out past midnight. I laughed in his face, and he called me a mindless Stacy, still not sure what that means. He also asked for access to our Ring camera so that he could make sure that we were safe. We laughed at him again and went into our apartment. Here's the scary part. We checked our Ring the next morning, and he sat outside his apartment staring at our door for the rest of the night. When we saw that, we contacted the complex to let them know that he was acting crazy. They told us to contact the police, so we did. The police told us to contact them if he made any threats, but since we lived in a shared space, they couldn't do anything until he entered our apartment or threatened us. I assume the complex said something to him because he left us alone for the next 5 days or so. This week, he's out of control. He is constantly sitting outside of our apartment. My roommate has started leaving for work an hour earlier so that she doesn't cross paths with him. I cannot leave the apartment during the day because he is constantly waiting outside for me. He's asked me out, left love letters on our door, on our cars, and in our mailbox. I told him once that I wasn't interested, and he told me that he would unalive himself if I didn't go on a date with him. Of course, I don't have that in writing, so the police didn't do anything. He has also put up a Ring doorbell of his own so that he can track all of our movements, and will leave really creepy notes when we're gone, so we find them when we come back. What do we do? Edit. For now, my brother is spending the night on my couch for the next few nights, until we can have a sit-down meeting with my landlord. We've collected all of the evidence and Ring footage so that we can show how much this has progressed. I'm sure the landlord and the police think we're being dramatic little girls or whatever, so we're not going to take no for an answer. Either he leaves, or we break our lease and get our full security deposit back. We're also going to file for a temporary restraining order at the very minimum, because some of the commenters said that that would be faster than going through the police. Again, thank you all so much for all of the advice. I'll update if anything crazy goes down. Edit. Thank you so much to everyone who replied in this thread and sent me direct messages. I really appreciate all of the kind words, advice, and support. Here are some updates. 1. We met with our landlord last week. Unfortunately, they aren't willing to work with us as much as we expected. They will not remove him from his unit. Since we didn't want to spend a ton of money to move, we asked if we could move units within the complex. The landlord offered us a 1-bedroom unit on the terrace level, so my roommate and I would have to share a room in what is basically the basement of our building. Not ideal. 2. We spoke to the police. They said that the notes and letters weren't enough to get someone on stalking her harassment, especially since he lives literally 3 feet away from us. He probably just thinks that you're cute, they said. They did keep the Ring videos and said that they would contact us sometime this week after they reviewed all the footage. 3. We've moved in with my parents for the time being. Shout out to them for being incredible parents. It really sucks spending $2,000 plus monthly on a place that you can't live. We're actively looking for other apartments, but money is tight since we would have to buy out the current lease and pay to start a new one. Also not ideal. So, not the update we were hoping for. But we're both safe now, and that's what's important. If anyone has any suggestions about raising $5,000 in a month, please let me know. When I, a 38-year-old female, was 18, I lived in a detached garage apartment that had a second apartment upstairs. My apartment was an efficiency and only had walls without doors to separate the rooms. The second floor was being renovated and no one rented it. At night, I would hear footsteps, and it sounded like it came from upstairs. I could hear someone going up and down the stairs outside at night. One time, I had put my St. Bernard on a tie out to party, and I went outside, and I heard scratching on the steps to find her wrapped around the stairs in a way that she couldn't have done by herself. I started having friends stay over because I thought that I was imagining things, since it was my first time living alone. One night, I was laying in bed and I heard a noise that woke me up. I looked up half awake and saw a shadowy figure at the foot of my bed. I could see the outline of what looked like a thin man or woman with shaggy hair and a top hat. I told myself I was just being paranoid and imagining things. I grabbed a hold of my dog and covered us with a blanket, telling myself it wasn't real. A few weeks later, my car had a baseball thrown through the window. I was out taping up my window, and my neighbor came out to talk to me. A young couple rented the house on the same lot. I asked her if she knew if our landlord had either been working on the upstairs unit or maybe rented it out because I kept hearing noises. She told me no, and offered to have her husband go take a look upstairs in the unit. While he was inspecting, she started telling me to be aware of a homeless man who was seen in the alley behind us. I asked her to describe him, and she tells me that he's thin, tall, dirty long hair, and always wearing a funny hat, kind of like the Mad Hatter. Her husband comes back and tells me that the door was unlocked, but the floor isn't done in the upstairs apartment, and there's no possible way someone could be up there because there was no place to step. I called my mom and she helped me move. While I was loading the U-Haul, I found 3 house keys in random places in my yard. All of them went to my door. I'm pretty sure that this dude was just living with me, and I had no idea. When I was around 7 years old, my parents rented out our basement to a young couple, a man and a woman. Things went smoothly for the first couple of months for the most part, save for the occasional loud party here or there. They were nice enough and would even leave their door open, which was under our backyard porch, for my siblings and I, the youngest being 5 and the oldest 9 years old, to wander in and out and use their basketballs, badminton racks, etc. whenever they were home. They would let us come and go as we pleased, although we didn't do so very often, because my parents weren't very comfortable with the idea, of course. As time went on, they started getting a bit out of hand, throwing loud parties until all hours of the night and disturbing the neighbors, sketchy people coming in and out, and my parents suspecting that they were growing marijuana in the basement, as the house constantly smelled like weed all throughout. My parents did end up finding a plant being grown in the closet under a lamp and evicted them immediately. Marijuana wasn't legal at the time. A few years went by until a family member who works in corrections came over one day. They began talking to my mom about our former tenants and asked if we ever knew where they ended up, and she said that she didn't. The family member then told us that a man was brought into the facility that they worked at who looked and sounded familiar, but they weren't able to place him. They suspected that the man may be our ex-tenant, who is actually being held on charges of SA and murder, but they weren't sure if it was him or not. Eventually, my mom was able to confirm the identity of the man as being our ex-tenant. He was arrested for R-wording and murdering his ex-girlfriend with his father. My parents didn't tell us until years later, but it was pretty wild news considering how many times he invited my siblings and I, without hesitation, into the basement, whenever we were out playing in the yard. I'm a 28-year-old man. The following happened a couple years back, when the city of the apartment that I'm currently renting with my brother was more gang-ridden. Fortunately, a lot of those people moved out at the end of last year, so things are safer now. However, at the time where I lived, it was rather dangerous, and the following shows that. It was February 2020, and the rent was due by the 5th. So, before the deadline, my brother and I went and withdrew the money for the rent. Then, shortly after we came home, I left my apartment and I went down to the rental office to pay, got the receipt, etc. As I was leaving and heading back to my apartment, though, is when the encounter all began. As I was heading back, I looked across the street, and I saw a tall, skinny man with his pants somewhat hanging below his waist across the street, going for a walk up ahead. I merely glanced at him, sort of like how people can merely glance at someone when they're going for a walk, and they see someone across the street. However, as soon as the guy noticed me glance, he started screaming at me viciously. "Hey, ain't nobody talking to you. Ain't nobody thinking about you, man." I was pretty taken aback and kind of shocked. However, not wanting to give him attention, I pretended like I didn't hear him, and I continued walking, not looking in his direction. However, as I continued walking back to my apartment, he started screaming profanities and more at me. Then he started to cross the street to where I was going. However, because he was ahead of me, on the opposite street, when we decided to cross, instead of heading directly towards me, he did the following. He decided to cross the street and sat on some outside apartment steps up ahead to where I was going. The reason was so that I would have to cross his path if I were to get to the front of my apartment. He just sat there, waiting for me to pass him as I was walking. He was dead silent, but you could tell that he could lash out at any second, which gave me chills. My heart was pounding in my chest, and thoughts started running through my head. What if he had a weapon? Would he try and jump me when I passed by him? Would he follow me back to my apartment? With my thoughts racing, I quickly remembered the back entrance. So I went around to the back of the apartment and took the entrance there, which led me to my place. I told my brother what happened, and we immediately agreed that the police should be called, so that's what was done. The police were called, and it took about 7 minutes for them to get there. Shortly into waiting for the police to arrive, I looked out the window of my top floor, and there the guy was. He was walking about the area with a suspicious look on his face, quickly looking back every now and then to see if someone was watching him. Eventually, the police arrived. I told them what happened, gave them a description of the guy, etc. The police also agreed to do a quick sweep of the area. However, the man was nowhere to be found, though they said that they would keep an eye out, even though nothing came up again. Who that man was, I do not know. He may have been on drugs, doing illegal activity which caused him to become very paranoid, etc. Who knows? As for me, all I know is if my apartment did not have a back entrance, things could have ended really badly. This happened a few years ago. I was going through a difficult time, so I was looking for a new place to live without big commitments until I figured life out. I met this guy through a Craigslist posting. He said he had an apartment and was looking for a roommate. I got his name and number, called him, set up a meeting at a public place for a meet and greet. Everything went seemingly fine, and he agreed to show me the place. He seemed super nice and helpful. He was easy to get along with, was neat and low maintenance. It didn't bother me that he was a guy. We agreed on no drugs, no partiness, no craziness terms. We agreed on monthly payments, and I moved in a few weeks later. So it was after 2 weeks. One day he comes in early from work, has this very upset voice and claims that we need to talk. He says that I've been acting very inappropriately by having my boyfriend stop by on occasion. Not even stay or spend the night or anything like that. To see me for like 10 minutes every now and then. I began questioning him, and he just said that made him feel uncomfortable because everyone at the apartment complex thought that I was his romantic partner. I was so furious and couldn't believe this. It then escalated to a point that he said that the entire time he had known me, which is like for 2 weeks of very minimal interaction, plus the fact that I worked night shift, so he was by himself most of the time when he was home. He was convinced that, "I believe you are possessed. I can see it in your eyes." I knew at this point that this stuff had totally hit the fan, and that I needed to get as far away from this guy as I could. He acted all calm then, saying that I could take my time looking for a new place, and that our arrangement would not work. Yeah, no duh. So I told my boyfriend what had happened. I found an apartment I could move into, and had planned to do it the very next day. I told the insane roommate. The next day of my moving out comes, and I walk into the apartment to get my stuff. There's this wooden cross above my room's doorframe with this cliché Jesus figure on it, which was pretty offensive since I'm a Christian, and this lunatic had decided that I'm possessed. I walk into my room, and there are these creepy candles all lit. I packed up all of my belongings and left. He sent a message to me later, with of course something that had to do with God and how he was hoping that I would face my sins in darkness. I blocked this creep's number after that. I do trust people a lot less, and would never have a roommate. And this was the first time ever in my life that I had had one. Yeah, for 2 weeks. Every night between 1 to 4 a.m., my downstairs neighbor is doing intense construction, and I only hear it between the hours of 1 to 4 a.m., and it's been going on for like 8+ months, 4 or 5 days a week nonstop, and it's getting louder every night. It keeps me up now, and it never used to. It's much louder than before, which leads me to believe that they're trying to get in, as the sound is consistently getting louder every night. I am immune at risk, so I've been pretty isolated up here by myself, and I'm worried to talk to my downstairs neighbor personally, which also has to do with living in a very sketchy area. Are there any reasons at all why someone would only choose to use their electric tool collection between 1 to 4 a.m., or do I have the right to be worried? I've been constantly telling myself that it's probably nothing for a long time, but it gets scarier every night, and the more I think about it, the more my reasoning feels like excuses. If anybody has an explanation for this, it could put my mind at ease and let me sleep. Thank you. I'm a 21-year-old male, and my girlfriend is a 20-year-old female, and we rented an apartment for a month. The area was secluded, and after dark, everyone would mind their own business. Neighbors would hardly talk to each other or even be outside in the evening. Our apartment was in a building with 4 floors, and each floor had a single apartment. All the apartments were very compact and built to be rented to students. The night we moved in, our taps ran out of water, so I went upstairs hoping to borrow some from the people living upstairs. I realized that 2 out of the 4 apartments were vacant and locked. The apartment on the 4th floor was lit from the inside, so I decided to ring the bell, but to my disappointment, nobody answered. Over the next week, we used to hear the sound of someone whacking a rod or some sort of metal on maybe the floor or some other object. This would start late at night, after 1:30 a.m., and continue for hours. Initially, we didn't care about it, but after some time, it got us intrigued. The sound was clearly from one of the apartments above us, but as I already mentioned, 2 of the 3 were vacant for sure, and the 3rd one seemed vacant but was lit from inside. I knocked on its door many times, but no one answered. The whacking sound was a daily occurrence, and on some very late nights, we could hear someone climbing the building stairs. It seemed as if we were the only ones living in this building, especially during the day, and until the very late nights. We made up theories to convince ourselves that it was nothing, but the pattern of whacking was too irregular for it to be made by wind or something other than a person. It would start almost daily at around the same time. We asked people around, but didn't get any satisfactory answer. No one knew if anyone lived there. Towards the end of our stay, I saw a shady-looking man going upstairs one day, during the day. I asked him if he was the owner of the apartments upstairs. He said he was, also including the one on the 4th floor. I asked him if anyone lived upstairs, and also about the whacking sound. He told me that no one did, and that he's looking for tenants. He said that he had no idea about the sound. To my surprise, he then asked me, "So, for how long you're going to stay here?" "4 more days till we leave on the 30th of this month," I replied. He asked me if anyone else had rented the place for the next month, and I told him that I didn't know. So the strangest part is that for the next 4 days, there was neither the whacking sound nor the sound of someone climbing up the stairs late at night. However, my girlfriend's internship got extended by 2 days, and we decided to stay there. And just as I had anticipated, the whacking sound resumed after the 30th, the day that we were supposed to leave. I don't know what it was. I won't ever know. But I'm just happy that we got out of the place without any consequences. It really scared me sometimes, and feels weird thinking about it, even now. So this was about 3.5 years ago, but I still think about it every day. I'll start by saying that I was not being very smart. I was in Miami with a friend, who is now my boyfriend, and we were vacationing/blowing off steam. I was 28, he was 25. We're both gay. I decided to download Grindr and see what was going on. Long story short, I met a guy and went to his place for some fun. We had it. I had a blast. We had some drinks and I was feeling great. It was about 11 p.m. at night and time to wrap up and head back out to the hotel. I saw that it was about a mile walk literally straight down the road, so I head out. Well, I had taken some Adderall and was feeling a little more reckless than I normally am, and decided that maybe I would hook up with someone else. I know, stupid idea. So I log back onto Grindr and instantly connect with such a hot guy. He invites me over, gives me his address, and also says that he could come pick me up. So I'm like standing on the edge of this sidewalk, wondering if I'm going to get picked up or call an Uber to this location, or just go home. And someone pulls up in a truck and says that they're here to pick me up. I'm like, "Oh wow, you came. That's so nice." I literally remember looking at the picture and at the guy and feeling very confident that they were the same person. So I hopped in the truck. Instantly, I had the weirdest feeling. The truck smelled weird, first of all. I don't know how to describe it. Like the taste of licking iron. I was instantly turned off and felt so weird. He starts driving. Thankfully, I did not close out of the Grindr app when he pulled up, because it was so abrupt. Because I looked down and literally noticed that I'm getting further away from the guy that I was talking to. They were not the same person. I remember that I just started texting and talking, being like, "I really like your blonde hair. Your gray truck is really cool. Is this a 2014 Chevy Silverado? I just told my friends about you, and I have to be home by 12 p.m. just for your information. We can go to my hotel. They'd love to meet you." Trying to make it seem like I have people waiting on me, that I disclosed part of his identity. Anything. This lasted about 2 to 3 minutes until he pulled over and said that he wasn't feeling like hanging out. To this day, I think I was picked up by someone who saw an easy target, but thankfully, I was slightly resourceful in the moment. I was in New Orleans for a work conference. I was early for a dinner, so I was seated at a little table next to the piano for a cocktail before my party came. This man was at the adjacent table, and we started talking. Very benign, seemed fine. The waitress came up to him and sternly said, "I know you want to keep talking to this young lady, but if I don't seat you now, you'll lose your table." He left and was seated. The waitress came back to me and told me that the man paid for my drink. "That's fine," I said, "tell him thank you." Minutes later, a waiter came over and told me that he'd like for me to join him since he's dining alone. I told him to tell him thank you, but I'm waiting for my party. I'm seated with my group, and his table is right next to ours, and he is staring the entire time while he's eating. It was unnerving, but okay, maybe he thought I was an escort. I don't know. The rest of my party noticed too, and well after he was done eating, he stayed at the table and continued to watch me. Fast forward to the next night. I go meet some friends at a hotel bar to listen to live music. Mind you, this is in a completely separate part of town. New Orleans is huge. I go to the bar to grab a drink, and this man is at the bar, again, staring at me with almost a disdain. I've had maybe 3 other occurrences in my life where I felt this deep, unsettling feeling. Was he following me? What are the odds that we would be in the same place? I had a terrible dream last night that I was stuck in an elevator with this man, but I didn't know it was him, and he found out where I lived and tried to break in. It felt like a psychic attack, a deep, unnerving, violating feeling. I've dealt with plenty of creeps, but this one was different. This just happened, and I still don't feel safe, even locked inside of my home. I was outside with my puppy for about an hour. She kept getting distracted by a bunny, so I walked around the apartment complex a few times, trying to get her to use the bathroom. As I'm waiting for her to hopefully use it, because it's past midnight, one of the neighbors starts walking up to me. She's barking at him, and he doesn't stop trying to approach. I yell out that he shouldn't come up to me in the middle of the night, and he only responds with a "hey there" and comes closer. I tell him to leave me alone, and he asks if my dog will bite, which I lie and say yes, and to leave. Even when I quickly walked away, taking the longer way to loop around to my apartment because I need to put as much distance from him and I, he stood where I was moments ago watching me. I looked back every few seconds, and he was still watching me. This isn't the first weird encounter with him. He's tried to approach me before while I was with my sister, and then my father. But this is the first time I was alone in the middle of the night. My dad's friend and his wife were passing through town, so they stopped by our house to visit. Let's call my dad's friend A. I've always been uncomfortable around him, but it's just getting to the point where I can't stand to be around him. He forced me into multiple hugs during his visit, and they always lasted way too long. He'd also run his hands down my body when he pulled away, and kiss me on the cheek when it was extremely obvious that I was uncomfortable. He sat right beside me on the otherwise empty couch, to the point where I was quite literally squeezed between him and the arm of the couch, and he put his hand on my knee and was rubbing it. He kept making comments about how pretty I was, which aren't inherently creepy, but coupled with his other actions, were just weird. I honestly want to tell my dad how comfortable A makes me, but I'm afraid that he won't take it well, or will tell me that I'm overreacting. I personally don't think that I am overreacting, but I just want to get an outside perspective. I'm sure I'll sound crazy, but I'm super creeped out from a recent interaction at a grocery store. I was shopping with my toddler and an older lady, maybe 70-ish, who was by herself, just came up and said, "Ma'am, just so you know, all canned veggies are in sale for 50 cents this week," and went on about how it's a great deal and they don't run it often. I said, "Thanks. I appreciate the heads up, and I'll definitely grab a few on my way out." Then she begins to walk away and is almost out of sight when she stopped and looked back and smiled at my son. She then asked how old he was. I said, "Oh, just over a year." She then asked if he was my only child and some other random questions about him. She then goes, "Hey, I just remembered I have some clothes in my trunk, all boys stuff in the 2T to 3T range," and asked if I wanted it. I politely declined. I said we'll be shopping a while, and I didn't want to hold her up. She then proceeds to say, "Oh, it's not a problem. I'll just wait outside and then I can come back in and find you before you leave. Are you a single mom? Would you need them?" I got this gut feeling that something was off about this lady, and I just said nope. Not a single mom, and we have all the clothes that we need, and then thanked her for the offer. She tried a few more times, saying things like, "I just don't know what to do with them. If you could use them, I'd be happy to give them all to you." At this point, it really felt like she was trying to lure me and my son to her car. I continued to decline the offer and then walked away. I did a few more laps around the store, looking for things that I needed, and at one point I saw her standing in an aisle in the center of the store with a younger man just people watching. I could just be super paranoid, and she was just a sweet old lady trying to be nice. But something in my gut just told me to get out of the conversation as quickly as possible. I feel like parents will know that having a small child with you makes strangers talk to you all the time and make small talk about your sweet kiddos. But this conversation did not feel the same as others that I've had while out and about with my son. Has anyone else ever had a similar experience? I feel lucky that all of these encounters occurred in public places. For reference, I'm a 24-year-old female, have freckles and naturally red hair, and I'm about 5'7". The first time this man, who appeared to be about my same age and height, approached me while I was in a popular downtown bar with my best friend. I saw this man approach, and I was not interested, so as to not lead him on, I kept my responses short. The conversation went as follows. His intro line was, "You have so many freckles. They're in such random places." Me, "That is how freckles work." Him, "That's how you know you're a real redhead." I was creeped out already at this point. Me, "I'm well aware." He lingered to ask a couple of more pointless questions until my friend and I managed to get away. My friend and I ended up going to a different bar across the street a little later in the night. We had settled into the new bar, were a little drunker, and my friend went to the bathroom, leaving me at a high-top table up against the wall. The same man appeared out of nowhere to my left and put one arm against my table and the other against the wall, so I had nowhere to go, saying to me, "You're the redhead from before." Fellas, never physically trap a girl that you're trying to hit on. I was extremely uncomfortable, but I figured my friend would be back soon and would be able to help me out of the situation without causing a scene. He asked me several awkward questions. Meanwhile, I had secretly texted my friend to hurry back to save me from a creepy guy. He then asks, "Take a picture with me." Me, why? Him, "For the memories." I was still trapped, and I was hoping that if I complied, he would leave me alone. So I let him take a picture of us while I was smiling a fake hostage smile. My friend had reappeared, but was standing by the bar and not approaching the table. I pretended to be drunker than I was and rushed over to her gushing, "Oh my God, you're back, let's go dance." And I dragged her away to explain the situation. Fast forward a week. My next encounter with this man was at a completely different and very busy bar with different female friends of mine. I was having a good time, and suddenly I looked to my left, and this man, I kid you not, was running in my direction, phone outstretched, with the picture that he forced me to take with him on the screen. I had had enough, and I was done being polite to save his feelings as I sat there scared. I told him, "Leave me alone, you creep me out." He venomously replies, "Well, you're an ugly jerk anyways." My friends catch wind something is going on, and as he walks away, they offer to protect me if needed. For months, I thought that it was my last interaction with this man. I was wrong. I had taken it as a warning, an example of how men's demeanor can change once they have been rejected, and it was chilling. 7 months later, I had forgotten about the prior encounters, and I was casually browsing a drugstore makeup display at night after the gym. I was looking down at a product when my spidey senses started going off. Someone was standing on the other side of the display and staring at me in my periphery. I look up, and a man was 2 feet in front of me. I did not yet realize it, but it was the same man. He asked me if the drugstore we were in sold chapstick. It's a drugstore. Every one, without fail, sells chapstick. Taken aback, my initial thought was that he assumed I was an employee, and I replied, "I don't work here." He smiled a slow smile, maintained eye contact, and said okay. We both continued shopping until he returned to another makeup aisle I was at in the store. He said, "I think I've met you before." I told him I didn't believe we had, as I truly didn't remember him yet. He began to ask me questions that every girl my age in my city would answer yes to. "Have you been downtown before?" Me. "Well, yeah, everyone has. But like every weekend." Me. "Not every single weekend." Him. "No, but last summer with girls." At this point, I was getting a very bad feeling in my stomach. Everything about his body language, demeanor, and the things that he was saying felt off. And he was staring. He insisted 2 more times that we had met and would not let it go. So I suggested, "Lots of people confuse me with other redheads they've met before. I'm sorry, I don't remember meeting you." He stared at me, and after a moment slowly said, "No, I know the redhead I spoke to." I began walking to the register and he followed. As I walked, it finally clicked who it was, and I was afraid. His social unawareness and weird questions made me sure that it was him. I played it cool until I had paid for my items and I was leaving the store. I didn't look back, but I knew he had items to pay for before he could follow. So as soon as I was out the door, I sprinted for my car. I got in, locked it, and sat for a moment stunned as I processed what had happened. I came to my senses quickly, and I drove to the parking lot exit. I looked back, and he was just outside the doors of the pharmacy, his head looking back and forth across the dark parking lot for me. I know that he saw my car leaving the parking lot, and since it was at night, few people were at the pharmacy, so it was clearly me leaving. I took note of the car that he was walking to, and I decided to take an extra long route home just to ensure that I wasn't being followed. This route led through a wealthy neighborhood at the far east end of my city, so there is nothing that way aside from high-end homes. I looped through a roundabout in this neighborhood, and I saw a car matching his drive straight through. There was no way to know if it was his. However, it was chilling. There was no sign of his car after that. A couple weekends later was my final encounter. It was St. Patrick's Day, and the bars downtown were as packed as I've ever seen them. I was in the same bar he had first approached me in months before, alone, as I was waiting for friends to get through security. He rushed up to me from the crowd. He said, "Hey, I know you from the name of the pharmacy." I had to assertively tell him to leave me alone multiple times. He kept asking, "Why? Do you have a boyfriend?" I responded again saying, "That's none of your business. Leave me alone." It is interesting how some men only seem to take another man's claim to a woman as a no, and not a woman's obvious and direct disinterest. To this day, another 7 months later, that was the last that I saw of him. I am lucky that these encounters were in public, They could have easily turned out violent otherwise. I wrote this hoping to show other women that being assertive and at times rude is completely okay and necessary to protect yourself. Some men do not take no for an answer easily. To this day, it baffles me why he would try so hard to make me remember him after he called me an ugly jerk. Anyways, stay vigilant, ladies. This happened when my best friend was 17 and a half, and I was 17 in 1996. My best friend, Chrissy, and I are both smaller females. She is 5'4", and at the time weighed 110 pounds, but was a soccer player, very athletic and strong. I'm 5'7", and at the time I weighed 125 pounds. We are both blue-eyed blondes, and were often asked if we were sisters or cousins. This is a large reservoir on the outskirts of her town, surrounded by a beautiful public park. We figured we'd be fine to walk around in the park, because lots of people go hiking there. I had gotten some really good quality weed, and we were looking forward to finding a peaceful place to smoke some out in nature. I had my pipe ready in my pocket, and we were stoked. We chose to go out on a Saturday. It was a beautiful sunny day, and there were not many people there. We parked her car by the reservoir, in the mostly vacant lot that had 2 other cars. We did not see anybody when we got there. We walked around the water for a bit, and then chose a trail to go up. It was about 80 degrees out, and we were sweating, but we had some water in my small day pack. As we got about a quarter mile or so into the trail, I started having a weird feeling. I looked at her quietly and asked, "Hey, do you feel something is off here? Everything is really quiet." Where there were usually crickets chirping and frogs singing, it was totally silent. She looked at me and said, "Yeah, I think so." And then we heard some crackling of leaves about 60 feet behind us and a bit to the left. We did not see anybody at that time, so we continued forward. We were both getting pretty nervous, and we heard the crackling again, this time a little bit closer. We still did not see anyone. Each time we would continue forward, we would hear footsteps a little bit more behind us. I thought we were being stalked. There was a turnoff to the left, which led to a clearing by a large rock about 12 feet high, with a large, sturdy rope anchored on it to climb up to the top. It was part of a steep hillside of the cliff. The rope to climb it was anchored to the ground as well, so no one could move it. I told her, "We need to get up to that rock now. We need high ground." She nodded and went up first with me right behind her. We flew up that rock, clinging to the rope tightly and going as fast as we could. When we reached the top, we turned around to see an older man, probably about 45, with a slighter build, wearing a jacket, jeans, and glasses coming into the clearing. He was about 20 feet away. He looked at us with a cold, vacant expression. I got goosebumps looking at him. I shouted, "Hi, will you please leave us alone? We're trying to have some privacy here." He gave no response, and with a blank expression, slowly started walking towards the rope which led to the top of the rock. My friend at this point was really scared and asked, "What do we do?" I saw a large rock about 8 inches and almost square to my right, so I grabbed it. I was surprised at how heavy it was, but my adrenaline was going, so I lifted it easily. I told her, "Look around for the biggest rocks you can find, fast. Move them next to us. Hold the biggest one. If that guy tries to come up, we throw them at him and hit him as hard as we can. Aim for his head." Fortunately, there was a pile of sizable rocks behind us to the left, like someone had made a ring to hold a fire on top of the rock and then moved them away. She brought a few over and held a large one herself. My friend and I stood close to the edge of the rock, holding our makeshift weapons. I looked down to the base of the rock where this guy was considering the rope. He looked up at us again with very cold blue eyes and no expression. Then he reached his hand for the rope. I shouted loudly, "Do not come up here. If you try to come up here, You're gonna get really hurt. We are aiming for your head with these rocks. Get the heck away from us." I held the rock close to my chest so he could see it. My friend was next to me doing the same thing, and we had a whole pile of more rocks. He blinked his eyes and cocked his head a little bit, then released his hand from the rope and silently backed away. He backed to the edge of the clearing, backed through the brush, still watching us, and then we heard his crunching footsteps go back through the woods until we couldn't hear him anymore. We stayed on the rock for another 20 minutes, maybe more, watching and waiting. There was no other way to access the rock except for the steep hillside covered with poison oak, so we did not think that he'd try it. And plus, we'd be able to hear him if he did. After we didn't hear anything for 20 minutes, we decided to make a break for her car. We threw several rocks down to the ground. Mine hit the dirt with a particularly satisfying thud. Chrissy went first down, while I was keeping watch in case he came back. When I was scaling down the rock, she was holding a rock ready to throw it full force if he returned. Fortunately, he did not. We each grabbed the largest rock we could carry, put a few smaller ones in our pockets for good measure, then headed back to her car on the trail, very carefully and very quietly. The crickets were chirping again, so we felt that he had left, but we were still extremely cautious. We did make it back to her car without incident and quickly left. That was the last time that I've ever hiked in that park. A while back, my husband and I wanted to check out a park that we had never been to before. It's on the outskirts of a smaller town, just a small forested park with a few walking trails, and a parking lot for about 20 cars or so. We got out of the car and walked over to the information board, while a man in the other occupied car in the lot started shouting random nonsense at us. There were only 4 total cars in the lot, so there were not a lot of other people around. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was super creepy. He kept shouting religious questions and random nonsense, so we didn't feel safe going on the trails into the woods. Instead, we got back into the car and drove to another park on the opposite side of town, at least 10 miles away, and not a straightforward route between the two places. We go and have a nice hike, come back to the car about 30 minutes later, and guess who slowly drives past us? Yep, creepy guy from the first park. We could not imagine that he just happened to follow the same route and end up at this same park by random coincidence. But the thing is, I watched to make sure that he didn't follow us. He did not follow us out of the first park, and at no point was he behind us while driving. How did he find us? For context, this happened to me years ago when I was about 13, maybe 14. I grew up in a small to mid-sized city in the West, pretty safe in a quiet middle-class neighborhood. This was back when I still bought into organized religion, and I was going to an overnight lock-in at the church gym. For the non-Christian kids who aren't familiar, it's basically a huge Christian-focused sleepover for teens. The church was only maybe a 10 to 20 minute walk from my house, and the quickest way to get there was to cut across a park right next to the elementary school. This was the early 2000s, so I definitely grew up in the age of stranger danger and teaching girls to always be vigilant. On the other hand, I was walking a short distance through my own neighborhood to the church, and I was very responsible for my age. I was an oldest daughter, always the babysitter, and my parents had okayed me walking by myself and would drop by with my sleeping bag and pillow after they picked up my little brother from practice. I was running a little late, so the sun was just setting as I approached the park. As I crunched my way across the grass next to the tennis court, I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. Turning my head, I saw a figure, clearly a man, dressed in dark clothing, and leaning against the brick wall of the school. He was kind of tucked into an alcove formed where the building met the fence around the playground, out of the sight from the road. The man was standing just outside the halo of light from the lamp above a nearby door. The man was just lounging in the crux of the wall and the fence. What initially caught my eye was the flicker of the lit cigarette in his mouth. It was too dark to see his features, but I could tell, as I noticed him, that he was already watching me. He was a fair distance away across the grass, but it was just open space between us. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel them on me. I felt that uneasy tingle creep down my spine. I suddenly realized that I was alone in the growing dark, and here was some unknown man tracking me with his eyes that I couldn't make out. Instead of continuing to cut diagonally across the park, I veered right towards the sidewalk and the street so that I wouldn't come too close to him. I walked a little faster, trying to shake off my uneasiness, telling myself, "You're just being silly." The first time I glanced back, he hadn't moved, though I could still feel him watching. As I left the grass of the park and approached the street corner, I felt briefly relieved. I was back under the street lamps, which by now had flickered on. Only 3 or 4 short blocks until I was at the church. I glanced back once more to reassure myself that I had worried for no reason, expecting to see nothing. By now, the man should be completely out of view. Instead, I felt the pit of dread in my stomach turn to acidic fear when I realized that the man was in fact halfway across the park now, walking in my direction. I immediately crossed to the other side of the street and began walking faster. At this point, I could feel the adrenaline rushing through me. I didn't have any real words or images to describe what I thought would happen to me, just a jumble of snippets from news reports and vague fears about what happens to young girls out alone at night. I was still trying to convince myself that it could just be a coincidence. The man could just be walking in the same direction. After another block, as I approached the next corner, I looked back again. The man had reached the edge of the park, and instead of walking straight ahead, he too had crossed the street to my side. Even worse, it seemed like he had closed some of the distance between us, and, to my eyes at least, it seemed like he was walking faster. I immediately felt my terror increase. At this point, I was convinced that he was a predator, and I had made myself easy prey. I still had 2.5 blocks to the church, but at this point, I was wondering whether I would ever make it to the lock-in. I glanced back at the man once more, and he had closed the gap even further with his longer legs. I still couldn't clearly see his face, but I had seen enough. I turned around and started all out running up the street. My backpack thumped against my back. My heart raced. My breath turned shallow. I ran all the way to the church parking lot before I looked back again, and by the time I did, the man was gone. To this day, I have no idea if that man was after me, or if he just thought that I was some weird kid running down the street at dusk. Frankly, I'm glad to have never found out, one way or the other. I'm a 25-year-old male, and at this time of the story, I was probably 21, and I was taking an afternoon walk down the nature trail, just outside the subdivision where I lived. Note that this trail was right next to a moderately busy 2-lane road, with some houses on the opposite side of the road, so the area wasn't desolate. However, there was a line of trees and foliage that stood between the trail and the road, obscuring the view from one side of the other. So, passing cars, not having a clear view of what transpired on the trail. At some point, I spotted a woman, late 20s, I'd guess, standing alone in the middle of the trail. She stood there and watched me as I made my way down the trail towards her. Once I got close, she asked me if I could borrow my cell phone to call someone. Now, I had already read enough scary stories on subreddits like Let's Not Meet to know about tactics like this. I'd heard the stories about how a woman would ask for aid, get people in a vulnerable position, and then a man would swoop in and take the mark by surprise. I hesitated, but I still gave in to the social pressure and desire to help another person in need. I gave her my phone despite my better judgment. I was, however, on edge. I tensed up and began looking around the place to see if anyone would pop out from somewhere, ready to react should someone show up. I also made a point to remain standing in arm's reach of the woman. Then, I hear rustling from the brush. I instantaneously turned towards the sound and watched as a man, who looked around the same age as the woman, was notably quite short, probably around 5'5", emerges from the foliage. I was probably glaring at him with the very obvious suspicion as he made his way over to the woman, standing at her side without saying a word. The woman handed me my phone back, saying they didn't pick up, not even reacting to the man's presence. I took my phone and left. What I assume happened is that they were planning on mugging me, but ended up bailing for whatever reason. Maybe it's because I was visibly on edge, and they figured that it wasn't worth trying to get the drop on me. Maybe the guy figured that there was too much of a size distance between us. Or maybe he'd already put his plan into action, made a little too much noise, and bailed while keeping a completely cool face as he made his way over to his presumed significant other. For my part, I was ready to grab the woman and use her as a human shield, maybe push her on him. Glad it didn't come to that, especially given the outside possibility that there's some non-mugging explanation for this. I'm a mid-20s female, and I went to the local grocery store tonight around 5 p.m. It's winter and getting dark by 5 p.m. where I live. I was in an aisle taking my time deciding between the options, when this late 20s, early 30s looking guy with light features, glasses, and a scruffy beard comes up right next to me and just stands there. I didn't think much of it, or even look at him at first, because I figured whatever, he's just looking too. But then, after a few seconds, I noticed he wasn't moving or doing anything, just standing there. So I looked at him, and he was already staring at me, and for half a second I thought that he might say something to me. So I stood there for a second just looking back at him. He didn't say anything, so I just turned and fast walked away. At this point, I'm thinking, okay, that was weird, but whatever. Probably just an awkward guy who doesn't know how to talk to women. Then, not 30 seconds later, I'm in another aisle, and I see him out of the corner of my eye coming down the aisle I'm in. Again, staring right at me. So again, I walked away as fast as I could, and went right to the self-checkout. While I was out self-checkout, I'm looking over my shoulders the whole time, making sure that he isn't behind me anymore, and he's not. I start walking out of the store, relieved that once again I was just being paranoid, and I wasn't ever in any real danger. As I'm walking out, I decide to look behind me one more time, and there he is, right behind me. I then notice that he has nothing in his hands, no groceries, and he's heading towards the door right on my heels. Without even looking, I just stop dead in my tracks. I look right at him again. He's already looking at me. And then he puts his head down looking at his phone and walks past me out the door. He bought nothing. I'm so scared at this point that my head is spinning. I didn't know what to do. I can see my car because I parked close to the exit, thank goodness. So I call my fiance and sprint as fast as I can to my car. I jump in, lock the doors, and start looking for this guy. Then I see him. He's aimlessly walking around the parking lot through the cars. He's pretty far away from me at this point, and I have my fiance on the phone, so I'm feeling somewhat safe again. I watched him walk around for another few seconds before I got out of there. I have no idea what this guy was doing or what his motive could have been. Maybe he was just a weird dude who didn't know how to talk to girls, or maybe he was a predator with dangerous intentions, or maybe he thought that I looked like easy prey for a robbery. The thing I really can't wrap my head around is the fact that each time I noticed him, he was already staring at me. He was not discreet at all, and I would think a dangerous predator might be a little more inconspicuous. He also didn't buy anything from the grocery store, which I also can't understand. I was in the store about 5 minutes before I noticed him, so I'm sure that he didn't follow me in the store. Am I being paranoid? There's a lot that didn't feel right, so I'm having a really hard time trying to rationalize this experience. Definitely a creepy encounter. My roommate and I woke up to a man watching us sleep. For context, I'm a sophomore in college, in a house full of 4 girls including myself. We live in the student housing sector and went all out for Halloween decorations. Girly ones at that. We live facing towards the main street of the neighborhood, and our backyard has a bunch of trees and bushes. There's a trail to the back door, but it's in a weird place and is away from the main sidewalk. In terms of our actual house, there's a rather large window on our back door, and we didn't have any window coverings, so it was very clear as day to see into our whole bottom floor when we were looking through it. I know we should have covered it up sooner, but I didn't think it was an urgent matter. One night, my roommate and I were watching a movie, and we both fell asleep on the couch. I never sleep on that couch, and neither does she. It's very uncomfortable. In fact, we both woke up at separate times this night and just decided to stay on the couch rather than walking the 10 steps to our room. Looking back, I feel that was just a little intuition that we had, or even a guardian angel. We also had fallen asleep almost every night with every light imaginable on, so anyone peering through that window could see us on the couch clearly, and all of our girly decor. It was about 5 in the morning, and I get woken up by my roommate shaking me, saying, "B, get up. B, get up. There's someone trying to get in." I instantly shoot up, see her terrified look looking at the back of the door, then instantly turn my head. I'm literally getting chills writing this. I see a man standing with a hoodie on, holding a flashlight trying to pick our lock. I can still remember the scratching noise he made with whatever he was using. It definitely wasn't the sound of keys jingling. More of a thin wire against metal sound. As we were both staring at him, at this point frozen in fear, he stopped. All 3 of us were just looking at each other for about a minute, when he slowly backed away from the door. My first instinct was to run to the door and make sure that it was locked. I have never been so scared walking up to a door, and I never want to feel like that again. We quickly called the police and some friends in the area. The police came about 45 minutes later and just told us to call if anything else happens. They said it could be a drunk college student or a person with bad intentions, but we will never know. I still get a sick feeling thinking about it, and I hope that it was a drunk mistake, but something tells me that it was not. We quickly installed more cameras, door/window stoppers, and covers for every part of the house. 3 weeks later, we had a break-in, but that's a story for another time. I'm interested in hearing people's thoughts about this. My 20-year-old daughter and her 19-year-old friend went to Walmart at about 10 p.m. on a weekend night. As they were getting out of my daughter's van, they noticed a guy in the parking lot walking in and paying attention to them. My daughter is average height and average weight, like 5'6" and 140 pounds, while her friend is 4'8" and extremely petite at about 85 pounds. They both got weirded out and came back home to get me or my older daughter to go back to Walmart with them, as what was needed was essential. My other daughter and I were out in another building on my property with my dog, and she was on the doggy treadmill, and it makes a lot of noise. We didn't hear them, so they left and went back to Walmart without either of us. They go back to Walmart, and they don't see the guy, so they decided to run in and get what was needed and get out. They walked in and were heading back to get what they needed, and out of nowhere this creeper spies them and heads straight to them. It startled both of them. The creeper walked up into my daughter's personal space and was wearing mirrored sunglasses and asked the girls how these glasses looked on him. My daughter was so taken aback and startled that she shoved the guy away from them both and loudly exclaimed to him, "I don't know you. Get away from us now." The creeper was completely derailed and unhinged by her yelling at him. He came in the second time, and she told him that she was going to call 911. This happened several years ago. I had just finished going back and forth down the nature trail, just outside my subdivision a few times. As was custom for my attempts to exercise and lose weight, I turned into the entrance to my subdivision and began walking up the street that inclined upwards, where I would eventually turn right and enter the street on which I lived. I had earbuds in and wasn't paying a great deal of attention to my surroundings, but a little ways ahead of me was a big black truck, sitting on the left side of the street, and standing on the curb beside it were a couple of little boys, probably around 4 to 6 years old. I was walking up in the street behind it, about to move over to the right side of the street to pass the truck and turn onto my street. Well, once I got close, the truck immediately peeled out of there, tires screeching, veering hard right and disappearing down my street. I stop and watch the truck vanish from sight, then look over at the kids confusedly, briefly contemplate approaching them and asking them about what just happened, but I shrug it off and continued on towards home. As I continue home, I think back to the situation and start playing back what I'd seen in my mind, piecing together what I'd just witnessed. There was someone in that truck talking to them, and although I hadn't heard what he said on account of me listening to music and not paying attention, I could hear that it was a man's voice. It also occurred to me that the man had his door wide open while talking to the kids, and had not so much as bothered closing it before peeling out. I also noticed that the kids were staring up at him silently, perhaps not with clear fear on their faces, but they didn't look like they liked the situation that they were in. And of course, this reiterates what I had briefly considered asking those kids about. Was this guy a complete stranger, trying to coax them into their truck? I dismissed the thought, deciding that it was incredibly unlikely, and that there must have been some other explanation. Part of me even wanted it to be true, so that I could have a neat story to tell and claim to have stopped a child abduction. But being aware of that desire, I figured I would just let my imagination run wild. And so I put it out of my mind for a little while, maybe a week or two. Eventually, I thought back to that day, and by that point the denial had worn off. I could no longer deny that I had witnessed what was obviously an attempted child abduction. I thought about calling the cops, or going around and knocking on doors in the area until I found the kids' parents. Or even asking the kids themselves about it when I'd see them playing on the street later. But I'd figured that the time to act had long passed. The kids weren't abducted, and they probably told their parents about it already. And that, seeing as how I didn't have any real identifying information for the police beyond man in black truck, they'd just think that I was wasting their time anyways. Looking back on it now, I'm ashamed of my complete inaction here. What I should have done was ask the kids about the guy in the truck, called the cops if/when they confirmed my suspicions, and taken them to their parents and explained what happened to them myself. And even if it was embarrassing to come around a week or so after the fact and have to explain why I didn't say or do anything at the time, I 100% should have found the parents and told them what I witnessed. I went and deluded myself into thinking that I hadn't seen what I had clearly just seen. For all I know, taking action could have stopped this guy and saved some other kids from the same fate. I was the creep in this story. Something like 10 years ago, I got my first ever dog, a toy-sized poodle puppy. She was way cute and also too smart for her own good. She quickly learned that little kids, elderly ladies, and people who wore pink and sparkling stuff loved puppies. So much that she could get people food from them. Well, one day she escapes the yard while I'm vacuuming the house, and I end up going all over searching. I started on foot, and then decided that she must have gone far. Maybe got out right whenever I started. And so I got in my car and started driving all over the neighborhood, calling her and showing people walking by pictures of her and asking if they'd seen a puppy. As I'm driving around hollering for her, I see some kids on their lawn playing with Barbies. They look 5 to 6 years old maybe, and they hear me calling for my pup and come running up to ask me what kind of puppy I lost. I was going to show them my phone picture, and I realized that this is the exact scenario that they use to teach stranger danger. So instead, I was like, go get your parents. I need to talk to them. One girl did, but the other stood there, even put her hands on the windowsill of my car, and asked me if I had a puppy in the car. At the time, my only thought was for the parents to hurry up, because I really didn't know what to do. So the mom comes running out and has a total panic over her child being up at a stranger's car, and comes running over. I explained to her that I lost my dog, and gave her my number, and show her the picture, etc. But I doubt that she believed any of it, because she just scooped up her kids and carried them into the house. When I was about 8, my brother and I would spend some summer weeks at my grandparents' house on their campsite. Little bit of background. This was in the Netherlands, so not very remote, yet on the edge of a forest. My grandpa had gifted me an odometer for my bicycle, so I'd be cycling around the campgrounds a lot, and sometimes around it. The camping had an access road, a dead-end parallel road that led into the forest, and a forest path leading to the rear pedestrian entrance of the campsite. One day, my brother, 11 years old at the time, told me that whenever I would be spoken to, asked something, or followed by someone out the campsite, I should just gun it and cycle my lungs out. I thought nothing of it. Days later, I was doing another run around the campsite, and a car was parked in the ditch on the crossing of the access road and parallel road. As soon as I turned onto the parallel road, the car started driving and following me. I remembered what my brother said and started cycling as fast as I could. I stayed in the middle of the street so that he couldn't overtake me without ramming me or having to go into the ditch. He must have come within 5 feet or so, but I managed to get to the end of the street where the road ended, with wooden poles as a barrier, and kept barreling towards the rear entrance. I never went outside the campground's roads again. I felt I dodged a major bullet. I never told anyone what happened, but I can't help but wonder what triggered my brother to tell me to just make a run for it. This is a weird story that happened back when I was a teenager. My grandparents had a really small farm located in a small hollow. It wasn't a commercial farm, just something they had to support themselves. However, when they got older and it was more difficult for them to maintain the farm, they quit using the barn. It just sort of sat there and was used as a storage area mainly. Every Thanksgiving and Christmas, we would go to our grandparents' house. This story takes place on Thanksgiving. I was 15 years old, and that's the age where I began to not enjoy hanging out with the adults in the family anymore. Suddenly, listening to the stories of when I was a kid or when my parents were kids was just not that entertaining anymore. We had Thanksgiving dinner early. It was about 2 p.m. Afterward, I was beginning to feel a bit antsy. I let my parents know that I was going to explore the hollow a little bit. It had been a while since I had done so. I didn't even think of asking my younger brother and sister if they wanted to go. It was fine because, honestly, I felt like being by myself. I knew that I didn't really have a lot of time to explore before it got dark. So I set out and made sure that I knew how far I could go and still get back before the sun had set. I didn't do the greatest job at it though. If you've ever been out exploring the woods, you might probably know what I mean. You can easily get fascinated with the woods and hills and lose track of time. It got very, very dark before I was anywhere close to being home. By the time I got back to the farm, it had been dark for at least an hour. I had never been out of the barn when it was dark outside. It looked incredibly creepy. Being a teenage boy, I of course liked scary things. The thought then occurred to me that if the barn was creepy looking on the outside, it must be really creepy on the inside. I decided to check it out. Getting into the barn was simple. My parents rarely locked the door of their house, much less thought about locking the barn. They lived in a really safe area where crime was pretty much unheard of. The barn did have one of those heavy wooden locks on it. I honestly have no idea what they're called. But I was able to pull the wooden beam up. When I opened the barn door, it made a horribly loud cracking noise. I knew my parents had likely not been in the barn for years, so I was surprised that I was able to get the door open at all. I figured the hinges had to be nearly rusted shut. As I mentioned, the barn was old, and even when it was in use, my grandparents would only have been in it during the day, so there was no light. Thank God that I live in the area of smartphones though, because I, of course, had a flashlight on my smartphone. I turned on the flashlight and just marveled at the creepiness. If dark is creepy, then just a minor amount of light is much creepier. I was fascinated by all of the tools. So many sharp implements. Most of them were hanging up. However, there was a small hatchet lying on a workbench. It was discolored, and upon closer inspection, I realized that it was coated in dry blood. I don't know much about slaughtering animals, but I knew that my grandparents used to do it often. Chickens and pigs and stuff. So I figured that the hatchet was used for that purpose, and they just never cleaned it. The barn had a loft that was filled with hay. I decided to climb the ladder and check it out. When I was shining the light around, it reflected off of something buried in the hay. I was wondering if it was another tool or something and decided to check it out. Going over to it, I began moving the hay. I screamed when the empty eye sockets of a long dead corpse were staring directly at me. I fell backwards and nearly fell off of the loft. I quickly climbed down the ladder and ran out of the barn without closing the door. I rushed into the house and told my parents and grandparents about what I had seen. My father, a huge man, like Hulk Hogan sized, really went out to confirm what I told him. My grandparents phoned the sheriff's office. The body had been in the loft for about 3 years. It had several hatchet wounds on it, and the police told us were caused by the hatchet that I had seen on the bench. The hatchet that I had picked up. So not only had I found a dead body, but I held an actual murder weapon in my hand. That was truly disturbing to me, but it wasn't nearly as disturbing as the realization that my grandparents had that they lived in the house for 3 years without knowing that a dead body was in the barn. No one was ever caught, and we to this day have no idea who killed that man or why. I thought that going to college right out of high school was intimidating. I came from a small town, went to a huge college with an enrollment of over 50,000 students. It was crazy to me how active the campus was all of the time. If I thought that that was a culture shock, though, it was nothing compared to what happened during Thanksgiving break. I didn't have the kind of money to be able to go home, so I remained in my dorm room alone during the break. I didn't realize that this also had me one of the few people not only alone in the dorm building, but on the entire campus. What had so recently been just a metropolis of people became a barren wasteland. If the loneliness wasn't enough, a snowstorm hit the night before Thanksgiving. I recall waking up in the morning at about 7 a.m. and looking out across a completely barren and desolate campus. Now, I suppose this doesn't seem weird at all, but it was a complete shock to me. Honestly, I spent the entire day on Wednesday in my dorm room, looking out over the campus. I didn't really have the nerve to go out. However, I guess I began getting stir-crazy on Thanksgiving. I had gotten myself a frozen turkey dinner that I was going to make in my microwave, but I really wanted to get out. There was a Denny's on campus, so I thought that I would go and have dinner there. The dinner went fine, but I was uneasy because there was another guy in the restaurant who wouldn't stop staring at me. It made me really uncomfortable. I normally like to take my time in a restaurant, but I couldn't bring myself to do that here. So immediately after I was done, I left. Walking home, I nervously kept looking over my shoulder. It didn't take long before I noticed that the guy was following me, and he was walking faster than I was. By the time I had gotten to the dormitory doorway, he was already up the front steps. He called for me to hold the door for him, but I didn't. He seemed pretty old for a person living in the dorms. But if he was a student, he would have an electronic key card to let him in. I looked back as I went up the stairs and saw him standing in the foyer. I'm not sure how much later it was, but I heard a knocking on my door. I got up and looked out the peephole and was surprised to see the man from outside standing in front of my door. I wasn't sure how he had gotten in, nor how he found my room. Rather than acknowledge him, however, I went back to my desk quietly. He knocked a few more times and then left. About 5 hours later, I heard another knock at the door. At first, I of course expected it to be that man again. However, when I looked at the peephole, it was the campus police. I let them in. One of the other students that was in my dorm building had gotten attacked earlier in the day, and they wanted to know if I had seen anything suspicious. I explained my experience to them. They had arrested a suspect, and I had to go with them to see if I could identify the person. It indeed was the man who had followed me home from Denny's. He apparently had gone door to door knocking, and hadn't known where I was. He eventually came across someone who opened their door, and the person who did paid a terrible price. I want this story to be anonymous, so I'm not even going to tell you where it happened. What I do have to tell you is that the city it happened in has a really large Thanksgiving Day parade every year. I'd never been to one of them before, but I always watched it on television. I went ahead and decided to go one year. I couldn't find anyone who wanted to go with me. None of my family or friends wanted to spend Thanksgiving standing in the cold, I guess. By the time I had gotten to the parade route, it was already packed. I was worried whether or not I would be able to see that well. I'm not particularly tall, but I was able to find a spot behind another group of people that gave me a pretty good view of the parade route. I hadn't been there very long when I noticed someone who for some reason just caught my eye. I can't say there was anything unusual about him really. He was rather big, a little unkempt, but there was just something about him. I, in fact, found myself continuously looking over at him. A few times that I was looking at the man, he caught me looking. As most people do when they're caught looking at someone, I quickly looked away each time. But even so, my curiosity got me to eventually start looking in his direction again. After a while, I could tell that he was getting annoyed. I resolved to try harder to not look at him, but that just made it worse. After a while, I looked at the man again and noticed that he was closer to me than he had been before. I didn't think about it at first because we were in a big crowd watching a parade. People moving around in the crowd were in no way unusual. But the more I glanced over at him, the closer and closer to me he kept moving. He was doing it casually though, making his way around other people. He was definitely coming in my direction. To test and see what he would do, I made my own way through the crowd towards the back of the sidewalk. I glanced at him and he immediately switched course to keep coming towards me. I was convinced that he was coming at me, and I was mildly alarmed. However, I kept telling myself that it wasn't anything to worry about. I was at a parade with thousands of people. If the guy was going to try and hurt me, he would get caught pretty quickly. I guess that's the problem with assumptions, though. They really don't take all possible scenarios into account. The man did make his way over. There was only one person separating us when he stopped and went back to looking at the parade. I relaxed a bit, but when the man separating us moved, the guy moved up against me. I was about to move before I felt something sharp against my back. He had a knife, and probably because we were in a big crowd, he was able to hide the fact that he was holding it up against my back. To any bystanders, he looked like a normal guy in a crowd watching the parade. He asked me why I was staring at him over and over. I was too scared to speak at first, but when he asked again and moved the knife, I apologized, telling him that I didn't mean to stare. I didn't know why I was looking at him. He told me that he didn't believe me and asked how much McMahon was paying me. I had no idea what he was talking about or who McMahon was, but he didn't believe me. He kept pushing on the knife and told me that I had better tell him the truth. I heard my voice crack, and I pled to the guy to leave me alone, and that I didn't know what he was talking about. I guess my words were somehow heard over the noise of the parade, because two guys looked at us and then asked the guy what he was doing. I really thought that he was going to stab me, then and there, but I guess he figured that he would never be able to do it, and then get away in this crowd. He slipped the knife away, didn't answer the two men, and took off. They didn't go after him. They just made sure that I was all right. To this day, I have no idea who McMahon was, but it doesn't matter. I've been much more careful not to stare at people, though. My grandmother ran over herself with her SUV on Thanksgiving. I was on my way to the festivities when it happened, so I don't know the exact details, but she was getting out food from the back of her SUV, put it in neutral instead of park, and it slowly ran her over. The craziest part is that my family, who was all inside, didn't notice until they heard a bump against the house. The SUV made 3 loops before hitting the house. She ended up being fine, but now isn't allowed to go outside alone anymore on holidays. This story is now an old grandma moment in our family. My grandparents had a new oven, and my grandmother had never made a turkey in it before. The turkey drippings somehow caught fire, and the kitchen filled up with smoke. We called 911, but by the time the fire department arrived, my dad and grandfather had put out the fire. So, when the firemen arrived, there was no more fire. They were really nice and understanding. My grandmother was mortified. My drunk aunt tried hitting on all of the firemen, even though she had a good 25 to 30 years on them. My cousin and I just stood in the front yard drinking beers in silence, watching it all play out. Fortunately, the turkey was fine, and dinner proceeded normally once everything settled down. My mother and grandmother had plans to go to a restaurant last year. My sister convinces them to go somewhere else at the last minute. Of course, this means no reservations, but my sister is convinced that it'll be fine, and they might have to just wait a few minutes for a table. I live in another state, so I get to experience all of this from a distance. They end up sitting at a bar while waiting for a table, having a few drinks and appetizers. After the second round of martinis, my mother looks over and my grandmother is leaning back in her chair, completely limp and unresponsive. Everyone freaks out. Paramedics are called. Grandma is rushed to the ER. I'm 1,200 miles away when my mother calls to tell me what happened. At this point, Grandma is at the ER still unresponsive. Crazy low blood pressure and high heart rate. I'm ready to book plane tickets and rush to the airport when Mom calls back. Don't worry, everything's okay. Your grandmother just got drunk. Her blood test came back completely normal, except with a blood alcohol content of 0.24, 3 times the legal limit. She was awake now, so I got to talk to her, and she was crying. I'm so sorry. I've ruined Thanksgiving. I assured her that she hasn't ruined Thanksgiving, and that everyone is just happy that she's okay. So, my grandma is 90 years old, about 4'8" and 100 pounds. She hadn't eaten anything all day because she knew that they were having a big dinner. She also ordered another martini while no one was looking. So the second martini was actually her third. This turned into the perfect storm of really drunk grandma. My great-grandmother died at the table right as we were bowing our heads to pray on Thanksgiving. She had been slowly dwindling in health, so the whole family gathered together figuring that it was her last Thanksgiving. Little did we know how right we are. Her kids, and their kids' family she hasn't seen in years. About 20 people all gathered around with her pushing up in her recliner. Food is stuffed on the table, and we bow our heads to pray. She was devoutly religious. Before we dig in, as we raise our heads and open our eyes, we find great-grandma slumped over, tongue lolling out dead. As someone started compressions and another person called an ambulance, my youngest cousin dug into her meal completely unaffected by the dead body. Anyways, a nice memory for Thanksgiving every year. This is a story from when I was in high school, around 2010-ish. My parents' house backs up to a small wooded area. It's not a forest by any means. There are walking trails and other neighborhoods around, but the woods are big enough that we used to see deer and the occasional fox. There was also a small creek that ran through it, and I used to spend time in the fall/winter poking around back there when it wasn't obscured by brush. I found what I assume was likely a deer path that ran all the way up to my old elementary school, which was about a block away via roads. But using the deer trails took about 10 to 15 minutes. I was back in this area fairly often, which is why the following story was so weird. I went down to the creek one day and followed the trail like normal, but this time I found a partial deer skeleton at the end. The head and the front legs were missing, but the rest was still there, and there was no flesh at all on the bones. They were stripped absolutely clean, and the bones were still a bright white. At the time, there weren't coyotes in the area like there are now, and I'd seen a bobcat once when I was little, but they definitely weren't very common. To this day, I have no idea how that skeleton got there or what happened to it. It was too clean to be a predator kill. And that also doesn't explain why the front half was missing. I got so freaked out that I never went back into those woods again. This took place in a residential area, not a hunting ground. It could have been a predator kill, sure, okay. But I'm positive that that thing wasn't killed by a human, not with houses and an elementary school literally across the creek. About a year ago, my girlfriend and I were on a trail to Lamille Lake in northern Nevada. It's about 1.5 miles each way, I think, and usually pretty well populated. It was that day as well. There were at least a handful of people on the trail here and there, plenty down at the trailhead parking lot, and it was otherwise a totally normal sunny day. Evening began to come, and we started heading back down, not wanting to be out when it got dark, as there is no cell phone service up there for quite a distance, and it was just an afternoon weekend hike. We started down the trail, and I got the slightest hint of a bad feeling, like we definitely needed to get back in our car before it got dark. I think that's generally just common sense, and doesn't need to be prompted by a sixth sense or anything. Still, I kept an eye out as we went. Weirdly, absolutely nothing happened until we were maybe 300 yards from the parking lot. The trees had largely been left behind as we descended in elevation, and bushes, large and small, were there instead. There was a creek that ran through to our right. Ahead of us, by maybe 50 yards, was a lone woman and her medium-sized dog on a leash. I had my head on a swivel the whole way down, because I was just trying to keep an eye out and make sure that hint of a bad feeling didn't amount to anything. I was also carrying. This woman was ahead of us by about the same distance for a good while down the trail, and I felt somewhat responsible for her safety as well, if anything strange were to happen. Mountain lions are known to live higher up in those mountains, the Rubies, and she was pretty much in sight the whole time, so I was trying to help keep an eye out for her too. As we're walking, me and the girlfriend both hear what seemed like a big boulder sliding and grating along a stone surface. It lasted for a few seconds, and we were both looking at the stone surface mountain slope maybe 600 yards to our left. I'm bad at judging distances, but I think that might be close. Fully expecting to see a landslide of some sort. But there was nothing, and daylight was still good enough that if there was something to see on that front, we would have seen it. I immediately looked to the lady ahead of us, and just a second later, she and her dog started booking it. Right as they did this, a herd of deer came sprinting out of the bushes away from the boulder sound. It must have been closer than it sounded. They ran across the creek and kept going to our right. After pausing for a second to discuss what that weird sound might have been, we hurried along as well, and I drew my gun. We passed the same little section where the lady was when she took off, and thankfully nothing happened. We didn't hear or see anything in those bushes, though I'm not surprised. A whole herd of deer was in there, and we couldn't see them until they ran out, despite being at a higher elevation at the time. We quickly made it back to the parking lot, and I put my gun back in the holster. It felt safer getting back to the pavement for some reason. We caught up with the woman and the dog. She was catching her breath and pacing a little. We asked if she heard that weird sound, and she said that it sounded like a loud bouldery sound. And then off to her left, directly close by, right where the deer came running from, she distinctly heard a big low growl after the boulder sound, and then she heard the deer coming and ran to get out of the way. The deer probably would have just run right into her if she hadn't moved. Watching this happen from a ways above and behind just a minute or two previous, they came out onto the trail right where she had been a second before. We determined that it may have been a mountain lion. I'm all for believing that, but I still have two questions. One, why did I get the feeling that we needed to leave, even subtly, around 45 minutes before anything strange happened? And two, why and how did whatever it was make a big sound of a boulder scraping along? Not tumbling, but sliding. Very different sounds. And then there was a clear growl heard by the woman, but not by us. I think that indicates that there was something absolutely in those bushes, but I'm very confused about the bigger sound. I doubt the same animal made a huge boulder scraping sound. It sounded like it was sliding down the mountainside. And the deer didn't run, and then that same creature made a normal growl sound from the same place, and that was what scared the deer off? I don't know what I believe about this, but it was certainly a strange experience. Also, this was one of the few times that me and my girlfriend had been on this trail together, and never had any strange experiences. I myself had been there several dozens of times over the course of many years, and also had never experienced anything remotely weird, even towards the nighttime. So this happened about 7 years ago. I was around 19 or 20 and I was a scout leader. We had a camp in a forest. The nearest city was about 10 to 15 minutes drive. Every year in July, we would have an international scout camp. Scouts from different European countries would join us. I was in the preparations team, and we would go around 2 to 3 weeks in advance to clean and put the tents up. In the preparation team, we had around 20 people. 10 to 12 men, and the rest women. We were all in our late teens or early 20s. If anyone has been a scout, you might know that the first thing in a camp is setting up a flag. The flag is an important part of this camping game. Other scouts would constantly try to steal the flag. If they managed to steal, then the lost team would have to go home. This never actually happened. No one was ever sent home. It was just a rule to keep other members involved and willing to protect the flag. Therefore, we had to constantly keep an eye or a guard near the flag. Other games involved attacking other teams and kidnapping members. All fun and games, nothing violent or harsh. It was fun and made us to be alert 24/7. So here's where my creepy story begins. One night, our preparation team was done with everything. The other 2 countries from Europe, about 60 people, were set to arrive in the morning. We had nothing to do, so we set up a campfire and started singing and talking. We had our guards, people from the team, set up in different locations. 2 near the flag, 2 near the entrance, and 2 in the woods facing the river. So we were tired and decided to go to sleep. We would change guards every 2 hours. Each guard had a whistle. If an animal or a person was to come to the camp, they would blow a certain note of a whistle as to alarm danger. That night, I was an hour into sleep when I heard a whistle. We all woke up and ran to the team member who had whistled. She claimed she saw 3 white figures running fast in the forest near the set-up tents. We thought that the morning teams arrived early and sneaked in to steal the flag or kidnap a member. So we all decided to stay awake and go into defense mode. We each stood guard in different locations watching for any signs. After some time, we started hearing whistles from the deeper parts of the forest. We also started hearing radio sounds from different places. We saw some guys in white shirts running around in the forest. Me and 2 other people decided to check the empty tents to see if there were people hiding in the empty tents, but we couldn't find anyone. Then we started walking around, and we heard loud laughter from a bush near us. It sounded like a woman laughing. So we started laughing too, as we thought we found another scout team near the bush. Naturally, we walked to the bush without any hesitation. To our horror, there was no one there. Then we heard more noises from another bush that was a little bit deeper into the woods. Then we heard a clear conversation between a few people, speaking in a French accent. We could hear them clearly, so we checked, and again, nothing. Then we saw a guy in a white t-shirt running fast again in front of us, but his speed was weird. He was running so fast as if he was sliding. Keep in mind, we were in the woods at night with no lights. There's no way that someone can run without making a noise. But somehow, this guy was running so quietly. It really seemed like he was just sliding. Again, we still didn't feel threatened. We just had an adrenaline rush, but it was more excitement to catch them than anything else. After all, we just wanted the fun to begin. We were excited to see the teams again and have fun. For the next 2 or so hours, we kept hearing whistles and whispers in French, but we couldn't find a single person. It was so clear that there were a lot of people hiding around us, but we couldn't even catch one of them. They were so fast and so sneaky. This is important to mention that the arriving teams were not from France, so it was weird to hear them speak in French. Anyways, after 2 hours of running in the forest in the dark, I got tired. I didn't take this too seriously, so myself and a couple of my friends went back into our tent to rest. I laid down, and after 10 minutes, I saw a car light speeding towards us. This area is not designed for regular cars to drive. None of us or the other teams had cars. A bus from the nearby city would drop us there and pick us up after the camp was over. We heard a car coming straight towards our tents with high beams on. It was coming so fast that we were frozen, expecting it to hit us at any moment. It happened so fast that we couldn't even run. Then suddenly, it just stopped right near our tent. We heard the door open but heard no footsteps. Whoever it was just closed the door and left. We were shaking, and at that moment it hit me that it couldn't have been anyone from the other teams. We got out and learned that our other teammates also had seen a Jeep speeding towards our tent, but didn't see anyone coming out of the car. After this, we just decided to stay awake until morning. Throughout the entire night, we kept seeing these white-shirted men sliding around us. We couldn't see any faces. They were fast and weird. We could hear loud laughters and French whispers all around our camp. We could tell that there were a lot of strangers near the camp who were either messing around with us or had plans to hurt us. The sun came up, and the strange things stopped. We didn't manage to catch anyone or figure out who they were. And in the morning, the other teams finally arrived. We had this leaderboard meeting every afternoon where we would discuss daily plans and meals. Also, we would share about any planned or failed attacks. All the team leaders said that they arrived in the morning, so they were not even in the country at night. Up to this day, I have no idea who those people were. I have no idea what they wanted or what their plans were. They never attacked or kidnapped anyone in the team. It was scary when I think of it. What would happen if we didn't have guards that night? What would happen if we were all asleep? At the end of the day, this was a campsite in a wooded area, and woods can be places where cults and crazy people gather. I was doing a property inspection in the winter as the sun went down. I do basic CAD drawings of properties for title companies, so I have to measure all the buildings and show where they set, show driveways, easements, and whatnot. This property was an abandoned pig farm in the middle of nowhere, with a house and a number of large farm buildings. The house was left with the doors standing open, and being curious, I stepped in and looked around. I had an immediate feeling of repulsion. There was an odor that was off, but that wasn't it. I just knew something bad had gone here, and I left to start measuring. It was getting dark. When I measure buildings, I have a measuring wheel and have to keep my head up to see when I'm parallel with the end of a wall. So I was hurrying through the work when I tripped on something and fell in the snow. I had a headlamp on, and in the snow, staring up, eyes open, not a foot and a half from my face, is a frozen dead dog with an obvious bullet wound on the side of its head. I actually let out a gasp/scream thing that was pathetic. It scared the ever-loving crap out of me. This happened to me over the weekend during a hunting trip. I spent last night trying to Google and figure out what the heck I saw. I haven't found anything that doesn't seem like conspiracy craziness, so I'm open to any suggestions. A family friend has a few hundred acres in Tennessee. Once a year, my dad, uncle, and myself, and the guys in the family that own the land go on a week-long hunting trip. They have a cabin and a trailer tucked away at the edge of the mountain that we stay at during the week. There is no running water, and we use a generator for lights during the evening. Phone service is non-existent out there. The nearest town is Murphy, Tennessee, which is about 50 minutes away by car. Typically, we get out to tree stands/ground blinds at around 4 a.m., and then come back to the camp around 9-ish, grab something to eat and nap, and then head back to hunt until sundown. All week, my uncle and I hunted the same plot. It was on the east side of the property and took about 20 minutes by four-wheeler. We would park the four-wheeler in this big clearing, and then the ground blind I was hunting from is another 15 minutes or so by foot. It's a rough 15 minutes too. I basically walk along this ridge line on the side of the mountain, and the blind is set just inside the underbrush of a tree line that overlooks an opening at the start of a river. My uncle was hunting in a blind that was a little closer walk and probably 30 minutes away from me. We hunted the same spot Sunday through Thursday. Thursday evening, we were all drinking beer and hanging out by the fire. My uncle, having not seen anything all week, wanted to go to the plot my dad was hunting. It was a 30-minute walk from the camp. You don't even need a four-wheeler to get there. I had killed a deer the first afternoon there and seen a bunch of does that evening right before sunset, so I wanted to stay where I was. So Friday morning after we hunted, I helped him pack up his blind and ride it out to the plot that my dad had been on, and helped him get set up for that evening. I took the four-wheeler by myself that afternoon and continued hunting the same ground blind. Same thing as I had done all week. Everything was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. Until Saturday morning. I had gone out by myself again that morning and had watched a bunch of deer that crept up right before the sun started coming up. They were a bit further than I wanted to shoot, and when they got closer to the edge of the river, they weren't big enough or were too young for me to justify shooting. I watched them until they retreated back into the woods, and at this point, it's probably 8:30 a.m. or so, and the sun is fully up. Now, this is an embarrassing one for me, but oh well. Having spent almost an entire week packed in this trailer with two other guys and no privacy, I decided that I was going to have a little fun before I went back to the camp. Every hunter has done it. I don't care if you admit to it or not. Now, I'm sitting there doing my thing, and even though nobody ever walks up while you're hunting out there, I'm still on high alert, making sure that I don't get caught by one of the guys while I'm doing this. I'm laid back in this chair inside of the blind, basically one eye looking in front of me, and every now and again peeking behind me through the mesh to make sure that no one's coming. That's when I started hearing crunching. I knew it was people's footsteps, and I could tell that it was more than one person. It was to my right, and the mesh of my ground blind and underbrush kept me from being able to see who it was. I calmly got myself ready, and quietly leaned up so that when my uncle or whoever it was came up, I could act like I was just sitting there hunting. Keep in mind, we are so far out in the sticks that it never even occurred to me that it could be anybody other than someone that I was hunting with. I listened to them walking, and finally, I slowly stood up and poked my head through the blind and peeked over the underbrush. It was 4 people walking towards the river in a line. They were wearing these black cloak-looking clothes, like something they wear in Harry Potter, with these furry hats that covered most of their faces. It looked like some weird cult, but the guy in the back of the line was completely naked. He looked disgusting. His hair was curly and way too long, and he had a big beard that looked nasty, like it had a bunch of leaves and stuff in it. I'm bundled up with hand warmers in my pockets because it's like 25 to 30 degrees out. This guy had to be freezing. No shoes either. This is thick underbrush that we're talking about walking through. Rocks jutting up from the ground and stuff. No sane person is out there barefoot, much less completely naked. The guy had to be 115 pounds too, just completely unhealthy looking, like these people that had been keeping him prisoner or something. The sight of these guys was so unnerving to me that I was still standing there frozen in an awkward half-stand, half-bent over position, with my head out of the blind watching them, before it clicked with me that I needed to slowly sit down. At that point, they had passed the point of the blind where I couldn't see them, and were walking with their backs to me, towards the river. I slowly sat down, and put my rifle in my lap, and watched them all step ankle deep into the river. They were facing side profile away from me, towards the woods. And I could see 2 of the clothed people moving around the naked guy, and one of them was standing still, holding their arm out in front of them. I got the nerve to look through my scope at them, and it looked like 2 of them were washing the guy with the river water, and the other one holding their arm out like a chain or something. The one holding the chain was talking, but way too far for me to hear any of it. After a few minutes, the 2 doing the washing stopped, and all three of them held hands around the naked guy and started moving in a circle around him while he just stood there staring ahead. They did this for at least 5 minutes. That doesn't seem that long of a time, but 5 whole minutes of watching whatever the heck that was seemed like a lifetime. Something of note that clicked with me last night. Whatever they were doing seemed time-based. My watch beeped at 9 o'clock and nearly gave me a heart attack. No way that they could hear it, but in my head, I was picturing them all turning and looking at me. But right after my watch beeped, they stopped a few seconds later, at 9 on the dot. The 3 clothed people stepped back in a line in front of the naked guy, and they walked back the way they came, exactly like they came in. None of them talked or broke the line while they were walking. It was terrifying because the way out for them was the first time I could truly have been in their line of sight. They never saw me though, and I watched them once they passed my head back up the mountain from where I assumed they originally came from. I waited for 30 minutes or so and booked it out of there fast. This story takes place in Navarre, Spain. When fall comes around, woods get packed with people trying to gather all sorts of edible mushrooms. It's a pretty popular thing to do in Spain, since they can get pretty expensive once you purchase them at any grocery store. Anyways, he goes all by himself, like he's done multiple times. But after a couple of hours, notices that he can no longer recognize where he is. It's getting dark, and there's no service at all, so he's screwed. He starts panicking. My uncle calls 112. It's the European equivalent of 911, because that's the only thing you can call when there's no service. They can track his position, but they aren't able to send any forest rangers yet. After getting off the phone with 112, an older guy pops out of nowhere, and mind you, he's super deep in. He just straight up tells my uncle that in order to get out, he needs to take this certain path. He starts walking that direction, and the old guy just disappears out of nowhere. Turns out he was right, because he was able to get out. To this day, he doesn't know if it was a hallucination or if the man was real, but he made it out safely. So at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Out back of my neck of the woods is an old dirt road. It's hard to access unless you know how to take a turn down another old road that runs around the back of the coal mine that I work at. Anyhow, if you follow that old road until you get to a T intersection, you can either turn right out to Hale Creek or left, which will take you out to Mount Coulon. Now, Mount Coulon isn't much of a town anymore. It's an outback pub and that's it. There used to once be a town there, but everyone upped and left once the railway line got moved to the coast. That was the only reason the town existed for so long. Or, for as long as it did. It wasn't the start of the town, though. Way back in the early 1900s, gold was found in them there hills by a prospector named Thomas Coulon. He staked his claim and settled there with his family. Some local aboriginals found him and his family living on their land, and weren't too happy about it. So they attacked his home, throwing rocks through the windows and antagonizing him. Well, Thomas went out and shot the lot of them, all dead, then in a fit of grief over what he had done, sat down on his porch and unalived himself all over the wall behind him. Fast forward to the year 2021. I was working out at Hale Creek Mine at the time, on the maintenance crew. I'd had a big 7 nights of 12-hour shifts and had very little sleep. I had left my mining camp the following afternoon, still not feeling the best, but set out for the long drive back home to Moranbah. Anyhow, dusk came along, then nightfall. I was driving for what seemed like forever, trying to make my way back home. I was constantly looking out for the turnoff on the old back road that ran up behind Goonyella Mine, but it never came. I kept on driving and driving. Hours went by. I was on a very unfamiliar road. It started to bend and twist and turn all over, and narrow to the point that my little Kia Rio could barely get out without making the scratches on branches of old looming trees hanging over the road. I was definitely lost. So I pulled over to check my Google Maps. No signal. Of course. I was so confused. Did I miss the turn? I thought maybe it's a little further up, so I pressed on and kept driving. Then, out of nowhere, I see an old and worn sign off to the left of me on the side of the old dirt road, Mount Coulon 15K. I thought, okay, I've gone way too far out in the sticks. Better turn around. Before I could, though, I saw off to my right the entrance to what looked like a cemetery with an old and rusty archway, and above on the archway was in rusty, wrought iron lettering, Betsy's Rest. Well, my curiosity got the better of me, so I veered in there to have myself a quick squiz. Sure as crap, there was a road that went into a giant U-shape around an old cemetery, full of tombstones. Generations of cattle farmers and jackaroos, etc., who all must have worked on the various stations in the area. It gave me the spooks pretty bad, so I got out of there quick and made my way back onto the old back road. I kept heading back from whence I came, hoping and praying that I'll find this bloody T intersection. Over an hour passed, and then my worst fear happened. The fuel light flickered on my dashboard. I'm driving on this road in the absolute middle of nowhere. It's now midnight. No one will probably find me for days if I ran out of fuel. I was absolutely beside myself. This is the outback of Australia. You run out of fuel, water, or food in the outback, you've just signed your own death certificate. Done and dusted. All I had was a couple of sandwiches that I took from the camp mess hall and a bottle of water. Better than nothing, but not enough to last a couple of days stranded on the side of an old back road with no phone signal. So I kept cruising along, being extremely careful not to go too quickly or over-accelerate around all the twists and turns. As I'm driving along this lonely road, I see a shadow out of the corner of my eye. I think nothing of it, though, keeping focused on the road ahead. Then I hear it, swooping and whooshing noises above my car. What? I look up and see what I can only describe as a giant bat creature with red eyes flying directly above my car. It startles me and makes me accelerate at a rapid rate. Yet, it's flying overhead, gliding effortlessly, and keeping in pace with me. I'm watching my speedometer, reaching neck-breaking speeds, and I'm bouncing all over the old and bumpy dirt road, while this creature glides down to my driver's side window, looks inside at me and grimaces. Then, just as it does, it flies up and disappears into the night air as quickly as it had appeared. I floored that old clunker of a car of mine until the heart leapt with joy at the sign of life in that desolate hellscape. I saw the Goonyella mine, CHPP's lights cut through the vast and empty void of darkness. I knew then and there that I was within 10 to 15 kilometers of the intersection and turn off back home. And sure as heck, I found it. Anyhow, I managed to get all the way back home, and I'm very grateful that my clunker ran on the oily rag and the vapors in my tank kept me alive. I told my partner at the time all about the nightmare I had been through, as she had been expecting me home the evening prior, and it's now 6 a.m. in the morning. My phone was full of missed calls from her, which I apologized profusely for. I hadn't even thought to check my phone as I had no signal for the better part of this entire journey. Well, that was part one. Part two is the next story that I have about Mount Coulon, the actual experience I had when my partner and I convinced ourselves to drive all the way out there one night, just to see the actual town. If you're interested in hearing that story, let me know. Have a good one. Mount Coulon, Part 2. Months had passed. I kept having recurring nightmares about that vile winged creature. It had entered my dreams. I woke up one night sweating in bed. My heart rate was racing. My partner asked what's wrong. Again? I had just been waking her up super late at night when I would have this horrible nightmare. This whole situation had impacted me. The desolate hellscape would reemerge in the dark nights, plagued by the old outback road menacing my demise with the off chance that I would make one wrong move and come undone escaping that creature. Something had to be done, and I knew what I needed to do. You see, I'm a man that'll openly admit that I can't overcome anything in life unless I face it head on. That's the only way I know. No use sticking your head in the sand and pretending things will just go away. So I spoke with my partner, and after much discussion, we both agreed that we would go back and investigate the back road to Mount Coulon and investigate the town itself. And to really drive the nail in, we were going to do it at night. I needed answers. I needed to know what lay at the end of that old road, and whatever else I may have missed on my first misadventure. We set out at 6:30 p.m. and headed for the old back road, which now is inaccessible. You can go take a look for yourself, but the mine has shut the gate, as it runs along the inside of the mine's boundary. Anyhow, we were driving my partner and mine's, at the time, new Mitsubishi Mirage. It was a really beast of a car, but it had all the kit that we needed for a long drive, and we made sure that we left prepared. We had food, water, and snacks, my toolkit in case of a breakdown, torches, a first aid kit, a two-way radio, and a battery pack for phones and the two-way radio, my trusty hunting knife, which I kept in my side door compartment, as if I was going out there again completely unarmed with God knows what lurking out there in the dark. The first leg of our adventure was rather fun. I felt a bit like Colin McRae taking the old dirt road that twisted and turned in all directions, slithering my way up to the T intersection. Once we got to the intersection, I took the left turn to head north and gradually west. The familiar road was as it was the same night that I encountered this strange flying beast. Except tonight brought a slight amount of comfort as there was a full moon in the night sky, illuminating the surrounds and edges of the road. As we approached the old cemetery, I told my partner to look right. She was in awe. I asked if she wanted to go take a look, but she was too nervous about it, so I kept on driving along. As the night went on, we came to the point of no return. The road became nothing more than a dirt track interspersed with sealed sections the local farmers had laid prior to and after crossing old relics of bridges. They were rusty and wrought iron, sturdy, but foreboding at the same time. We crossed two of them on one stretch. One built over the Coalfields railway line, heading eastward to the port. Another was over a deep ravine. The bottom was clouded by dense native plants. The road got very narrow and snaked right and left and down and up. We were in unfamiliar territory now, and I was growing apprehensive about what I would see or find. At one point, I swore that there was no road at all. We were basically driving through a wide open field, and I had to drive at 40 kilometers per hour max to avoid any ruts or depressions in the ball dust. I was starting to think this entire trip might have been a mistake, when the road then came good again to compacted dirt. A random sign appeared off to the right of the road, stating that we were now deep in Aboriginal land, and that was how it would remain until the ends of its time. The drive went on and on. Hours had passed. Were we any closer to our destination? For reference, I switched the car's function from Bluetooth headset to radio to scan the FM/AM for any signs of life. Nothing. I thought, well, I'll check again in an hour. An hour had passed, so I checked again, scanning. A muffled and distorted voice emitted through our car, and then the sweet sound of music. It was AC/DC's Highway to Hell. How befitting, I thought to myself. I said to my partner, "Right, love. Check the signal on your phone now." She replied, 2 bars. She immediately checked Google Maps. I parked the car in this small spot of salvation while it loaded up. According to Google Maps, we were approximately 30 minutes away from a fork in the road. One way heading west out to the Never Never. Another heading towards Mount Kulan. Good thing we checked. So we headed onwards, and sure enough, there it was, the fork in the road. No signage indicating which way to go. Just one road slightly more compact than the other, and wider. So we kept true to the road that we were on, and then came a faint glimmer in the distance. A faint yellow light on the horizon. As we approached the light, it developed into a service station. Off to the left of the old dirt road, with a storefront that looked completely empty, save for a cash register on the countertop. We were now at the main intersection. Signage indicating to head right was to head towards Collinsville, left out west into the Never Never. I came to a stop off to the right shoulder of the road, on a dirt patch made by trucks that had turned here before. I checked the fuel gauge, half a tank. I looked into that old, run-down service station, scanning the area for any other signs of life, outside of the faint yellow glow of the iridescent tube lights, above the old and rusted Bowsers that looked like they hadn't been used since the 80s. Then I saw a figure emerging from a back room. It was a frail old woman, her hair tattered and distressed. It looked like we had awoken her. The time was now 11:30 p.m. She came to a stop inside the abandoned storefront, and just stood there, staring at her car. I thought, better come forwards and ask if there's any chance of fueling up. So I pulled in and rolled down my window. She came outside into the night air and approached me with a great deal of hesitation. "Excuse me, I'm so sorry if we woke you. We were just wondering if you had any fuel." She stood there, glaring and studying me, her face withered from the harsh outback climate. No fuel here. You better leave, now." Something felt off. There was a tension between us. And so I said, "Okay, thank you. So sorry. We'll leave now. Thanks again anyhow, and sorry again." So I wound the window up and got out of there. We drove around the old pub in the center of what was once the town. It had multiple V double road train tracks parked all around it, almost like they were protecting the pub itself with a wall of steel and rubber in the desolate darkness. A picnic table with a tin roof cover appeared on the right of the massive loop road, the only road in the entire area that was sealed, and even it was rather narrow. Thanks for reading. I'll post part 3, our return trip, directly after this. Here is part 3, our return trip. In part 2, we had discovered the heart of Mount Kulan, an old outback pub / general store / post office. The most notable thing that I'll say about this pub is that it had an amazing veranda. It fully encompassed the exterior ground level and was solid hardwood varnished. Whoever owns the pub has taken great care to preserve it, as it's all that really remains of the town bar, the old petrol station converted into an old couple's new home. Anyhow, where we left off. As for lighting, what lighting? This place was clearly not welcoming after dark, albeit for 2 streetlights in the entire area that glowed faintly, only illuminating small patches of the loop road. You definitely wouldn't want to be out there with no headlights. We did the brief tour of all that was out there, then made our way back towards the road back home. My partner said hold up, so I came to a stop, again, off to the side of the road back out to the Maramba. She had just discovered on Google Maps a quicker way back home. This would take us out on that old dirt road, out west in the fork in the road. However, as you continue down that road for 50 kilometers, you'll come to another fork in the road. Taking the leftward track will take us to the Gunyella Road, which then headed back home. "Good on ya," I said to her. So on we went. The Mitsubishi ran on an oily rag too. It was only a little 4-cylinder powerhouse like my Kia Rio, so I felt confident that we'd make it back. On the drive back, it was another long and slow slog. At some points, I'd have to slow to 20 kilometers per hour to make it around tight bends and twisting and turning through the roughened thoroughfare, which went wide open cattle farming properties. Then, at points, the bushland would thicken around creeks and runoff areas, and you couldn't see a meter off the sides of the road. After taking the leftward turn, in what was a slight fork in the road, we made our way homebound, and then it happened. A large creature came bounding out from the dense bushland and right out in front of our car. I came to an abrupt stop, and there in our headlights was a massive cow. It looked at us, then took off back into the bushland. I was a little stunned. That was close. Too close. So on we went back home. The rest of our journey was rather mundane, to say the least. The only exception was an interesting stretch of road that had been well sealed and snaked through dense bushland. I was impressed by the craftsmanship of how well compacted it was. Then suddenly we were back on dirt road again. Hours on, and we made it to the Goonyella Road. Intersections with lighting signaling the turnoffs to local mines and explosive factories that make the bomb products for them, and so on and so forth. The usual akin of the cold fields. Then we made it home as the first light of morning emitted from the horizon. Pulling into our driveway, we both looked at each other, shrugged as if to signal, what the heck was that all about? Then got out of the car and headed inside. It's a strange feeling out there. It's the desolation, I think. The lack of. It's what really drives the tension, I guess. Any moment can be fraught with demise, but it gave me the closure that I needed to put the rest, the monsters in my head. Whatever I saw that night, when I made that near-fatal misadventure, will remain a mystery. And maybe that is for the best. This happened last night, and I'm still pretty freaked out. We're up at my father-in-law's for Christmas. He lives in South Jersey, in a pretty remote area just north of Bern State Forest. It's quiet, and always a little eerie, but felt especially weird with the overcast weather and unseasonable warmth of the last few days. We did Christmas dinner at my brother-in-law's, and got back pretty late. Because of the radiator heat and outside temps, we slept with the window open. I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and as I was drifting back to sleep, I heard a low wail, building in volume for a few seconds before stopping abruptly. Figuring it was just an odd-sounding bird and trying to go back to sleep. It happened twice more over the course of maybe 5 minutes. I was basically able to put it out of my head and start drifting back to sleep when I heard a loud, shrill blast, like a too-high elephant's trumpet. At that point, I shot up, my heart racing. I knew I had to close the window, and took a beat to build up to it. When I dragged myself out of bed, I peeked through the shutters before I reached to shut the pane. Whatever it was had tripped the motion sensor light at the back of the property, and was half illuminated. Standing maybe 100 feet from the back door, right at the tree line. It was cloaked, with its head partially shrouded. The bottom of its face looked flat and round like the back of a dinner plate, with another smaller, half-uncovered black circle at its center. I immediately slammed the window shut and it didn't move, just stood there with its face tilted towards the window. I shut the blinds and crept into bed and basically hid until the sun came up. I didn't hear any more sounds. I dared another look out the window after dawn and the figure was gone, and I managed to drift back to sleep for a few hours. Has anyone seen like this or know what it might be? I've been frantically Googling, but nothing really coming up. This happened many years ago, when I was about 10 or 11 years old. I wouldn't describe the area that I was in as backwoods necessarily, but it was a wooded 100-plus acre ranch. The land is in the southwest part of the United States. My family owns the property, and we have family reunions every year, and all stay for about 5 days to camp. There's an area of the ranch where we all set up camp and cook and eat. Getting to that part of the ranch requires driving through a small village and several gates for about 2 miles. The first gate beyond the village is slightly past a set of railroad tracks.
That's a lot of description, but it's relevant later in the story. Because I had been camping at the ranch for as long as I could remember, and the land was private, my parents would allow me to go off on my own during the day, as long as I didn't get too far. I'd spend time walking the property near our camp, looking for arrowheads or trying to catch tadpoles in the ponds. On this day, I left the large camp area after lunch, which was around 11:30, and told my mom I was going to a nearby creek. I planned on catching some tadpoles to bring back to camp, and be back on time for a swimming trip that my cousins were planning. They wanted to go to a nearby river, and I really didn't want to miss it. I made it down to the creek and got several tadpoles. I probably spent a total of 15 minutes down there. To get back to camp, I would have needed to either climb up a relatively steep embankment with a lot of loose rock, or circle around on a longer route with a flat trail. I'd usually go up the embankment, but I didn't have a top for the water bottle that I caught the tadpoles with, and I didn't want to risk slipping and spilling them out / killing them. I had never walked along the longer trail by myself, but I had with my dad, and I felt confident that I could find my way back to camp on it. As I walked back to camp, I had my head down looking for arrowheads in the washed out areas of the trail. I started feeling a little creeped out as I continued walking. We all know that feeling like someone is watching. It was unsettling, but I chalked it up to just getting spooked being on the trail by myself. Now, the next part I cannot explain whatsoever. It's as if a light switch was turned on, or someone snapped their fingers and I came back to reality. Except when I came to, I wasn't on the trail that I'd been on before. I was near the railroad tracks, and it was completely dark. My mom was standing in front of me, shaking my shoulders and yelling, "Where were you?" Two things I remember really clearly about the moments I came to are, 1, the look of fear, anger, and relief on my mom's tearful eyes as she was yelling at me, and 2, the confusion that I felt about what was going on. The last thing I remembered was walking on the trail back to camp, and now suddenly it was dark, and I was at the railroad tracks leading to the ranch, which was over 2 miles away. The best way I can describe it is to compare it to a movie, The Butterfly Effect. The main character would be living in one moment, then somewhere, suddenly, he'd wake up somewhere entirely different. My parents drove me back to camp, and I learned that it was 10:30 p.m. This meant that I had been gone for 11 hours, about 10 and a half which I can't account for to this day. My parents and all my family had understandably freaked the heck out when I hadn't returned to camp. They had been looking for me all day. I was a really good kid, growing up, and almost never broke any rules, so my parents were baffled at my behavior. I tried to explain to them that I had no memory of getting to the tracks, but they didn't believe me. They thought that maybe I got lost and was too embarrassed to admit it. This was the only time that I've ever experienced something like this. I can't explain how unsettling it is to not be able to account for all the hours that I was gone. Was it a coincidence that I had that creeped out feeling on the trail and then just lost 10 and a half hours of my life? I wish that I had answers for what had happened. Has anyone had anything similar happen to them?
For a moment, I thought my life was in danger, but now I just wish that I knew what they were doing. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I was walking in the desert outside my small town. It was decently far into the desert. I drove my car and walked for a long time. I was walking back towards my car when I noticed a car that wasn't there before. At this point, I was already on alert, because A, I'd never ran into anyone out that far, besides a person jogging nearby. And B, they were driving a really small car out in the desert. We're some distance from even dirt roads. I drove my car farther in it than I probably should have, and it was still a ways away. Outside of the car, 3 men are taking off what looked like bulletproof vests. I can't imagine what else it could have been. I wasn't about to sit there and try to figure it out either. I just turned away and continued heading towards my car. My mind went to the worst robbery, cartel, murder. I'm sure that my eyes deceived me somehow. But like I said, I can't imagine what else it could have been. Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for taking your tiny sedan out to the middle of the desert and taking off bulletproof vests. But I'm just not sure. Yet another story from me. Wow, catharsis. I guess this is why I love Reddit. For the story, I'm a 31-year-old female, and I was 15 when this started. I've alluded to it in comments on this subreddit, so I thought that I'd share the full story, since I can't sleep and am oversharing type of person. It started when I went to a movie at the indie theater in my hometown. We had two when I was growing up, both owned by the same people, but one theater featured major films/blockbusters. The other did the film festival, well-known kind of everywhere, and more indie movies. My French teacher gave an extra credit assignment to see Man on Wire. I think that's what it was called. So I went with a friend to see it, though she wasn't in the class. When we went to the front, there was a very cute older guy that I recognized as a girl in our class. Older brother. I think he was 22 or 23 at the time. He complimented me and offered to comp our tickets and gave me free popcorn and candy and whatnot, ignoring my much prettier friend. It felt nice to be noticed, so I accepted obviously, and we enjoyed the free movie day. For a little backstory, again, the girl who was his younger sister in my grade used to be a friend of mine, and I had met him many times as a kid, but he was enough older that I didn't think that he recognized me at first, and at the age, I looked more like 19 or 20. The next couple of weeks, I saw him everywhere. Grocery store? Check. Outside my school? Check. Walking home from Safeway? Check. Everywhere. But being 15 and him being cute and older, my idiot butt thought that I was flattering. So I went to the theater again and was with a different friend. Same thing. He gave me free tickets, popcorn, etc. This friend already knew that it happened before because it was a major subject that I had a hot, older guy interested in me. We were so young and we thought that it was so great. He came into the theater during the movie to bring me an extra candy and his number on the back of a receipt. I thought it was so cute. He continued to show up everywhere over the next few months. At this point, I was halfway through 16, and I was at the same theater with the same friend that I was with the first time. He once again complimented me, saying that I was beautiful, asking if I had a boyfriend and if I liked to party. I said yes. He invited me to his house for a party that he was having. His address was very close to the house that my friend I was with lived in. So I said yes, knowing if I had a sleepover with her, that we could go and I would get to go to my first real party. I wasn't allowed out late, nor was I allowed to go to parties, if I'd ever been invited to a high school party. So it was perfect. We went late so that we wouldn't seem lame, and as we walked up, we could see through the front lit windows to where he was. It was an hour past and it was just him with several bottles of booze. We looked at each other and decided to walk back to her house. I still saw him a lot after, almost everywhere until I graduated high school and moved up north for college. I didn't go to that theater again until about a year ago. My husband and I parked at a nature area shortly after sunset. It's in the city, but off a gravel road.
So there's a bit of driving until you get to a paved lot. We were the only ones there. We parked and took some pictures of the sunset. Not even 5 minutes later, another car pulls up and parks right next to us in the whole empty lot. Okay, weird. But some people do stuff like that. They don't get out for the 2 to 3 minutes we're walking around the front of our car. Then we go onto a trail to see the lake. The lot is visible from the trail, and every time we look back, the car either has its headlights on, off, or flashing like someone locked the doors. We keep an eye out in case they followed us, but it doesn't seem like they ever left the parking lot. At this point, it's completely dark out. We walk back to our car after hanging around the trail for about 15 minutes. As soon as I get in the car, the other car turns on. When my husband gets in, the car drives off. They stop at a stop sign for a long time, even though there weren't any cars coming. Then they drove out of sight. I'm not sure what happened. Clearly they were watching us. But why? The creepy guy that I dated is a murderer. As a teenager, I waited tables in a local restaurant to pay for the gas for my car. I met Mr. Creep there. In my naive mind, he seemed normal at first, despite the fact that he was 20 and wanting to date a 17-year-old. Leaving my job after dark scared me, so I taught myself to get in my car, shut the door, and lock it in one fluid motion. It made me feel safe. One night I was leaving work and had just gotten into my car when Mr. Creep seemed to just appear out of nowhere, yanking my door handle to try to open it. I looked into his eyes in the split second before he smiled, and what I saw absolutely chilled my bones. I don't know how to describe the evil that I saw. From then on, I was terrified of him, but I didn't let on because I was afraid of what he might do if I told him that I never wanted to see him again. After this, he constantly lied to try to impress me and tried to invent ways of being alone with me. But my instinct was to run, so I avoided him. About 2 weeks after this incident, the restaurant got robbed, and there was significant evidence against Mr. Creep, just not the kind that allowed the cops to charge him. I sent all of my text conversations with Mr. Creep to the police chief in hopes that it would help. Mr. Creep slithered away after that, but I always looked over my shoulder. About 5 years ago, he messaged me on Facebook out of the blue. He went on about his top secret military clearance, as well as a huge acreage he owned. It made me nervous, and I felt like he was trying to spring a trap or something. But I tried to put it out of my mind. Then today, I was looking at posts about an unsolved murder when I saw his mugshot. He is now facing murder charges as well as 2 other violent felony charges. I'm so glad to know he's locked up, but so overwhelmed about how correct my instincts about Mr. Creep were. I feel like I escaped him. Thanks for reading. I live with my partner of 10 years in my house. We live in towards the end of a cul-de-sac and are surrounded by woods, but the road itself is residential enough. Recently, she got up around 3 a.m. because she couldn't sleep and came downstairs to the living room. At some point, she saw someone outside, sticking a GoPro up to the window. She freaked out and ran upstairs where we called the police. We thought someone was casing the house or trying to actively break in. The cops came and looked around and went. We have an in-law apartment above the garage, where for the past couple of years I've rented out to my best friend for the past 20 years. He's really weird, a bit off, perhaps on the spectrum. And due to the closeness of mine and his relationship, I know that he's very open-minded about a lot of stuff. Generally speaking, he's pretty much addicted to a lot of things. His words. Okay, so I thought that maybe it was him, but I tossed it out of my mind because even that was too weird. Well, it turned out to be him. He admitted it a couple of days later, after feeling guilty and seeing how terrified we were thinking that someone was trying to break in. But not after we told the entire world what happened. So now, my relationship with him is ruined. We're kicking him out. I feel bad because he was literally one of my two best friends, but I also feel so violated. I trusted him and he spies on me? For some unknown perverted purpose? Also, I'm pretty forgiving, and if I were single, I'd let it slide. But I'm not, and my partner is totally not accepting of this deviant behavior. In fact, he's lucky that she didn't go to the police or something. Again, which is only because he is my friend. He expects that we can remain friends. I have to respect my partner, and quite frankly, myself. Plus, now we had to tell everyone we initially told the update, because we don't want them thinking that we're still currently in danger of being robbed or whatever. So now everyone knows. I don't want to be associated with someone who is a creep like that, regardless of being his best friend for 20 years. I'm curious as to anyone else's thoughts. What would you do if you found a very good friend creeping around your house, trying to watch you sleep? I don't know. I don't believe he's harmful, but he's had psychotic episodes in the past. He's had hallucinations at one point in life when he was very stressed. A neighbor that I was talking to said another neighbor said that they had someone looking in their windows one night as well. But I haven't been able to confirm this, and he vehemently denies that this was him. Which, I do believe him, but I'm super gullible, and of course he'd deny it. But again, I haven't confirmed this. It's through the grapevine, though they supposedly got a picture. I feel bad ending the friendship, but it's not practical to continue, and I just want to move on. Another thing is, I know he's had feelings for me, but on the other hand, he seems to be interested in everyone and anyone, so I never really took those feelings too seriously. Not that I don't believe they're real. He's just so odd as a whole. So at first I thought it was just about me. He definitely wanted to watch me, not my partner. And I do believe that that is true. But then when a neighbor might have seen someone at their window too, that's a whole new level. I don't know what I'm going for here, so I'll end this now. But this is weird and unacceptable behavior, right? I shouldn't feel guilty if I do want to end the friendship. Would anyone still be friends if this happened to them? Am I a weirdo for even thinking that I could still be friends with him? Assuming that my partner didn't exist and I didn't tell my entire family about what happened and who it was. A guy from the shop followed me. I recalled this weird encounter in my memory while I was reading other stories from this community. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but I'll leave it here anyway. Once in the afternoon, I went to go get some groceries from a local shop. When I finally got there and started browsing different aisles, a random guy just stopped me and started having small talk with me. Then he asked for my number, but I politely declined because I had a partner. He didn't say anything and we parted our ways. After I got everything I needed, I left the shop and started walking back home, which takes me about 10 minutes. When I was just 1 minute away from my place, I heard a familiar voice saying, "Hey, can you stop?" loudly behind my back. I looked back and I saw the same guy from the shop earlier. Maybe I read too many crime stories, and he just happened to walk the same way as me. But it creeped me out a bit, so I just ran home like Sonic the Hedgehog after that. Then, luckily, I never saw him again. This happened about a year ago. I was riding the bus to a spa for a nice, relaxing massage when a very big dude got on the bus. He started to walk to a seat before stopping directly beside me and staring at me for way too long to be normal. I tried to ignore him because my fight or flight, or flight or fawn in my case, was kicking in. But he was blocking me from exiting my seat. Then he started saying through very mumbled speech how pretty I am and how beautiful my hair is, before reaching out and touching my hair. Here's where I noticed two things about him. One, that he is 100% high on meth, and the other is that he was missing an eye. At this point, I very loudly started saying things like, "You need to move away from me," hoping someone would notice and help. But no one did. He stood over me for 10 minutes before blocking me from getting up/off the bus, and no one said a thing. Eventually lost interest or something, I don't know. But here's the kicker. I found out later that day that this guy was released from a correctional facility only 2 days prior. He has things on his record, like throwing a propane tank through a police car while high on meth. Anyway, that spa trip was very much needed after that experience. Okay, this was a few years ago now. I was 15 at the time. It was homecoming dance, and I had this really big crush on this guy from my friend group. We were all going as a group, but I was really excited to possibly dance with this crush. My dad didn't really want me to go, and told me that he wouldn't be picking me up after the dance if I went because it was too late. It'd be about 11 p.m. by the time it finished. But I was just so excited to dance with my crush. I was like, whatever, I'll find my own way back. I was planning on taking the city bus. The dance was amazing. I had my first kiss. It was magic for my little 15-year-old self. After the dance, I'm walking to the mall/Walmart because that's where the bus stop is. I'm on cloud 9 when I realize the buses are not running anymore. At this point, I had no phone. And I'm kind of just standing awkwardly outside of Walmart, thinking of what to do next. I didn't want to call my dad because I figured he'd be really mad at me. But to walk home would take me almost 2 hours, and I was only wearing a little formal dress, and it's 11:30 at night at this point. As I'm pondering all this, a man pulls up in a car and says, "Hey, are you okay?" I figured I looked stressed because I was feeling pretty stressed myself. I forget what I had responded with, but he said, "Well, I can give you a ride if you want." He sounded friendly enough, so I was like, "Well, maybe I'll just take this drive." As I'm walking to the car, alarms start going off in my head, and everything in me is telling me to stop and to not get in that car. I start backing away and say, "Actually, I'm good. It's okay." He insists it's okay and he'll drive me. I say, "No, it's okay." He drives away, but I see him circle back and come back up to me. "Are you sure you don't want to ride?" I say, "No, it's okay." I'm now starting to shake and feel really afraid. I walk as fast as I can to the nearest payphone, which is in the parking lot of a McDonald's, and I call my dad. I'm crying and apologizing and just begging him to come get me. My dad says that he'll come get me, so I hang up. As I hang up, I notice that car has followed me to this parking lot, so I call one of my friends and ask him to just stay on the phone with me until my dad shows up. Luckily, my dad showed up and everything was fine, but I do wonder what would have happened if I had gotten in that car. Back when I was an 18-year-old female working in a fancy hotel, the maintenance man, a 25-year-old male, was handsome, hardworking, and funny. Over time, we created a friendship, and I found myself comfortable around his presence after a few months. He asked me to go out on a date. We ended up going for dinner, and then for some drinks. I asked him what his last name was, and he replied that it was White. I thought nothing of this, and we moved on. The next day at work, I noticed that his name tag actually revealed his last name was Morrison. I never questioned this to him, but immediately found this to be very strange. When I got home, I told my mom, who immediately said that it was a red flag. A few hours later, she comes up to my room in a panic, saying that the very man that I went on a date with had beaten someone to death when he was 17. He bullied and chased the younger victim to a dead end, where he acted out a prolonged and vicious attack that was so severe that the victim had to have a closed coffin. My mom is an avid investigator when it comes to these things. We never went out again, but I did have to see him at work, which made it very awkward. A few years ago, a friend of mine from school also stabbed a man to death, and another friend punched someone in the face, and they died as a result of the injury. This happened to me a few years ago, probably back in 2017 when I was 14. I still think about this encounter almost every day. My dad lives near a small lake in Wisconsin. There are only about 100 people who live in this neighborhood. My brother and I spent every other weekend up there, so we knew pretty much everyone. My dad's house was the second house to the top of this large hill. At the very top is a gas station, and the diner where I would work over the summer. At the bottom of the hill was the lake and a small beach. That morning, I was waitressing at the diner, and at the end of my shift, I bought a slushie from the gas station and was planning on going down to the beach for the afternoon. Parked outside the diner was a gorgeous teal vintage car. I'm not sure what brand. I'm not good with that kind of stuff, but it seemed to be from the 60s, and it caught my eye. There was an older man in the driver's seat and his wife in the passenger seat. They had their windows up, and I wasn't too close, so I didn't get a great look at them, but I did notice that they were looking at me. I didn't think anything of it and started walking home. On my walk home, I remember wondering where they could be from. We don't get that many tourists, and I would have remembered if someone drove a car like that. The diner was off to a pretty quiet highway, and it was rarely used by out-of-towners, but I assumed that they were just driving through. My younger brother and I went to the beach that afternoon and hung out for a few hours. When we decided to head home, I packed up my stuff probably a minute before he did and started walking home before him. On the walk up the hill, there was probably half a city block's distance between us. He could clearly see me, but we were too far to talk. I heard a car coming towards me and looked back and moved to the side of the street. It's the car that I saw earlier at the diner. They slow down as they approach me, and I start to get nervous. The woman in the passenger seat rolls down her window, and I nearly crap my pants. They both seem to be wearing hyper-realistic latex face masks. There seemed to be no beginning and no end to the mask. There weren't noticeable holes for eyes, yet their eyes definitely seemed real, and there was no seam at the edge of the neck. If they were wearing masks, they were some of the best masks that I've ever seen, and must have cost a fortune. But it definitely wasn't their skin. There's no way. Something about them was so off. The woman asked me for directions to a highway that I've never heard of. I didn't drive yet, so this in itself wasn't weird, but I pointed them to the highway by the diner that leads out of town. They thanked me, rolled up the window, and drove away. I ran to my brother and told him what happened, and he said they looked pretty normal when they drove past him. But they looked normal to me that morning as well. The masks were too good. You had to be close enough to notice how strange they looked. There was just something so unsettling about them. They didn't really do anything odd, except asking a girl who's clearly too young to drive for directions. But it was a very small community. I might have been the first person that they had seen in hours. It was just the way they looked. I'd never seen anything like it, and I haven't seen anything like it since then. I mentioned it to my dad when I got home, but he didn't have much to say about it. I still feel deeply unnerved when I think about it, more than 6 years later. I don't believe in much of the paranormal stuff, and I do think that they were human. But why the masks? What were they doing there? And why ask a child who is obviously too young to drive for directions to a highway? Has anyone ever experienced something like this before? From the fall of 1973 through the spring of 1977, I attended the School of the Museum of Fine Arts here in Boston, Massachusetts. Although I took classes from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, I'd often stay after school until 10 or 11 o'clock at night to do extra work. One evening at around 6:30 p.m., I went into a small room on the upper floor to do my transcendental meditation session. I was sitting there with my eyes closed meditating when a guy that I'd never seen before crept up behind me, put his hand over my mouth, and said in a nasty, threatening tone of voice, "Don't say a word. Do you understand?" I instinctively screamed at the top of my voice, "What the heck are you doing?" The guy fled immediately. Whew, that was a close call. Moreover, it was still light out when it happened. Had I just kept quiet as a mouse, it would have been a really, really bad trip for me, if one gets the drift, especially since the school is located in a really rough area. I work on shifts, so one week I'll be doing early shift, 6 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., and the other is late shift, 2:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. The area I live in is known for being pretty rough, and it's common to have workers lurking around, and I often have been propositioned many times. Also see loads of meth heads about too, especially at night. But one time was strange. I finished work at 11 p.m. and took the 15-minute drive home. When I arrived, I parked my car on the street as normal, having to parallel park between two cars. Once I was parked up, and just before I switched the car off, I noticed a lady run across the road to the entrance of the building where my apartment is. She then just stood there, staring directly at me in the car, without moving or looking away. She was like this for about 2 minutes. Since I still had my car on, I decided to leave the parking space and proceeded to park on the opposite side of the building, where there's a second entrance. As I drove past her standing at the entrance, she was watching me and didn't even take her eyes off me until I was out of sight. I got in the other entrance safely, and I'm not sure where she went after this. My thoughts are this: how did she know that I was heading for that entrance? Why did she wait for me there? Was she trying to get the code to unlock the door so that she can get in the future? Did she have an accomplice hiding around the corner? Did she just want some business? This hasn't happened since, but I think about it regularly and wonder what would have happened if I had gotten out of the car and used that entrance as normal. So I recently moved to an apartment, and there is a grocery store just opposite to the apartment where I shop often. One day I was waiting to cross the road to go to the grocery store when this guy on a bike kept staring at me. He then turned his bike and parked it near the store and kept looking in my direction. I didn't really think much of it and crossed the road, and then my eyes locked with his, and he gave a very creepy smile. I don't really know how to describe the smile, but it was pure evil, like a predator looking at prey, and it certainly did send a chill down my spine. His face and that smile was something that stayed with me for a few days, despite the fact that this was obviously not the first time that a guy looked at me in a creepy way. After a few days, I went back to the grocery store, and after shopping, I was trying to cross the road, when all of a sudden the same guy popped up out of nowhere, and he followed me up to the entrance of my apartment, and kept looking at me until I entered the elevator. So now, this guy knows where I live, and he probably lives nearby and has his eyes on me. This makes me feel very uncomfortable. I'm also worried that he's noting when I leave my home. I have a pretty set routine where I go for my dance classes on Saturday and Sunday on a set time, and I'm kind of worried that he's noting this. At this point, he 1, knows where I live, 2, has followed me twice, and 3, he is very creepy and looks like he has bad intentions and has actual intention to do harm. Maybe I'm overreacting, but I have a very bad feeling about this guy. But he hasn't really done anything to file a police complaint or anything. I don't really know what to do. A few years back, I, a 23-year-old female, was driving home after taking my dad to the airport for a late flight. It was already dark when I left the airport and still had a 3-hour drive home. A few hours into the drive, I get recalculated to some windy back road highway. There were no cars or streetlights, and so it was a pretty dark and creepy road. As I turned a curve, I noticed a black car come out of nowhere and start to ride my bumper. Then the blue lights. The road was so dark, I had to drive for a minute to find a spot with at least a few small lights where I could pull over. The officer came up to my window and asked me if I knew that my tags were expired. I thought it was kind of odd because I was driving my mom's car, and she's usually pretty on top of things like that. But it was more the way that he talked that made me uneasy. He was speaking pretty fast, like he was in a hurry or something. As he's standing at my window, before he even gets my license and registration, his radio beeps, and he tells me that he has to go on another call. He practically runs back to the car and speeds off. I head back home, half weirded out, half thanking God that I didn't get a ticket. I kind of brush it off until I go outside to my car the next day and find that my tags were not due to expire for 2 more months. It could have been a simple mistake, but I couldn't help recalling how weird the whole incident was. He could have misread the number, but looking back, I wonder what could have happened if he was someone with bad intentions. From then on, I only pull over when in well-populated areas, and if a safe option is unavailable, I call 911 to make them aware. Am I doing something wrong by being nice to the cashier at the grocery store? So, I moved to a new place. I'm Indian, and I frequently go to Indian grocery stores. I've been to this store a couple of times since I moved. I'm short and did something silly during checkout. I was helplessly trying to reach for the divider to separate the groceries in the checkout line. I look around, hoping nobody noticed, and this cashier guy is smiling at the whole situation. I smile back and try to get done with checkout ASAP. From that day onwards, I find this guy trying to grab my attention. He looks at least a decade older than me, quite tall. I find him staring at me quite a lot, walking through the aisles where I'm shopping, just taking glances. This happened twice or thrice, and then he starts walking up to me casually asking questions like, "How are you?" He doesn't seem to come to me when I'm with my friend, but only when I'm alone. I find him lingering around. One day, he just gave me a free snack. I said no, but he handed it over to me and left. The next day, he asks if I have a job and if I'm married. He kind of gets excited when I tell him that I'm a developer and single. He doesn't speak English. He proceeds to say something in Hindi, which I'm not super good at. I'm trying to ask him what he said, and he says something but I don't understand. Also, there have been instances where he would step out of the store and watch me while I'm sitting in the car until I leave. He just smirks and keeps looking at me. I'm a shy introvert, I'm bad at avoiding situations. I always talk nice regardless of who it is. What should I do now? Does this mean that he's interested in me? How do I politely handle this? He kind of knows who I usually shop with, and I don't want to make it an awkward situation for my friends. Am I overreacting? To clarify, I'm not interested in this person. I always smile and talk. Maybe that's sending him wrong signals. But this is giving me a weird, not so good feeling. I could stop going to that store, but that doesn't seem right. The fact that I have to avoid a public space because of a man makes me feel pathetic, but I understand in terms of safety. Maybe I can always go with someone there if I have to. Not sure if that's the right thing. Like, it is the only Indian grocery store around. This situation is just an inconvenience at this point. I hope that anyone who has been through something like this is and are in a better situation with peace. Definitely makes it awkward to get unwanted attention from random people. Thank you for the ones who commented on the previous post. I'll avoid going to that store for a long time as much as possible. If I do have to go, I'm going to have my friend with me always. Being at the store by myself is giving him the opportunity to make advances or create situations where I cannot get away from him easily. Update. Thank you all so much for the replies. It makes me feel less anxious. I'm never going back to that store. I had to go today to get a few things for my friend. She had a surgery. She didn't want to come along. She's fine to go out, but I dragged her with me. She hadn't noticed that man all these months. I've been going to the store alone for the past couple of weeks. So he was just openly flirty today. He would avoid approaching me if I'm with someone. That wasn't the case today. He was outside the store when we reached there. He smiled at us and went inside, then stood at the entrance to get a close-up. He leaned towards me and said hi, just the gesture of waving. Obviously, a lot of people noticed, including my friend. He kept smiling, looking at me all the time. The store manager was there. He didn't seem to bother. After we reached back home, I told my friend that I'm never going back there again. I asked her if I was overreacting and she said no. She's the one who told me to ignore him while shopping and wear headphones. Today was subtle because I was with her. He didn't talk much, otherwise he'd be standing in front of me asking me personal questions. My friend said that she won't take me there for the longest, and decided to go there only if we're in a group of 3 or more, with guys from our friend circle. This seems small in comparison to all the stories that I've read on here. I'm a 19-year-old female. My whole life, I've lived on a small, isolated road about 15 minutes away from the city. My parents built the house my siblings and I have lived in our whole lives. I have 3 siblings, all of us being females. We have neighbors, but also aren't too close together, like an urban community. One of our next-door neighbors, let's call him Frank, has lived on his property about as long as my parents have. Growing up, I always gotten a weird gut feeling from this man, and my mom has always told me to listen to it. I've never been alone with him and never plan on it. He lives alone, had a girlfriend when I was around 10 years old, and had a dog who sadly passed away a few years back. My older sister and I would go over to his house and spy on him through a small hole in his barn when we were younger. Tons of adult content hung up all over his barn. Growing up, he has always shown up to our house whenever we have a bonfire or any event where he can hear people having fun. Always unwelcome, and it's obvious that no one wants him there, but he still never leaves. His excuse for this behavior is being drunk. Around June, I had a graduation party at my house for graduating high school. It was absolutely perfect, and I was surrounded by all of my loved ones. While things were wrapping up and people started heading home, Frank continued to stay. Quite usual for how he is, but nonetheless frustrating. We began to have fun, and it got to a point where the only adults there were at my house, and Frank. My mom had went inside to go to bed, and my dad was beginning to get tired and kept hinting to Frank that he should probably head home soon. Frank said, "All right, man." He then proceeded to pull out a chair and sit and watch us all play cup pong while staring at us minors. My older sister went up to my dad and expressed how uncomfortable it had made her that he was staring at a bunch of minors. My dad is not a confrontational man, but has always made sure that we felt safe and comfortable, and will be confrontational when the time comes. My dad then told Frank that he needed to leave immediately. Frank refused and said, "I'll stay here and watch over the kids while you go to bed." That right there set us all off. One of my friends then starts yelling at Frank, telling him that he needs to leave, and it's not okay for him to be there. And after we have asked him multiple times to go, he eventually leaves. But ever since then, he has been making extremely gross and inappropriate comments to my dad about how attractive my younger 17-year-old sister is. My dad has confronted him multiple times, and he will not change this behavior, and still will come over after being told to stay on his property. Whenever I leave my house to go anywhere, especially at night, Frank watches me through his window. It just freaks me out. He gives us all such a weird, creepy gut feeling, and nothing we do to confront him seems to work out. He's done a lot of weird things like this all throughout my childhood, but it's been at an all-time high recently. Any ideas on how to stop this? When I, a 20-year-old female, was younger, maybe around 13 to 14 years old, I was walking to town with my mother. I live in a smallish town in England. It was a quick walk, roughly 15 minutes. But about 5 minutes after leaving my house, I had one of the most unsettling encounters ever. Whilst walking, there was a man approaching us. Nothing weird at this point. I thought he'd walk past us like everyone else. However, this random man leaned in towards me as he was walking past and whispered something to me. I remember it being creepy and along the lines of him knowing where I lived. It was subtle and happened quickly. I was shocked, especially since my mother was right next to me. Bold move from a creepy guy. I recall the man being possibly in his late 20s, kind of scruffy looking, a little chubby, with longish brown hair and a beard. But I knew that I'd never seen him before this point. I waited a few seconds for us to distance ourselves from the stranger, then turned to my mom completely freaked out and quietly asked if she heard what the guy had said. She said she didn't. I thought maybe I'd misinterpreted the situation, or maybe I misheard him. We kind of brushed it off and continued with our day. I felt uneasy but tried not to think about it. The rest of the day was fairly normal. Until the morning after, when my dad was talking to our neighbor. Neighbor told my dad that during the early hours of the morning, there was a man lurking right outside our houses for some time, hovering around my dad's and neighbor's cars. Now this is really weird, because we live in a kind of closed-off area. The only people we see outside our homes are neighbors, but even they wouldn't come up right to our doors, especially not at like 2 to 3 a.m. Even delivery drivers can't find our house most of the time because we're hidden away. This has never happened before, and never happened again after this, at least to our knowledge. Of course, you can imagine how absolutely terrified I was to hear this. I explained to my dad what had happened the day before, and reminded my mom, kind of an "I told you so" moment. I felt so scared to be in my own home. I remember calling my friend and talking about the situation. We researched about what we could do, but there really wasn't any action that we could take. Just had to be observant and cautious, I guess. I can't remember much about what happened after that, but I never saw the man again. The whole situation creeps me out, and it doesn't make sense. The man outside my house wasn't confirmed to be the same man that walked past me earlier, as it was too dark to make out any discernible features. But it sure is an amazing coincidence if so. Never knew where to talk about this experience, but I figured it belongs here. I'd love to hear your opinions and theories. This happened in July, I believe. It was around 1 a.m., and it was still about 80 degrees Fahrenheit outside. And where I live, AC isn't very common. So I, a 22-year-old female, was sitting in the living room with all of the windows and doors open. I head out to smoke, and since everything was open and I didn't want the house to smell like smoke, I walked down the driveway and sat on the curb. There was a man standing on the same side of the street, but a block down, just staring at me. And I got really uncomfortable, so I got up and crossed the road. The way my triplex is set up is a 3-car driveway, then a few stairs up that lead into the yard, and then the door to my right, my neighbors straight ahead, and some more stairs to my other neighbors upstairs. I live somewhere with a lot of homeless people, and they'll come up the driveway to look in our trash cans or whatever, and that's fine. They never go up past the steps. So I'm standing on the other side of the road, and I watch the man stand and stare at me, and then he proceeds to walk all the way into my yard, and I start to panic because I didn't lock the doors, and all the windows were open. So I start to walk down the street, and I see a man who looks normal, and I stop him, and ask if he could just pretend to know me. In retrospect, this wasn't my brightest decision, but whatever. So me and this man are standing there just talking, and I'm explaining the situation, and we're both smoking a cigarette, and we're looking at my house. I'm a few houses down now. And the man keeps peeking around the line of the trees next to my place. He peeks around the corner a few more times and eventually walks up to me. I'm very scared at this point and I'm shaking. And he asks me for a cigarette and I go to hand him one. And he goes, "Why are you shaking? Are you scared?" And I was just like, no, have a great night." He walks away and the other dude stands there for a bit longer with me. And the scary man starts peeking around another corner just staring at me again. The dude walks me to my house, and I just shut all the windows and doors, and I just dealt with the heat. I'm grateful for the random dude, and I don't know what I would have done if he wasn't there. This happened today. 2 hours ago, I got a ride from home from my university. I sat in the car, and the driver rested his elbow on the front passenger seat and kept moving it back. I felt extremely uneasy and felt that he was getting ready to touch me. Right after 10 seconds, we stopped at a traffic signal that I told him I needed to get off. I've forgotten something in my uni. And he was like, "No, ask someone else to get it for you." And I was like, "No, I can't. I need to go get it myself from my professor." Then a beggar came, and he aggressively told her to leave. And then another came, and he, instead of asking me to shut the window, aggressively started shutting it himself, touching my knee. I said to just drop me there, and I can walk back to my university. And he was like, "No, I'll take a U-turn ahead and bring you back." And I spent the longest 3 minutes of my life in that car, but his hand was in his lap during the time. The sad part is, I called my mom and let her know that I'll be late, and once I got home, she started blaming my clothes. And once I asked how my dress is not appropriate, she blamed my long legs. My sister blamed my institute for being too liberal, and then such men roaming around to pick up liberal girls. I'm a 17-year-old female, and I was out doing some Christmas shopping after school, so it was dark by the time I decided to stop by one of my favorite sushi places, which is near a grocery store and other shops, all close to my home. The sushi place is right next to a boba shop, and I peek in to try to see if a friend of mine was working so I could say hi, but I didn't see them. So I turn around and I see this guy standing there trying to get my attention. "Miss, excuse me." I just stare at him for a second, unsure if I should really be talking to this stranger, before he asks if I have any spare cash for him to buy a drink. I tell him, "I don't have cash on me, sorry." And he says it's okay, and I walk into the sushi place. While I wait for my food, I wonder if I should have just offered to buy him a drink, because I'm the type of person who loves to help people, and I feel bad just ignoring those in need. I get my food, and I'm literally about to exit the store when the guy from earlier walks in. He stops by the door, asking the cashier if he knows how he could get some help because he thinks his car got stolen, and that he was from insert name of neighboring city. I pause, because again, I felt bad for not helping him earlier and I was curious. I buy him a drink this time, even offered to buy food. I showed him the menu and he glanced at it and then asked for fried rice, which wasn't on the menu, but I was like, okay, and just bought him the drink. He tells me thanks and asks if I know anything about his car, then randomly asks me if I know where Cold Stone is. At this point, I'm thinking, if I were either homeless or got my car stolen, Cold Stone is the last place I'd want to be. But I explained to him that it's not within walking distance. He's like, oh, and asks me if I would be able to show him the way and maybe give him a ride there. He pulls out cash from his hoodie pocket saying, I could pay you back, $10 for the ride and the drink. Now I'm thinking, you had money and you let me buy you a drink? And why the heck would I give you a ride? I need to leave. So I say no, the drink was my treat. Hope you get your situation figured out. I leave the sushi place. He exits too and starts walking behind/beside me. I get scared and decide to not walk back to my car. Instead, I speed walk into a Rite Aid. I turn into an aisle and see that he's still following me. Miss? Lady, excuse me. I finally turn around and asks if he needs anything else. You were going to give me a ride? No, I can't. Oh, okay. Sorry. He walks away. I pace around the back corner of the store for a while, terrified if he's still in the store or waiting for me outside. Also, my phone had died, so I left it in the car. In the store, I see a dad with his daughter. Looked like a middle schooler, and I go up to them. I finally start crying, and I say that there was a man talking to me, and if they could please walk with me back to my car. The dad asks where I parked, agrees, and a few minutes later we leave Rite Aid. I'm still in tears, poorly explaining the situation. I point out my car as we approach. The dad says, okay, we'll wait here until you leave. Make sure to check your back seat. I do, and I even check my trunk because I'm so paranoid. I thank them over and over before driving off, and I just sobbed the whole way home because I don't know what exactly was going on with that man, or why he wanted to go to my car. I get more scared thinking of the fact that I'm a 5'0" girl who probably couldn't defend herself well if it came down to it. Maybe it was a misunderstanding, but what business did a grown man have asking a teenage girl for a ride? I was genuinely terrified. Yes, I shouldn't have been out so late. I should have had my phone on me. I should have just ignored that guy. Sorry for being a girl who just wanted sushi at night and to help someone who looked like they needed it. It's hard to trust people clearly. Happy to be safe at home now, although I will definitely feel uncomfortable shopping there or eating sushi again, which is very unfortunate because I frequently do both.
Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra ambiance sound at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.